Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them sorry. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. said to know me now. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Nkrumah, and we're joined with our other host, Lady Che. She's asleep right now, but when she wakes up, she'll be joining us. And we should be joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Also, I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. We might also have some guests. Crew might join us, and also Kukizi. So we in for a dynamic, once again, show. And on this season 5, episode 22, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Also, they struck the Frontline Black News and Lady Che's page. So we're not able to stream on there. So we're going to be streaming on my Jesse Paris, aka Che Nkrumah page for the time being. On the season 5, episode 22, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is me, Che Guevara. I had another clip to play about Huey P. Newton. So Huey P. Newton, the most dangerous black man in history. For those that don't know, Huey P. Newton was killed 36 years ago on August 22nd, 1989. And so that's been 36 years as of last week. And earlier this week. Last week. And we're going to go over that. And then we got the truth about Che Guevara, who I'm named after, the forgotten history. Then we got Nkrumah, who I'm also named after, Kwame Nkrumah, the man who tried to unite Africa. Then we got Tom Homan, black tax dollars spent on illegals, while Tucker Carlson admits we delineated. So even Tucker the Sucker is realizing the delineation movement is in full effect. Then we got white liberals don't want equality. They want the status quo that harms Black America. Then we got Redo, U.S. to continuously vet 55 million visa holders, revoking visas for violations. Then we got Anti-Blacc Mexicans arrested for targeting homeless Black people in California. Why must FBAs jump through hoops for reparations? Millions leave the Democratic Party. Voter exodus sparks reactions nationwide. And if we have time, update on Rental Rap Randy, who's another culture vulture like Asian Blad. Shout out to Kukiji for bringing this to our attention. Then we got Denver's top 20 hip hop legend list. And then last but not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news and some local Denver news. We are based out of East Denver, north of Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. And we are also a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around on this platform for 5 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first. Then we got the Revolutionary Agenda. And then we just recently brought Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced over to StreamYard. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced has been around for almost 10 years now. And then please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Jay Militant, who's live right now. Shout out to Jay Millie, Cuzzo out the Bay, and Kukizi, who does our intro track and has joined us on previous episodes. Oops, sorry about that. And then we got the Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, where Mac 285 is. His link is also in the description, and Lady Che has also set up a GoFundMe, so please support that. The link is also in the description. And then we got the Copyright Act, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use purposes, criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, which are economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion, and some say health and nutrition. Hey, Kahari, we're at 234, 224, and 69. Lady Che just picked up 2 new subscribers. And then we got, when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, by the great Neely Fuller Jr. Also the previous, if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, was also from the great Neely Fuller Jr., who just transitioned this past February. And then we got, last but certainly not least, racism and white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned back in 2016. So that's what we have for y'all tonight. So buckle up. It's going to be a long ride. What's up, Kahari? I sent you the link, Kahari, if you want to join us. Greetings, Lady Che. Mm-hmm. Lady Che just woke up. All right, I'm going to hop right into it with Che, who I'm named after. So we're going to learn about Che Guerrero, or Guevara. I keep saying Guerrero. I keep thinking of Vicente Guerrero. Che Guevara, who I'm named after. We're going to learn a little bit about him and his untimely demise. Oh, actually, I'm tripping. We're going to go over Huey P. Newton first. Then we're gonna go on over Che. So Huey P. Newton, for those that don't know, was one of the most dangerous black men in American history. The man who fought for Black America without fear. So shout out to Huey P. Newton. He's gone but not forgotten. So shout out to Black Journals for this. They're gonna give us an update on the man who fought for Black America without fear. And the co-founder of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense in Oakland, California.
This Civil Rights Act is a challenge to all of us to go to work in our communities and our states, in our homes and in our hearts, to eliminate the last vestiges of injustice in our beloved country.
Despite the passage of the 1960s civil rights legislation that followed the landmark U.S. Supreme Court ruling in Brown versus Board of Education of Topeka, 1954, African Americans living in cities throughout North America continued to suffer economic and social inequality. Poverty and reduced public services characterized these urban centers, where residents were subject to poor living conditions, joblessness, chronic health problems, violence, and limited means to change their circumstances. Such conditions contributed to urban uprisings in the 1960s, such as those in the Watts district of Los Angeles in 1965, among others, and to the increased use of police violence as a measure to impose order on cities throughout North America. It was in this context, and in the wake of the assassination of Malcolm X in 1965, that Merritt Junior College students Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale founded the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense on October 15, 1966. Unlike many of the other social and political organizers of the time, they took a more militant stance to the plight of Black communities in America. From October 1st to the 15th, 1966, both men would pen the organization's 10-point program and platform, a set of guidelines for the Black Panther Party's ideals and ways of operation, which called for better housing, jobs, and education for Black Americans. It also called for an end to economic exploitation of Black communities, along with military exemption. As at the time of the movement's birth, Newton was only 24. While Seale was 30 years old. This is the story of Black Power, the long-begun fight to by all means break free from the oppressive grip of the American system, a system whose fierce operations have raised firebrand Black leaders to the forefront of the historic struggle, leaders whose names can never be forgotten. This is the story of the great Huey P. Newton. Before we continue with this soul-touching history, don't forget to support our works by hitting the thumb up button, share video with as many as you can reach to keep spreading awareness and keeping the legacy of our ancestors alive.
In America, Black people are treated very much as the Vietnamese people or any other colonized people, because we're brutalized, and the police are there not to, in our community, not to promote our welfare or for our security and our safety, but they're there to contain us.
The name Huey P. Newton evokes an era of mass resistance, of Black popular protest, and of the rise of revolutionary organizations across the land. Huey Percy Newton was born in Louisiana in 1942, named for the populist LA governor Huey Pierce Long, who ruled from 1893 to 1935, formerly known in the state as the Kingfish. In 1945, when Newton was 3 years old, his father moved the family to Oakland just as the war was ending and California's defense plants were closing. Walter had to resort to odd jobs as a brick mason, plumber, and carpenter while the family moved from one tiny two-bedroom apartment to another. Often the children subsisted on a daily diet of kush, a dish of fried leftover cornbread mixed with gravy and onions. No matter how scarce money became, however, Walter always insisted on paying his bills on time. He dispatched his sons to deliver checks to his creditors in person so they could bring back stamped receipts. My father's constant preoccupation with bills is the most profound and persistent memory of my childhood, Newton recalled. For me, no words on the street were as profane as the bills. It killed me a little each time they were mentioned, because I could see the never-ending struggle and agony my father went through trying to cope with them. His family, like tens of thousands of others, formed the last legs of the Great Migration of Black flight from the apartheid South to the north and the west. He would enter the streets of Oakland, a slender, short, beautiful boy, and the prospect terrified him. For while his father thought the name Huey was a respectful tribute to a gifted politician, to
What's
the
up, bro,
hard,
Jesse?
urban street, it was an invitation to an ass whipping. Yes, this means that Huey had a pretty rough childhood. For a young black boy in a ghetto surrounding, trying to meet up as one tribe, he's fitting into the dark survival culture of the streets is no doubt demanding, oppressive, and very challenging. But more so, being surrounded and overwhelmed by a place as racist and segregatory as the American.
Greetings, crew. Reality. Ray Guns in the building.
I was telling him I was about to dip, get ready to sleep, and then you popped in. I said, I may not leave now.
Man, be quiet, Lady J. You be pissing off Jesse too much.
I may not.
I'm just messing with you. Salute, bro, Jesse. Salute, Lady J. Salute, Mac. Win, lose. Everybody, Daniel.
Yeah, they shadow banned the Frontline Black News. They struck the channel for that Jubilee shit.
What, for the Amanda Seals?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it is crazy because I don't know why my channel always has to suffer.
No, your channel's good. It's your perfect.
Right, they only got the front line because the Jesse and it. Let me not talk too much before they go start listening too much.
Mm-hmm. We got backup channels.
Let me go get the RVA a like.
Yeah, please do. Make it 70. Bring it to 70.
Man.
No, I'm already subscribed. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I think Big Fafo need to subscribe to that channel.
Yo, you're at 69. You must be at 70.
I think Big Fafo. She at 70 now.
Yeah, you're at 70.
Big Fafo just subscribed.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Thank you, cuz. I was like,
Hold on, let's see if Reality will put it in the 71. Oh, Reality Gaming about to put it at 71.
Nice.
Thank you, cuz. Thank you, Ray.
Okay, wait. There might be a Regime Gaming too. You know, Cerulean. Hoorah.
Oh, yeah. You're going to have some extra subscribers.
Okay, I don't know if I can subscribe off of that because that's the managing channel.
What about the
Good Lord.
Ray Gun. Hold on, let's see. Raymond Gun and Ray C. There we go. Raymond Gun subscribed. Let's see what Ray Gun is doing.
Yeah, make sure y'all subscribe to the
Ray Gun is subscribed. Let's see, is Ray C subscribed?
I was homeless and now everybody covered.
You might be at like 75 right now.
$2.
Nice. Shout out to the viewers. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Revolutionary Agenda.
Oh my God. Well, it was like
Yeah, I think you had like 73 or something now.
Yeah, you should be up to 73 now.
I woke up and there was like a water right next to me. Like,
That's the best I can do. I ain't got 1,000 accounts, but
happy day.
But I do have enough to be trolling people.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
All right, I'm gonna let the video continue.
So Jesse was trolling today earlier. He said, "I'm not trolling, I'm lurking." I was like, "Oh."
Yeah, semantics, right?
Semantics, right? I was like, and he had an attitude too.
Tomato, right? I'm not trolling, I'm lurking.
I'm like, stop that. I was like, you have plenty of time later for somebody to come troll you. You like, I'm trolling, late Jay. I lurk you. I was like, ew. All right.
Well, you got 74 subscribers now, so
75 lurkers.
Was even more challenging and oppressive for a young black boy growing up in the hands of a ghetto, of this same dark survival culture of the experimentally abandoned streets of the Americas. This is what living was like for Huey P. Newton. It was fighting his way all the way through. He was taught that a scared boy does what's been done since the dawn of human time. He was schooled like a wolf to attack the biggest guy in the pack and on how to prevail by keeping his fear under command. And Huey did follow these directions explicitly. It was a wild, hostile surrounding, and the only way to be respected or perhaps feared was to throw his fear of the biggest guy in the bunch in the form of his fists. Like he would say, following the footsteps of his big brother, Walter Newton, who had taught him that the biggest guy often had the biggest fear, bigger than his own. He also learned that the best defense was often a stiff
like a
offense.
British guy telling me about Chicago shit.
Of these street
battles, and I'm from Chicago.
Young Newton boy earns a rather unflattering nickname, Crazy
I don't like
Huey.
them telling
One
about
can almost hear
Cali
this
shit,
Greek chorus
and they
whispered
from
with a mixed
London. How is this London dude with this accent telling us about some shit that happened in Chicago and in Oakland?
You got a good point about that.
AI.
It's AI. What was you gonna say, Lady Trey? Oh, you said tell me what I did.
Tell me what you did. Tell everyone what you did.
I busted out the former mayor.
Right, so they was giving
They was giving them a proclamation, and after they did the proclamation, they had a public hearing on a rezoning, and I spoke on a rezoning before I got to the rezoning. I busted out the former mayor.
But you put out some receipts on his ass?
Yeah, everybody know. Those that know. He's a goddamn pedo.
Right.
Oh,
we said it. It's like, look, when I remember when it happened, it was in the paper.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to get the paper every Sunday and Wednesday at the house.
They done scrubbed the internet of it.
Right? So.
But you downloaded the PDF files on him.
No.
I got access to the newspaper.
We had the newspaper.
The newspaper article that came out in the 80s about it.
Right.
Make a video on it. All right, so just like you know how to live stream, right?
Wait.
Make a video on it and upload the video.
Wait,
hold on,
can't
crew.
do it yet. So, like, we over here just bullshitting. Before he did it, I fell asleep.
Mm-hmm.
I started feeling well, right? And so, he's on his thing, recording city council. So, if I knew he was going to do it, I would stop him from doing it. Because this is where the fuckery happens, right? So, I would have been like, no, don't do it, Jesse. And I told him the reason why not to do it. Because at the time, I was like a little kid right there. What is it, like, I was just a little kid.
Yeah.
And so he's like, how much younger?
They're Shabaka.
How much, wait. Hold on. How much younger are you?
Then you 7 years.
7 years, right? So I want to remember first. So I was like, all right, whatever. But
greetings, Shabaka.
At the time, I don't think the internet was out.
I'm connecting this Bluetooth.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Hold on, Shabaka, we're talking. So I don't think the internet was out yet. That the internet came out yet. Because we were still getting newspapers.
Yeah, we were still getting
the
Rocky
news.
Mountain News.
Like,
you so young, the internet been out since you were born. Stop it.
Shit, the internet came out in the 90s.
When the internet come out?
No. The internet came out in 1994. The www.
Yeah.
AOL, 1994, folks.
All right.
Hey, Mac 285.
All right, look at shit.
Hey, crew.
Hold on, Shabaka.
Hold on.
Shabaka, hold on. Lady Chair wasn't done. Go ahead, Lady Chair.
All right, so anyway, so when this came out, it was on the news and in the newspaper. And it was like, Reparations, right? And it was a little article. Like, you had to have read the paper, which I like to do is read paper.
Mm-hmm.
And you would have seen it. Or you were listening to 9 o'clock news, 10 o'clock news.
Yeah.
Because 9 news comes out at 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're definitely supposed to be about. Right? So I'm like, you will remember. Right? So I remember. And so when Jesse did it, I was asleep. Because obviously I would have let that shit happen.
Yeah.
And so then the shit ends or whatever, and I wake up again because Jesse touched my feet and fucking scared the hell out of me. So I woke up, and then I hear the fucking hot boy mic of the city council, and they're like, the lady's like, I gotta ask you a question. Yeah, but he's like, what? He's like, something was like, what? He's like, is it true? What he said? What was it? Oh, Jesse Barrett said. She's like, yeah, that Pena did whatever, and she's like, he can't say things like that. And I like, oh, there you go. I was
If
like,
it's true, he can say whatever he wants to.
Right.
I was like, there you go.
It's
You know,
definitely true.
You know, fucked it up now, right? It was like,
The only limit to free speech is if you lying on somebody.
Right.
If it's true, you can say whatever the
That's
hell you
called
want to.
slander.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
that's
called
right.
That's called slander.
and
That's what I call it.
liable
Libel
and
defamation.
defamation.
Yeah.
So, and against the real, actual mayor, right? I said, because you don't have you as a before you did it, you don't have the stuff in front of you, right? I was like the article and shit in front of you because that's all they're gonna talk about, right?
Mm.
And I was like, you don't have it in front of you, but I was like, no, so we try to look for it, and because the internet goes back home, the archives only go so far, right?
Yeah.
On the thing, but we couldn't find it.
And then Chat GPT was lying, gaslighting me,
No,
talking
he
about
says that they were
talking
lying.
about there's no credible evidence
Right.
to this.
Right, because
But who decides what's credible?
right, who could
The
know?
white supremacy.
Right, but it wouldn't pull up nothing.
Yeah.
A fucking rumor. And you know it was gaslighting because the park that this happened at is known for all sorts of looting,
Debauchery.
debauchery. Because it's where the LGBT happy face couples.
It's the alphabet mafia part.
Oh,
Right.
hey, let me tell you something. If you see something talking about pineapples or something, don't go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, fruits.
Don't go there. If you go to a party and they talking about pineapples,
Yeah.
Shabaka, you know that. What's up, Shabaka?
Hey, what's going on, crew? How you
Chilling,
doing? Is this
chilling.
crew?
Yep. This is
Oh,
crew
it's
this time.
reality.
So it's not cool Keezy. It's actually crew this time.
All right, man. So I'm old and senile, but thanks
So you're
for
not
checking
cussing out
with
the
me.
wrong person.
Now, brother, I'm through cussing out, man. I'm old, man. I got to wait another 3 months and take my Geritol and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, you been getting your prostate exams?
You know what, man? Putting all bullshit aside, I do need to get one. Seriously.
You gonna have that white man stick his thumb up your butt?
No, man, no. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
Say I gotta do what I gotta do. So
no, I'm gonna say now. Give me a list of the sign of the symptoms. You know what I'm saying? Dookie Love Park. Come on, Yoda. I'm sitting here eating, man. Dang, Yoda.
Exactly what it is. Guess what the name of it's called? It's called Cheeseman Park.
Right. So
it's called what?
Cheeseman Park.
Anyway, like I was saying.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, have man. Now I heard everything.
That when they have,
I thought I heard. Now I've heard everything.
Right. So we tried looking for it the right way currently. Of course, there's nothing there. Of course, there's not. But you know, it's gaslighting where they said that they didn't have a lot of things on that particular park, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have a lot of news on that park, which is a goddamn lie.
Chat GPT was gaslighting like a motherfucker. Talking about if there's no relation between the mayor and this park. But why would you say that, Chat GPT? In the first place, I didn't even ask Chat GPT that. I just asked.
So you remember Tyreek was correcting Grok on Twitter?
Yep, I remember.
Like he's like, okay, well, if this is the case, then how come you said this the other time?
Right.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. Let me reallocate my algorithm. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The AI is just like us people. You give me
relearn.
But I'm not trying to throw no diss, but we don't have AI has cognitive dissonance just like some people we know.
Yeah.
Right. Well, let me finish that thing.
I know a whole lot of motherfuckers got cognitive dissonance. AI is programmed cognitive dissonance.
Hold on, y'all. Lady Che wasn't done. Go ahead, Lady Che.
Well, anyway, the fact of the matter is that because he did it online and he did it at city council, and these motherfuckers are weird like that, it's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing.
Those that know.
And I was like,
I asked one of the Crip OGs in my building about
why?
shit.
You too, cuz. Like, I'm sitting here and everything. I was like, why?
And he even knew about it.
Why would you do it? Why?
Because it needs to see said.
And why he did it, he didn't realize it affects everybody. Like why you want to do it to me? Like, I actually did some work. Not just saying it. I actually do the work.
What's that saying you have in LA, Shabaka?
What's that?
Never apologize for how you honestly feel.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly. Never.
That's different. That's
Mhm.
different.
How is it different, Lady Che?
That's different. When Jesse was running for mayor, we had to go to this thing, right? And we went to this thing,
Yeah, the mayor's event.
right? And who shook hands? Who?
I shook hands with him and
Yeah.
Hancock.
Yeah.
I
Did
didn't.
you
I
call
didn't.
him call him a pedo then?
I should have,
No, you didn't. So shut the fuck up.
but I was running for public office then.
Oh, so it's only convenient then when you running for office that you get called.
Oh, she's correct. You should have said it then.
Right.
Say I should. You said I should have said it then. So next time, say it.
Just over there thugging around. And
You do got a point, brother Che.
disrespect. I was like, look, that didn't help black people at all.
He didn't do shit to help.
Hey, Shabaka, that's the only reason I be on you like that, right? Like it's all in love, bro. I love you, bro. You get me?
Hey, same here, man. And then also too to show just hold your wisdom for 1 second, Lady Che. Hey, crew. Yeah, we getting ready to have problems, man. NG's getting ready to hit the Shy and is getting ready to hit Panther Town. So I'm just letting you know if you ain't heard already.
Oh, you said Trump, the orange man.
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
He's getting ready
That's
to hit.
fine. We asked for him. We're waiting.
I should.
Okay.
Lady Che.
It's fear mongering, Shabaka.
But let Lady Che finish. Go ahead, Lady Che.
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah.
It should be fear mongering. It's like, so what? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But it's just fear mongering. Like, didn't the people want the immigrants gone?
Yeah.
Weren't they on the boat talking about they gonna vote for Trump?
Yep. I will vote.
Oh, and remember, no money for you. You lazy. You lazy. Okay. Remember that guy? That was in Chicago.
Yep, I remember.
ICE is about to show up and catch his ass.
Yep.
I want to be right downtown with my phone and catch that shit on camera.
Right.
And be with Afro Elite.
Yeah.
Like, hey, look, no more money for you. You lazy. You lazy. Okay, go back home, stupid mother.
I tell you the best place to do it, crew. You're gonna love this here, Lady Che and Che.
Yeah.
Right there in front of the Chicago board exchange.
Bean. The Bean.
Yeah,
They'll do
on
it in
LaSalle
front of the Bean.
Street. Yeah, the Mercantile. Yeah, wait a minute. The Chicago Franchise Board, Mercantile Board is kind of like Chicago's version, y'all, of the stock market. Is down there on LaSalle Street.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so now we on alert. But we did the due diligence to try to go talk to, because people that we know that know had seen it too. And I was thinking, man, I wonder if my pops still got that newspaper collection he had. Because my pops was recycling. So he would get all the newspapers and bundle them up.
Yeah.
And then tie them up. You know,
He might still have that shit.
But I couldn't remember the year that it happened. But I knew it happened in the midst of old boy's term.
Mm-hmm.
And so I called my brother.
Can you remember the kind of cars that were new at that time, Lady Che?
Nah, I barely remember my fucking name, Shabaka. At the time.
That's back when the Chevy Nova was out.
It was a long time
ago.
That's the early if you can find the papers, I'll go through them for you. Me and Jesse are scanning through them bitches like all day.
Mm-hmm.
I have the papers. I just got to get a hold of them.
Right. That was
like all you need is one bundle, right? If you can read one bundle of the papers, right? That'll tell you where to start, right? And then you can know, okay, well, give me the old bundles of this. You know what I mean?
Right,
yeah,
right.
well, we don't the paper that it was
here.
in, we don't have no more. We don't have the Rocky Mountain News no more.
That's another guy.
Well,
go to the library. Go to the library.
Yeah.
The library got it on microfiche.
Right? No.
Yeah, dude.
You know where you look through it through the magnifying glass? And it's got it all on that little mini print shit.
Come on, cuz.
Yeah.
You just got to find out
We're
the
talking
year.
about like 14 years of fucking non internet. So
yeah.
This is right before it happened.
You'll be able to find it though. You'll be able to find it.
So,
like that's what
so the internet came 1995, y'all. And what you could do.
It's been internet since the 40s.
Late 80s.
Right.
It's been internet since the 40s.
Yeah, it was up on the wall. in the 40s. No,
yes, there's
to
been internet since the 40s.
I know.
It just wasn't the same thing like you would call the internet today, but there's been an internet since the 40s.
They called it data processing at that time.
You talking about the military crew? I'm talking about public access.
Right. It was called the pre-internet is data processing. Because see, before they had flash drives, just like you saw in the movie The Hidden Colors, and you remember when the sister had to go to the book and they wouldn't let her go in the library, she was studying Fortran.
All right.
And
so I say this
military computers.
I say it like this, Shabaka. Like there's been FBA before Tyreek said it.
Yeah, that's true.
We just called it FBA when Tyreek said it. But the thing that is FBA, like the people that are FBA, we've always existed. Just like the internet has existed before they called it the internet. Like you said, Jesse, it was before it was public. But yeah, there was the internet.
Yep.
So that's when they had everything classified. We're going to be doing classified. We got disease classified, military classified, airstrikes classified. You remember that motherfucker in Congress talking that bullshit? That's what Crew was saying way back then. You see, they always been full of what they would call double speak. And I recommend everybody to read 1984.
Yeah.
Now,
how about Animal Farm?
Animal Farm.
That too is by the same author, and that's where the term "the pigs" came from. That
watch this though, Shabaka. Right, there's a new show. It's on Apple TV. It's called Foundation.
Oh shit!
It's inspired by Isaac Asimov.
Okay.
Now, if you know sci-fi, you know Isaac Asimov as a writer.
Yes, I've heard the name. Yeah.
Like I grew up reading his books.
Yeah, I grew up reading.
Okay. I can tell you a well-read individual, which is a good thing because
you be cussing me out, Shabaka, talking about I'm an idiot.
No, man, I ain't gonna use that one cuss word this evening. Shabaka investigated himself and he did nothing wrong.
Yeah, that's the police investigating themselves.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm the FBI. I'm going to investigate Shabaka.
No, brother, that's my way, man.
I'm Donald Trump.
Apologizing.
I'm the dump. I'm going to put my orange wig on.
Apologize for all that. Shabaka, you need to apologize for that, for calling our contributor Crew an agent.
Shabaka ain't got to apologize to me. He thought I was an agent, and I'm not an agent. But I'm going to arrest him.
Classified. Let me see here. The Chicago classified. Shabaka in Los Angeles classified. Shabaka in the Barry. Never heard of Oakland.
I've never been to Oakland.
I have.
You would love it, brother. No,
I
you would
wouldn't,
love it.
because I can't carry my gun in Oakland. Well, I probably will after next year when Trump gets that concealed carry reciprocity. But
yeah, he needs to do that.
That would be the perfect place to CCW in there. That would really piss off the Oakland PD because that's what Huey did.
Yeah, well, I was playing the Huey clip, but Lady Che had to share something for y'all.
Let's see.
Okay, so I'm gonna continue the clip, but it's by a Caucasoid is talking about it, Shabaka. But because you lived it, you lived through all of this, so.
No, God, I'll expose all his lies.
Hey, you got to put my live stream on your to-do list, Jesse. Since you're playing everybody else's streams, you got to go to my live stream too.
Oh yeah, you're right. I should go to your live stream, but
we got the log, man. You was on me, Jesse, about the log. We need the log.
Yeah, the log's in the title. This is season 5, episode 22. Part 2 or part 3.
Okay.
Part 3 of the front.
Okay.
It's a fear and fascination. Who's that boy? Who are you talking about? That pretty boy right there. Don't mess with him, that's crazy Huey. Simple put, from his earliest youth until adulthood, Newton was on a war footing. The major event that led to the formation of the Black Panther Party was the event that happened in Telegraph Avenue, which was about a 4.5-mile road stretching north from Huey Newton and Bobby Seale's hometown of Oakland to the campus of the University of California.
Berkeley.
There was a link between two distinctly different worlds, between the rough ghetto streets where they grew up.
Hey, Jesse, if you ain't talking, mute up, because you're giving feedback.
1960s, what existed of a black student movement in the San Francisco Bay Area was organized by activists from Berkeley. And Newton and Seale, part-timers at a junior college in Oakland, followed the lead of those self-important middle-class leaders, but that began to change for good.
That's Laney College,
Thursday, March 17, 1966.
Get your facts straight,
and a friend they called Weasel took a walk up Telegraph Avenue to look for secondhand albums by bluesmen T-Bone Walker and Howlin' Wolf at a record store near the university. Walnut dark with a protruding brow, heavy eyebrows, and a thick mustache, Seale, age 29, looked the tough guy part of a metal worker who had served in the Air Force and been court-martialed for a confrontation with a colonel. But Seale also had a theatrical streak, with a sideline as a stand-up comedian and a knack for memorizing and reciting poetry. As the threesome proceeded up Telegraph Avenue, his companions urged Seale to entertain them with one of his favorite poems, written by a fellow student at Oakland's Merritt College, Marvin Jackman, a pioneer of the Black Arts movement who went by the pen name of Marvin X.
We know, I know
Burn,
dude
Baby,
right
Burn.
here.
Marvin's composition told the story of
That's
1965 lost
him,
riots in the style of the Beat Poets. Anytime Seale got into trouble, he wanted his friend Huey Newton by his side, loud enough so that passers-by stopped to listen. Seale recited jagged verses that began with an expression of black weariness.
Damn, you see Shabaka in the background?
Tired of being
That's Shabaka back there.
No, I wasn't in Oakland at that time in history.
Pent-up fury that had been unleashed on the Los Angeles police.
I'm just talking shit to you, bro. I'm just talking shit.
Burn, baby, burn. In time they will learn.
As the trio neared the Berkeley campus, Seale summoned another poem from memory, an anti-Vietnam War diatribe called Uncle Sammy, Call Me Fuller Lucifer, by a street poet named Ronald Stone. By this time, so many onlookers had gathered that Weasel borrowed a chair from a restaurant patio so Seale could climb up and address the crowd.
I'm gonna call it. The last picture looked a little moist,
for an encore, and Seale repeated the draft dodger's lament.
Uncle Sammy don't shuck and jive me. You school my naive heart to sing red, white, and blue, stars and stripes songs.
Just as Seale reached this point in the poem, an off-duty police officer named George Williamson.
You're under arrest,
Williamson announced. Seale climbed down from the chair.
What are you talking about? You under arrest?
He asked.
Under arrest for what?
You're blocking the sidewalk.
The policeman said.
What do you mean I'm blocking the sidewalk?
Seale protested.
I'm standing over here.
3 more policemen appeared and tackled Seale to the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, Seale saw Huey Newton, his baby-faced friend, throwing punches, several of which landed on the side of a policeman's head. Seale squirmed loose and a brief tussle took place before the officers subdued the 2 men and arrested them for disturbing the peace. At the police station, Newton and Seale phoned a friend at a campus group they belonged to called the Seoul Students Advisory Council, SSSEC, and arranged to borrow $50 for post-bail. A few weeks later, Newton and Seale were driving around Oakland when they saw another police officer arresting a black man on the street for no apparent reason. Newton wanted to jump out of the car and confront the cop on the spot, but Seale held him back. Instead, the 2 went to the SSK office, got more cash, then proceeded to the police station and posted bail for the arrested man, who was so grateful that he broke down in tears. Along with the Telegraph Avenue incident, the experience of bailing out the stranger led Seale to 2 conclusions. The first was how much more satisfying it was to stand up to police harassment and provide assistance to black folks on the streets of Oakland than it was to engage in windy intellectual debates with other college students. The second was that anytime he got into trouble, he wanted his friend Huey Newton by his side.
Newton doesn't let anybody mess over his partners or whoever he's running with.
He would recall with admiration.
A bad motherfucker, that he was.
That's the way he is. That's the way he gets with any human being tries to hurt him or his friends and his people and his family. That was a big thing.
And he's got a big family.
Newton was also the more visionary of the two, the one who kept raising the idea of creating a new organization. A casual observer of the two might have been surprised that it was Seal who looked up to Newton. Seal was the older one by more than 5 years.
I might jump on my
military veteran and skilled mechanic who had worked in factories that supplied sheet metal for the Gemini rockets. He was more physically
I gotta jump off here. I'm in my room in my computer, right?
Slight
I gotta jump on my phone, so I hit the link on my phone and whatnot, and see if I can jump back on.
In campus plays and performer
But I'll be
in
back.
Oakland's coffee houses, compared to Newton, who was shy and hated speaking in front of crowds.
I'll be listening to you.
I got the wall up there with the bricks for the shy, man.
Fearless readiness.
Man, I thought you had the bricks up there because it was the wall you didn't want me to break through. I'm gonna break through that shit though.
Existential philosophers Albert
I know judo.
Sartre, and helped
I know judo,
the French African psychiatrist.
Judo's mainly flips and holds.
Rebellion.
I know, and jujitsu.
Psychological liberation. Newton was also the more visionary of the one who kept
I know Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
creating a new organization that could appeal not just to privileged college students, but to the sort of struggling black folks.
Hey, but I'm gonna try to jump on off of my phone. I'll be back though. I'll be back, Jesse.
However, with the correlating prospects both men shared, Huey and Seal hit the streets, organizing, and a revolutionary movement was born. It was pitched to black youth, especially ghetto youth, and they joined, and the organization grew. Young men and women would join and perhaps for the first time in their lives study, although not for a grade, but to learn about revolutionary ideas from struggles around the world, including China, Cuba, Algeria, South Africa, Vietnam, and beyond. The Black Panther Party, abbreviated as BPP,
Alameda County
Courthouse, space of
Brother
Oakland,
Chad sent you some pictures of that
Los
a few years
Angeles,
ago.
and Seattle, Washington. But events occurring roughly a year after its founding would catapult the organization, in effect hydroplaning it, nationwide exploding it, over 40 cities across America. The organization aimed to improve life in black communities. Hence, they took a stance against police brutality in urban neighborhoods by mostly white cops. Members of the group would go to arrests in progress and watch for abuse. Panthers ultimately clashed with police several times. The party's treasurer, Bobby Hutton, was eventually killed while still a teenager during one of these conflicts in 1968.
1028 Center Street in Oakland is where they killed
the
him.
organization punctuated its message with dramatic appearances that left a lasting impact. For example, to protest a gun bill in 1967, members of the Panthers entered the California legislature armed. The action was a shocking one that made news across the country. The group believed that violence, or the threat of it, might be needed to bring about social change. Under Newton's leadership, the Black Panther Party founded over 60 community support programs, which were later renamed survival programs in 1971. These programs included free food banks, medical clinics, sickle cell anemia tests, prison busing for families of inmates, legal advice seminars, clothing banks, housing cooperatives, and their own ambulance service. The most famous of these programs was the Free Breakfast for Children program, which fed thousands of impoverished children daily during the early 1970s. Newton also co-founded the Black Panther newspaper service, which became one of America's most widely distributed African-American newspapers.
Add them to the stage.
The party brought room for development as offices began to open in Boston, in Baton Rouge, in Philadelphia, in Chicago, Harlem, Bronx,
I didn't mean to have that name.
Omaha, Baltimore, Detroit, Jersey City, Kansas City, San Diego, and more. Where there were black communities, there were black militants.
This was from when I was. This was from I was beefing with you.
These young brothers and sisters, mostly teenagers, formed the bulk of Black Panther membership. All of these brothers and sisters, thousands across the nation, joined in some degree because of their admiration, respect, and for some veneration of the Minister of Defense. Most too did not know him. They never met.
Elaine Brown,
and fell in love.
I met her in Oakland.
Some with his amazing vision, a Black Panther Party. Because Newton was complex, so was his creation.
So you know all these people now.
As he changed and developed from a Malcolmite nationalist organization to a revolutionary nationalist to a revolutionary internationalist to socialist to Maoist to what Newton termed an intercommunalist. This was Newton's theoretical construct. The nations
just in case you ain't never seen these
flags. For in the presence of a global imperial power such as the US, nations were at best communities. He believes that the US economic power shattered sovereignties. For those who controlled foreign economies, actually controlled those states while the rest was subterfuge. On most occasions, Newton would frequent pool halls, campuses, bars, and other locations deep in the black community where people gathered in order to organize and recruit for the Panthers. While recruiting, Newton sought to
I ain't never
educate
seen an
those
attractive man before in
about
my
the
life.
legality of self-defense. One of the reasons he argued why black people continued to be persecuted was their lack of knowledge of the social institutions that could be made to work in their favor. In Newton's autobiography, Revolutionary Suicide, he writes, "Before I took criminal evidence in school, I had no idea what my rights were." According to Bobby Seale, in 1967, he and Newton obtained copies of quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong from the Chinese bookstore in San Francisco to sell at University of California, Berkeley. With the proceeds, they purchased weapons to arm the Black Panther Party members for self-defense against police brutality. In his father, Newton had the rare example of a black man of his generation willing to stand up to whites in the South. Wiry and stern-looking with pale skin, piercing eyes, and a brush mustache, Walter taught his children that you can take a killing, but you can't take a beating. Huey grew up hearing accounts of his father's stubborn bravery. In one often told story, Walter publicly accused a white businessman of cheating
I
him.
agree with
When
that.
the angry
I can
merchant
take a
appeared
killing
at the
and I
family's
can't take
house,
a beating.
Walter calmly walked out and sat on the running board of the man's car, knowing the glove compartment contained a gun. "If you hit me a lick, the other folks will have to hunt me down because you will be
Hey,
lying in the road
Sabaka,
dead."
I never got my ass whooped ever,
For Huey,
except by
his
my
father's
daddy.
mystique was made all the more
I
powerful
never
by
got
the
my
shadowy
ass whooped
circumstances
except
of
by
his
my
birth.
daddy.
To an unwed black woman and a white man in the brutal era after Reconstruction. "My father's father was a white rapist," Newton reported on the
my
first
mother
page
used
of
to
his
issue the ass
autobiography, later
whoopings in my
reflecting that
family.
Walter's mixed blood may have served as a shield in the South, making white men reluctant to attack
Well, you
someone
know,
who looked so
daddy,
much like
mama,
them. Yet Newton
grandma,
also learned another
whatever.
lesson
I'm
from his
saying
father,
I
about
never
how
got whooped by
difficult it was for
somebody
a black
outside of
man
my
with
family,
little
though.
education, no matter how honest or hardworking, to provide for his family. In Louisiana, Walter labored in a sugarcane mill, at a carbon plant, and as a railroad
Jack
brakeman,
Daniels,
stopping only on Sundays to preach at the
Johnny
local Baptist
Walker.
church. From his mother, Newton received light-hearted
I
relief
think
from
that's
the
why I
family's
go in
stresses
on
and
you,
encouragement
Sabaka,
for the
because I'm
sensitive
not
and
gonna take
creative
no
side of his
bullshit from
personality.
nobody,
Still barely
including you
realized
or
teens when the
Jesse
children were young.
or
Amelia
nobody.
often
But I'm
seemed
going
more
in
like a
on you,
playmate
even
than a
though I
mother,
respect
leading
what
them
you're
in
doing.
laughter-filled games
But
of
I'ma
jacks
still
and
go in on
lanes.
you if you're going against
Early
me.
on, she recognized an
You get
artistic
me?
bent in
But
the
it's
young
no
man's child
offense.
and got him started
But
on
it's no
piano lessons.
offense. It's
It
no
continued for
offense.
7 years. But the Newton family had a tradition that older children looked after younger
Dayota in
ones,
there.
and Newton was given
Hey,
to
Dayota.
Walter Jr., the second born, known to everyone as Sonny Man. Sonny Man started taking his little brother to school and teaching fastest hands on the block, he recalled. He became champion of the pretend prize fights that black boys staged on Oakland street corners, boxing with towel-wrapped hands while winos placed nickel bets, and rewarded the last one standing with a box of Cracker Jack. In his father, Newton had the rare example of a black man of his generation willing to stand up to whites in the South. Walter Jr. was also a hustler, a pool shark, gambler, petty thief, and ladies' man who took the lesson from his father
that's
that
Oaktown.
honest work was a sucker's game. By the end of junior high, Newton began to take after Sonny Man in that respect too. He joined a dice-playing, parking, meter-cracking gang called the Brotherhood, and at age 14 spent a month in juvenile hall after an arrest for carrying a gun. Because of his struggles with reading, however, Newton scored only a 78 on a Stanford Binet IQ test, the intelligence exam schools use to track students. He was placed in slow classes whose teachers made no effort to relate coursework to the lives of inner-city teenagers. "My high school diploma was a farce," Newton recalled. "When my friends and I graduated, we were ill-equipped to function in society, except at the bottom, even though the system said we were educated." Fortunately, Newton had another older brother who exerted a more positive influence. Melvin Newton was the second youngest child in the family, 4 years older than Huey and the most studious. It was Melvin who introduced Huey to poetry and taught him hypnosis, a skill that Huey used to impress his friends by putting them into trances and making them bark like dogs. When Melvin graduated from high school, he continued to live at home while enrolling at Oakland City College. In high school, a guidance counselor informed Huey that he wasn't college material. But watching Melvin pore over his philosophy and sociology books gave Huey other ideas. If he wanted to follow his brother's footsteps, Huey realized, he would need to learn how to read properly. Though one day, he borrowed Melvin's copy of Plato's Republic and a dictionary. For several months, Huey spent hours each day slowly making his way through the dense text. He looked at words in the dictionary, sounded them out, then pieced together sentences and trained himself to scan paragraphs. Finally, like the prisoner freed from the cave in Plato's allegory, he was able to grasp the meaning of what had once looked like only shadows on a page. In August 1970, Roy Wilkins, the sexagenarian leader of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, used his syndicated column to criticize Huey P. Newton for urging the formation of an all-Mac fighting unit to assist the Vietnamese National Liberation Front. Wilkins saw Black Power militancy as cynical and misguided. The Viet Cong may be hurting, Wilkins wrote, but nothing like the hurting of John Q. Black American. Of course, Huey knows about this suffering. It was the resentment over this treatment that led, at least in part, to the founding of the Black Panthers. But Huey, for all his talents, is also a revolutionary. And when he emerged from prison a month earlier, Newton addressed his supporters from atop the hood of a car. Wanting to bask in his newfound freedom, Newton took off his shirt, revealing a taut frame, the reward of a punishing jailhouse regimen of push-ups. Young and defiant, he was the physical embodiment of the new militancy that contrasted sharply with Wilkins's graying demeanor and bourgeois comportment. And yet, in contrast to the popular image of the fiery Black Power orator, Newton was charming but soft-spoken, and his public speeches were delivered in a nasal, breathless tone and a more deliberative manner than the soaring rhetoric of his contemporaries like Eldridge Cleaver and Stokely Carmichael. In his response to Wilkins's accusation of misplaced priorities, Newton defended the party's domestic survival program,
of his penthouse
free breakfast
right there,
for school children, free health clinics and sickle cell anemia screenings,
right there.
clothing and shoes, loans to welfare mothers, and bus trips for the families of prison inmates. Newton charged that Wilkins's criticisms reflected his obvious class interests and identification with the ruling circle, and belied his commitment to a reactionary internationalism, namely his support for Israel. Black people in America have long been affected in a negative way by America's war of imperialism, Newton wrote. We are internationalists because our struggle must proceed on many fronts. While we feed and clothe the poor at home, we must meet and attack the oppressor wherever he may be found. Newton's withering critique of Wilkins's ideological capitulation and hypocrisy came at the height of the Panthers' popularity. In a few short years, the Black Panther Party had grown from a local organization created to confront police brutality on the streets of Oakland and Richmond, California, to, as Students for a Democratic Society, the vanguard of the Black
that's
Revolution,
the house,
and
Check.
in the eyes of Federal Bureau of
sent you pictures
Investigation
of
Director and
that's Kate Cleaver in the middle. I met her.
The greatest threat to the internal security of the country. If the Black Panther Party was the most iconic organization of the Black Power era, Newton was easily its most popular, recognizable figure. The early propaganda photo of Newton seated on a wicker throne with a carbine rifle in one hand and a spear in the other,
and that shield to the right is out the Zulu Nation.
Popular memory and lore of the 1960s, decades after he was gunned down at only 47 years of age during a drug dispute in 1989. Like the broader movement he gave birth to, Newton's life was at various turns inspirational and tragic. Following his release, Newton struggled to integrate back into party life. The international campaign to win his freedom had made Newton a powerful symbol of the organization, but in many ways the party had outgrown his command, and others vied for influence beyond the Bay Area. Compounding these challenges was the split
Kate Cleaver again, the
Infirmary Park. Cleaver in early 1971 over the primary function of the party.
16th and Adeline.
Newton wanted the party to focus on serving African-American communities, while Cleaver thought the focus should be on building relationships with international revolutionary movements. This rift resulted in violence between the factions and the deaths of several Black Panther members. The combined weight of heightened police repression and his own paranoia fueled Newton's addiction and reprehensible behavior. His rhetoric and political courage inspired thousands to stand against war, racism, and imperialism. And yet at other moments, he succumbed to personal acts of brutality and self-destruction. Newton's political formation came amid the new nationalist militancy of the early 1960s. But the primary period examined here is a very brief historical window, a mere 6 years, from the establishment of the party in 1966
that's my part right there. I love that part.
That the party was putting down the gun and finding ways to work within the American system. This time frame also corresponds to the birth of Black Power as a political slogan and the consolidation of radical and moderate forces around Black ethnic politics at the 1972 National Black Political Convention held in Gary, Indiana. The year 1972 also marked a critical turning point.
That's right down the street
War,
from you,
Nixon
crew.
embarking on a diplomatic visit to Mao Zedong's China, beginning the process of normalization between the two nations and foreshadowing the turn to liberal economic reform under Deng Xiaoping. After returning to the United States from his visit to China, Newton was tried for a variety of violent offenses, such as assault and multiple murders. These charges resulted in him fleeing to Havana, Cuba, to escape prosecution for 3 years. Upon his return, he stood trials for one more assault and murder and was acquitted of both charges. In 1972, Newton, using intercommunalist theory, predicted the fall of the Soviet Union. 1972, while traditional Marxists ridiculed Newton's ideas, the Soviet Union shuttered its doors on Dec 26, 1991, 2 years after Newton's ignoble death on a street corner by a crack dealer. But the major reason why the Panthers fell apart was due to factionalism, with later allegations surfacing that the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover was clandestinely involved in the organization's unraveling. Key members left, while Newton and Elridge Cleaver, the party's Minister of Information, split ways. By mid-decade, Newton had allegedly become increasingly paranoid, addicted to crack cocaine, and prone to violent behavior. On August 6, 1974, Kathleen Smith, a 17-year-old Oakland native and child prostitute, was shot. She died 3 months later. According to the prosecutor handling the case, Newton is believed to have shot Smith after a casual exchange on the street, during which she referred to him as Baby, a childhood nickname he hated. The main witness of this case refused to testify due to an assassination attempt against her, and after 2 deadlocked jury trials, Newton was not convicted. Newton is also alleged to have assaulted his tailor over the price of a suit. Newton posted bond after being arrested for pistol whipping the tailor in 1974. The incident occurred after a dispute arose regarding the price of a custom-made suit. Newton, known for his status as a prominent figure in the Black Panther Party, reportedly became enraged over the cost and the perceived overcharging. This event is often referenced in discussions ex persona, which combine revolutionary ideals with a more flamboyant and sometimes violent personal side. Newton was subsequently arrested a second time for the murder of Smith, but was able to post an additional $80,000 0 bond, thus securing his release until trial. Newton and his girlfriend, who later became his wife, Gwen Fontaine, then fled to Havana, Cuba, where they lived until 1977, which prevented further prosecution on the 2 charges. Elaine Brown took over as chairperson of the Black Panther Party in his absence. Newton returned to the United States in 1977 to stand trial for the murder of Smith and the assault on the tailor. In October 1977, 3 Black Panthers attempted to assassinate Crystal Gray, a key prosecution witness in Newton's upcoming trial who had been present the day of Kathleen Smith's murder. Unknown to the assailants, they attacked the wrong house and the occupant returned fire. During the shootout, one of the Panthers, Louis Johnson, was killed and the other 2 assailants escaped. One of the 2 surviving assassins, Flores Forbes, fled to Las Vegas, Nevada with the help of Panther paramedic Nelson Malloy. In November 1977, Malloy was found by park rangers paralyzed from the waist down, from bullet wounds to the back, in a shallow grave in the desert outside of Las Vegas. According to Malloy, he and Forbes were ordered by higher-ups to be killed to eliminate any eyewitness accounts of the attempted murder of Crystal Gray. Malloy recovered from the assault and told the police that fellow Panthers Roland Reed and Alan Lewis were behind his attempted murder. Newton denied any involvement or knowledge and said that the events might have been the result of overzealous party members. After the assassination attempt on Crystal Gray, she declined to testify against Newton. After 2 trials and 2 deadlocked juries, the prosecution decided not to retry Newton for Smith's murder. During Newton's trial for assaulting the tailor, who changed his testimony several times, eventually told the jury that he did not know who assaulted him. In September 1978, Newton was acquitted of the assault but convicted of illegal firearm. In the early hours of August 1989, Newton was murdered in front of 1456 9th Street near the corner of Center Street in the Prescott neighborhood of Oakland, California. Newton's last words were, "You can kill my body and you can take my life, but you can never kill my soul. My soul will live forever." Robinson then shot Newton twice in the face. Newton is buried at Evergreen
I've been there.
in Oakland.
He's not
Within
buried
days,
there. He was
Tyrone Robinson was
cremated.
arrested as a suspect. He was on parole and admitted the murder to police, claiming self-defense, though the police found no evidence that Newton was carrying a gun. In 1991, Robinson was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to a prison term of 32 years to life. His next parole hearing is set for November 2028. Robinson stated that his motive was to advance in the Black Guerrilla family, a narcotics prison gang, in order to get a crack franchise. Newton and the entire Panthers organization deserve to be studied and debated because so much of their analysis and political practice addressed ghettoization, racist policing and incarceration, mass unemployment, and failing schools. Problems that defined the urban crisis of the 1960s and have grown more intense and graver in our own times. But while we're sympathetic to the historical project of left internationalism the Panthers embodied, let's offer a critical analysis of some of the central ideas offered by Newton that were at times widely shared among Black power radicals and continue to shape left approaches to US inequality. Newton's political ideas evolved from a formative nationalist period where he and other Black radicals embraced concepts from decolonization struggles to a more speculative left period after his 1970 release from prison, when he offered more original approaches to thinking about the American empire and potential paths to socialism. Whereas the formative period grew out of his experiences in Oakland's Black ghetto and were organized around the pursuit of Black national liberation through armed self-defense and serving the people, the latter period was shaped by the expanded
West Oakland
Newton
looks like the
as a
Chi.
celebrated political prisoner and focused
On a
increasingly
smaller
on a notion
scale.
of socialist revolution predicated on popular control of the forces of production. These transformations in his thinking were also undoubtedly influenced by the process of Black political incorporation that was unfolding across the nation. The concomitant expansion of the Black professional managerial class and hyper-segregation of the Black urban poor would spell the end of the Black colony as a geographic reality and as a central thematic of Black political discourse. The colonial analogy was powerful as a means of connecting both the second-class citizenship endured by Blacks and the grim human toll and social contradictions produced by American commercial and military power abroad, made so visible by counterinsurgencies and coups d'etats around the globe, from the Congo and Indonesia to Cuba and Vietnam, actions orchestrated by the Central Intelligence Agency to undermine left populist movements and destabilize socialist regimes. As Newton discovered, however, such attempts to transpose modes of thinking born in the colonized world onto the advanced industrial context of the United States could not pinpoint the specific political and economic manifestations of empire that Americans faced on the domestic front, nor deliver an analysis that might have united Black and white, suburban and urban, unionized and non-unionized, waged and unemployed into a counterpower capable of transforming American society. Newton came to terms with the limitations of the colonial analogy and offered precious insights regarding the
Brother
unique
Che,
problems
remind me,
facing
man, the
Americans
next time I go
who
to
would oppose
Oakland,
empire
man,
from
to go
within,
find
but he
the
reached these
address of
fresh
there where they took
conclusions
that photo.
just
It's on
as the social
Telegraph.
struggles of the 1960s
But I need the actual address.
were entering a phase of demobilization, inspired millions to also fight against a twisted, broken, racist system. He built an organization that rattled the cages of oppressed and oppressor alike. Then, like the true Nietzschean he was, he shattered it into 1,000 pieces. He lived, he rebelled, he inspired, he died. But most of all, he rebelled. That's more than most of us can say. That brings us to the end of yet another poignant video. And if you learned a thing or two, encourage us by hitting the thumb up button, share
Like
video
and
with family and
subscribe to
friends to keep
Frontline Black
spreading.
News. All right, Brother Che.
That's right, Shabaki. Yeah,
okay, remind me,
y'all.
man. Okay, remind me the next time I go to Panther Town is to find the address on Telegraph Avenue where Newton and Seal took this picture right here. It's on Telegraph. I know that. It's not too far from the MacArthur BART station where they killed little Neil.
Okay. All right, what are your thoughts, Shabaki, since you lived it?
Okay. All right. Newton was a controversial figure. Newton did have personal issues, but you cannot take away the legacy that he left with the Black Panther Party. Okay. And as a child, I remember when I was in Los Angeles, I would see the girls, you know what I'm saying, with the mini skirts on, the leather pieces and the boots on. And I told you that, and I'm letting crew know this, I distinctively remember the smell of coconuts, which was the Afro Sheen, which was a hair care product by Johnson Products Company, and which was very, very popular at that time because I used to use it.
Yeah. Did you have a fro? You had a fro too, Shabaki?
Hey, every damn body, every black motherfucker in that time in history did. You didn't see weaves and perms and processes and all that shit. Process parlors went out of motherfucking business. Motherfuckers is going to the tonsorials to get their froze together.
Yeah. Okay.
For only $5.
They was known as the froze or the naturals.
The naturals and the froze. The froze was the short word for Afro, and then they called it the natural. And the reason why they called it the natural because this is our natural hair. It has a processing it and straightening it and hot combs and all that old shit, you know?
Right. This is our hair, how it naturally grows out our heads.
Right.
All right, crew, what's your thoughts?
Hey, I've been talking to my buddy. I'm glad y'all still, but still fuck Shabaka though. But I rock with Shabaka.
Well, it's hard to be humble as when you're as great as I am.
Man,
now,
you got that brick wall up. He said it's hard to be humble when you're great as I am. Shut up, Shabaka, man. You sound like my buddy. You sound like me. You sound like me, Shabaka.
Okay, no, crew. That term came from a very, very famous man who was born exactly 30 days before Dr. Newton, who went to Oakland and spoke on Dr. Newton's behalf, and he was in exile. The world knew him as Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
Flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Rumble, young
Shabaka,
man.
You wish you could be me.
Now I don't know about that, crew. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you see this face? Hey, you said you never seen a handsome nigga before.
Man, I ain't never seen a handsome man before in my life. All heads is ugly, man. You know what I'm saying?
And I ain't got no tether hairline. I'm going bald though, like you though. But I ain't never seen you. I don't even know if you bald. You might got a whole afro.
No, man. Hey, them photographs classified. You know what I'm saying? If they ever ask you if you know that motherfucker, hey, man, tell them, man, I don't know that nigga, man. Who the fuck you talking about? Who?
Hey, look. Hey, look.
As soon as you can, man. Let me know who's asking.
I just had to get on camera like Heavy Jesse. That time I'm gonna wear my vest. You lucky I ain't in the room. I'm in my car right now. Hey, you want to say what's up, Mike?
What up? Hey, greetings, people. Greetings to you.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Right.
Yeah. He former Navy and shit.
Okay, all right.
He said he don't know this nigga. I don't know this nigga.
That's right, man. Deny everything. Confess.
Right, yeah, he's like, deny everything. Deny everything.
They say he do this, he say he do that. I said, yes.
I don't know this nigga. Deny everything.
It's all lies. Everything.
Hey, if you want to hear it.
Man, how that be?
No, if you want to hear.
I got a blunt too, crew.
That ear. No, I know what. No, I said if you want to hear it. You can't hear it. No, you gotta put it in the other ear. Yeah, the other ear. Because I got mine in the left. They only come in left and right. So that's the right ear. That's the right ear. See, I be trying to train him sometimes, but man, I want you to shut up.
He say you just like to hear
big homie. That just means he has a lot to say.
Either that
he got too much to say, and you need to shut up. Shabaka, you ain't the only one. Hey, you ain't the only one. I got local motherfuckers out here saying, "Hey, crew, shut the fuck up."
Right, be quiet, man. Some things ain't meant to be spoken about.
Yeah, no, he's damn right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's damn
Brother,
right
that's
about
doing
that. Yes, sir.
What's your thoughts on Huey P. Newton?
Yeah, my thoughts on Dr. Newton is like, I thank you for that day you called me up when I was in Sacramento, man, to get
Who's
down there and
that?
they was seeing the mural. And the mural that they got, Brother Chad sent you the pictures on, is right across the
He's
street
one.
from where Newton was killed.
Yeah, I'm
And
Che.
then when you go, yeah, and then when you cross Mandela Parkway, okay, where you go on the island, just like how they got out there, man, on, wait a minute. I think if I remember the street right, y'all, in the Shy, Stony Island, where you got the parkways, where you got the huge grass that sits in the middle of it. That's what Mandela Parkway is, and that's where the statue is right across the street from where Dr. Newton was killed.
Right. I was asking if the guest had something he wanted to say about Huey P. Newton.
Absolutely.
Oh, about Huey P?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Man. Oh man, shit, Huey P and everything. That's my idol right there. I'm like, shoot, I was right there and everything too. When I saw with Black Panthers and everything, I was like, and even then for me being from the Bay, oh no.
Right, this is Cali Mike. This is Cali Mike. This is Cali.
Yeah, I'm from the Bay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're in the Bay, homie.
Over there in Fremont, East Bay.
Oh, you from the East
yeah,
Bay?
I know exactly where Fremont is. Yep. I
Yep.
know exactly
Yeah.
where Fremont, California is. That's where your boy MC Hammer used to live.
That's right. You're right. MC Hammer too short. Hold on. Yeah. East Oakland, East Bay. Yeah.
Yep. Well, you go actually that street from the Alameda County Courthouse called East 14th Street will take you right there to Fremont. It ends in Fremont.
Yeah, 39951 Fremont Boulevard and everything.
Yeah, and it's called International Boulevard.
Man, I went out there and everything last year. It changed so much. I was like, damn, like, hey, get me away from here. I was like, yeah, everything gentrified. It's straight Asian out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We on liquor store, nigga neighborhood. They like to drink.
Yep.
Hey, Shabaka, you thought you was Hey, Shabaka, you thought you was the only one born in Chicago that live out in LA? Out in Cali?
Yeah, shit. Man,
my best friend right here. Nigga, that's why I be saying fuck Shabaka, because I got a newer version of Shabaka.
You funny as hell for that one.
I got a new version of Shabaka.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's who's on the air with us. So funny story, and it's not even a funny story, it's a real life story. So my dad, my revolutionary father, he's the founder, or one of the founders of the Denver chapter of the New Black
Okay. I likes. Now keep in mind, y'all, is that they had, now wait a minute, let me turn back some pages here in my mind. They had the Central Committee, right? And one thing is that if you called yourself being a member of the party, you had to make a trip to Oakland. You see? Yeah. The Black Cat. Yeah.
You had to do it. My grandma did it. My dad did it. Every Black Panther I know did it.
Yeah, man, save that, man. Wrap it up. Save it. Make sure don't no air get to it, man, so it could last another 50 years and then it'll be 100 years old.
So hold on, Shabaka, I gotta get this out. So my biological grandma, she was a Black Panther too. In Brooklyn, BK.
Okay. Now you know who commanded the New York chapter, right?
Who was it, Shabaka?
The Queen Mother.
Asada.
Yeah.
She was under her. She almost got caught up in the New York 21.
Oh yeah, well, a finisher core did, who is Tupac's mama, and behind that bullshit ass case, which it was, and they did sue the shit out of him. But from what I understand, is that Tupac was born in jail.
Yeah, he was
She was
born
pregnant with Tupac.
in Clinton or Rikers, one of the two.
I think it would be Rikers, because Rikers Island is the New York County jail, like the Cook County Jail is the county jail for the Chi, and Boucher Street that I visited a couple of times, is the LA County Jail. When that motherfucker, man, I saw about 5 motherfuckers, man, I ain't seen in about 2 or 3 years. And they looking at me, what the fuck you doing in here, man? You supposed to be the motherfucker keeping us straight, man. What your ass doing in here?
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's all lies, the charges, everything. And they laughed and they said, yeah, right. And the cold part about it is all of us went on a release line together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, so I had
we were some happy motherfuckers to see the light of day.
Oh, yeah. So my
the first thing motherfuckers wanted to do was to fuck around, by there and wait for some of the women to get out. You see what I'm saying? Because, see, they had motherfuckers who fucked around and find out because pimps, tricks, babies, daddies, and shit, man, these broads is hot as firecrackers, man. So we gonna go down here and pick us up. Some LA County Sheriff did a detail, swooped them up, and the only time you're supposed to be there is to pick an inmate, then you got to shake the spot.
Yeah.
See.
All right, so moving along, because we got a revolutionary night tonight. We got Che Guevara, who I'm naming.
Che Guevara. Yeah. Yeah, he started his thing in Argentina, from what I understand. And he was, I think he was a fan of Eva Perón. And they made a play called Evita that they had on the stage. I don't think they made a movie out of it yet in the late 70s. And she's singing Stand Back Argentina.
The Soviet Union and China began funding, fostering, and actively supporting communist insurgencies around the world. Their primary locations were Africa, Central and South America, the Caribbean, and Southeast Asia, where European colonies were ripe for being influenced. For the United States, the greatest threat was 90 miles south of Florida, Cuba, and the communist dictatorship established by Fidel Castro and his proxies throughout Latin America. Who was Ernesto Che Guevara? How was he important to the global Marxist revolutionary movement? Why was he considered both toxic and dangerous to his communist supporters and the United States alike? Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, former soldier, Marine Corps scout sniper, history professor, historian, and book author. And we've answered these questions and other issues on this segment of Forgotten History.
Oh, he's a real propaganda machine.
Ernesto Che Guevara was born June 14, 1928 in Rosario, Argentina, and was the eldest of 5 children in an upper-class Argentine family of pre-independence immigrant Spanish and Irish ancestry. Guevara grew up in a family that had communist sympathies and supported the Republican Communist forces in the Spanish Civil War. He was an active athlete and was competitive in swimming, football, or soccer, if you will, golf, cycling, shooting, and was a professional rugby player. He was also a chess master as a teenager, taught by his father, and attended the University of Buenos Aires, where he graduated and then enrolled in medical school. His favorite subjects in school included philosophy, literature, mathematics, engineering, political science, sociology, biology, history, and archaeology. This is where he began fine-tuning his Marxist ideologies. Guevara traveled throughout Central and South America and was radicalized by the poverty, hunger, and disease he witnessed, blaming the American-owned United Fruit Company, among others, for the conditions. In Guatemala, he was supported by President Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, who had nationalized land owned by United Fruit Company, almost 300,000 acres, And he also started land reforms, confiscating land from wealthy families and redistributing the property of the peasants. The United States became aware in May 1954 that a ship carrying infantry and light artillery weapons was dispatched by Communist Czechoslovakia for the Arbenz government. The CIA response was to support an armed force of several hundred anti-Arbenz Guatemalan refugees and mercenaries, led by Carlos Castillo Armas, to remove Arbenz from office. And on 27 June, Arbenz chose to resign, and Armas became president. This event drove Guevara deep into the communist camp. Unfortunately, where Guevara failed in his logic was the fact that the American companies in Latin America provided jobs to the locals that they would otherwise not had. Guevara had become a known quantity, and he was a hunted man, and he sought refuge in the Argentine embassy until he could be given safe conduct to Mexico. As a result of this perceived exploitation by the wealthy capitalist nations, he firmly adopted the Marxist mantra of a workers' revolution. Guevara swore on a photograph of Joseph Stalin to become the ultimate communist. Guevara arrived in Mexico City on 21 September 1954 and worked in the allergy section of the General Hospital and at the Hospital Infantil de Mexico and lectured on various medical subjects. His first wife Hilda noted in her memoir, My Life with Che, that for a while Guevara considered going to work as a doctor in Africa,
Your life with
and
you,
that he
Che,
continued
her life
to be
with
deeply
you.
troubled by the poverty he saw and blamed on capitalism. While in Mexico City, Guevara met Raul and Fidel Castro, and he joined their 26th of July movement. Then sailed to Cuba aboard the yacht Granma to assist in the overthrowing of U.S.-backed Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista. Upon landing, many of the 82 men on board were either killed in the attack by Batista's forces or executed upon capture, with only 22 men, including Guevara, remaining to join Castro's fledgling force. Guevara
That
soon
sounds
rose to
like a bay
prominence
of
among the
pigs.
insurgents for his intellect and tactical knowledge, and was promoted to second in command, and he played a key role in the 2-year guerrilla war that finally removed Batista. After the revolution, he led the Council of Justice that reviewed the
1959.
cases and approved of the firing squads for Cubans deemed to have not supported the revolution. Che sent many people, even the innocent, to their
Damn, that
deaths,
motherfucker
which did
wasn't
not go unnoticed
bullshit.
abroad.
Firing
The
squads,
numbers of those
damn.
killed by Che Guevara personally number around 100, but of those killed at his direction, the estimates go as high as 20,000. Guevara became feared for his brutality and ruthlessness, including slow torture, even of family members of those who were accused of anti-revolutionary activities. In a February 5, 1959 letter to Luis Paredes Lopez in Buenos Aires, Guevara states unequivocally, quote, "The executions by firing squads are not only necessary for the people of Cuba, but also an imposition of the people," end quote. Alternatively, during the revolution, Guevara also made it compulsory for the literate members of the revolution to teach the illiterate how to read and teach other basic educational skills. He also created several medical clinics and trained local physicians to help treat illnesses that kill people outside the developed world. Even basic treatments of common diseases, to include measles, chickenpox, and malaria, were rare and caused deaths among the poor. He also authored the books The Motorcycle Diaries, Guerrilla Warfare, Episodes of the Cuban Revolutionary War, while he was performing Cuba's banking and education systems, as well as helping create and modernize the Cuban military. Castro courted the Soviet Union and Premier Nikita Khrushchev, needed by Cubans to support and place intercontinental ballistic missiles there as a threat to the United States and support Cuban sovereignty as a Soviet ally. However, Guevara's ruthless executions had become an embarrassment for Castro, as he needed to court the Soviets, but also not antagonize the United States and alienate other Latin American leaders who feared a similar result in their countries. On June 12, 1959, Castro sent Guevara on a 3-month tour of mostly Bandung Pact countries, such as Morocco, Sudan, Egypt, Syria, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, Burma, Thailand, Indonesia, Japan, Yugoslavia, and Greece, as well as the cities of Singapore and Hong Kong. Understanding that at some point the killing must stop, Castro sent Guevara out of Cuba, which allowed Castro to appear to distance himself from Guevara and his ruthless methods, which troubled the United States and even the USSR, which was reflected by some of the members of Castro's 26th July movement. When Guevara returned to Cuba, Castro had assumed total control, and Guevara became finance minister and head of the banking system and education. In retaliation, President Dwight D. Eisenhower sharply reduced United States imports of Cuban sugar, hurting the economy. At the end of 1960, as part of his economic reforms to offset the loss of the U.S. markets, he visited Czechoslovakia, the Soviet Union, North Korea, Hungary, and East Germany, and signed, for instance, a trade agreement in East Berlin on December 17, 1960. The result was abject failure, as those places did not have a free market economy and were therefore not strong enough to be competitive with or even supportive of each other. Following the failed Bay of Pigs invasion on April 17, 1961, Guevara went to Moscow and signed the agreement bringing missiles to Cuba. Guevara wanted this to be a public action, but Khrushchev demanded secrecy. Guevara was not pleased, hoping to have Cuba recognized as a nuclear power, and he openly stated that, quote, if Cuba was in control of the missiles, we would have fired them at the USA.
Classified.
Guevara's social reforms also targeted the gay community of Cuba, such as the arrest and torture of openly gay writer Virgilio Pifiera and many others who disappeared. There was no room for homosexuality in the new Cuba. On February 24, 1965, Guevara gave a speech in Algiers where he condemned the Soviet method of social and economic reforms and believed that basically Soviet communism was a fraud and was reverting back to imperialist capitalism. Since the USSR was the primary financial supporter of Cuba, this was not well received either in Moscow or Havana. When he returned, Guevara disappeared from public view. On October 3, 1965, Castro publicly revealed an undated letter supposedly written to him by Guevara 7 months earlier and called Che Guevara's farewell letter. In the letter, Guevara reaffirmed his enduring solidarity with the Cuban Revolution, but declared his intention to leave Cuba to fight for revolutionary causes abroad. He also resigned from all of his positions in the Cuban government and Communist Party and renounced his honorary Cuban citizenship. Guevara then went to Africa with over 100 Cubans to assist in the communist efforts in the Congo, but the U.S. was well aware of his activities during the Congo crisis. The National Security Agency was intercepting all of his incoming and outgoing transmissions aboard the United States naval ship Private Jose F. Valdez, a spy ship listening post located in the Indian Ocean. The expedition was a complete disaster, and Guevara, with a dozen survivors, fled to Tanzania and stayed in the Cuban embassy in Dar es Salaam. He then went to Spain and met with former Argentine President Juan Perón, who was given sanctuary by Francisco Franco.
Yeah.
Guevara told Perón of his plans in South America, in particular Bolivia, and Perón warned against it, predicting failure. On November 3, 1966, Guevara secretly arrived in La Paz on a flight from Montevideo, using the false name of Adolfo Mena Gonzalez. His cover was as a middle-aged Uruguayan businessman working for the Organization of American States. He would learn that Bolivia's Communist Party was a clown show, and he received no support from the people, who often informed on his units to the police. Now, the hunt for Guevara was on. Felix Rodriguez, a Cuban exile turned CIA Special Activities Division operative and helicopter pilot, advised Bolivian troops during the hunt for Guevara in Bolivia. In addition, the 2007 documentary, My Enemy's Enemy, alleges that Nazi war criminal, former Gestapo chief in Lyon, France, the notorious Klaus Barbie, advised and possibly helped the CIA orchestrate Guevara's eventual capture. Despite being hungry, haggard, and wounded upon his capture, Guevara was still defiant. On the morning of October 9th, Bolivian President René Barrientos ordered that Guevara be killed. Rodriguez and the CIA wanted him taken to Panama for further interrogation, but the order was carried out by Mario Terán, a 27-year-old sergeant. Guevara was shot 9 times by Terán. This included 5 times in his legs, once in the right shoulder and arm, and once in the chest and throat. Guevara's body was taken to Valgrande and photographed and identified. His hands were severed and sent to Buenos Aires for positive identification, and later sent to Cuba. On October 17, 1997, Guevara's remains, with those of 6 of his fellow combatants, were laid to rest with military honors in a specially built mausoleum in the Cuban city of Santa Clara, where he had commanded over the decisive military victory of the Cuban Revolution. A marker exists in Bolivia showing where he had been placed in the mass grave before the excavation and identification of the remains. Guevara's personal possessions, including his watch and pipe, are on display at the CIA Museum. Scholar, philosopher, writer, teacher, healer, revolutionary, mass murderer, and psychopath. Who was the real Che Guevara? Despite his controversial life and actions, Time magazine named him one of the most 100 influential people of the 20th century.
We hope you enjoyed this segment of Forgotten History. Please click like and subscribe
The Frontline Black News.
I got another one about the truth about his death. You want to hear that one next, or you want to hear Nkrumah?
All right. Let's go with Nkrumah.
Okay. All right.
And
so
I just want to say on Guevara, the way, like how they said they cut off his hands and put him up there, that clearly shows that he tortured that man and using that tactic right there to instill fear into those who might pick up his philosophy.
Yep.
I have to do more research on him. Plus that, I want to read you something, not changing the subject, but something right here. Okay.
Hopefully you come back. But go ahead, Shabaka.
Okay. First Africans in the growth of northern slavery. Not all of the first Africans settled in the U.S. were slaves in the summer of 1627. Now, this is proving your point to a point, Brother Che. A vessel from the Dutch West India Company seized a Portuguese shipment of Angolans off of Cuba and delivered an undetermined amount of slaves to New Amsterdam, which is New York. Other slaves captured from Spanish vessels also found their way into the Dutch hands in the future New York, where these were the first slaves in the city. The first Africans to arrive on the modern Manhattan Island was a free black man by the name of Jan Rodriguez, who landed there in 1613, 6 years before the Angolans, disembarked in Jamestown. He lived there for many years, marrying, now you're going to love this part here, Brother Che, a Native American.
Yep. Why would he marry a Native
Rodriguez,
American? He ain't native, Shabaka.
Okay. Well, who knows? He worked to protect Dutch settlement claims to the region and insisted that they compensate him. Exactly. Rodriguez was an Atlantic. Okay, here you go, Brother Che, giving you more fodder. Rodriguez was an Atlantic Creole as defined by historians Ira Berlin and John Ford. Now, erase my ignorance. What is a Creole?
The Creole is Black Indian and French, basically what Lady Che is.
Okay, all right. Okay, Lady Che. The Atlantic Creoles played an important role in the colonization of North America. In 1634, when English Catholics established a colony at St. Mary's. Okay, now you remember me telling you, man, first they sent in the mercenaries, man, to do the intel for the military.
They send in the missionaries first. Then they send in the merchants. Then they send in the military.
Okay. All right. Another Atlantic Creole was among the several Africans who accompanied the white settlers. Matthias de Sousa, a Catholic of Portuguese and African descent, was among the original Maryland settlers, likely. Oh, here's an interesting part here, Che, that we need to discuss. The Jesuits, who employed him, subsidized his transportation costs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Shabaka, but we have evidence going back further than that.
Okay, this source here for this information was Skip the Truth Gates.
Okay, well, we have evidence that goes back further than truth to Skip.
Okay. Yeah. See, so basically, what I'm getting at here, folks, is that that just proved my point that we said earlier on the phone, Brother Che. It's chess, people, not checkers.
Yeah. But let's get to Nkrumah. Finish up on Che.
Okay. Well, Che Guevara, okay, admired the man's courage. You know, he had a pair of balls. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, I got the name for a reason. Sekou's the one that gave me the name.
I see. Okay.
I didn't name myself Che. I was that name was given to me.
Okay.
By revolutionary. Revolutionaries have revolutionary names. All right, so I got two revolutionaries in my name, Che and Guevara, and
Kwame Nkrumah.
Yep. So we're gonna get to him next. So get a context on Mr. Nkrumah. He was trying to create a United Africa, unite all.
Yeah, the United States of Africa. Yeah. He wanted to make Ghana the capital of Africa in 1957, 58, just before I was born.
Yep, that's correct.
On the eve of Ghana's independence, with a new flag rising for the first time, one man euphoric crowd and made a declaration. He said that the freedom of Ghana was meaningless unless it was linked to the total liberation of the entire African continent. That man was Kwame Nkrumah. And he didn't just want liberation, he dared to dream of a United States of Africa. He wasn't just a dreamer either. He laid out a comprehensive roadmap to achieve it, a vision of a unified continent, completely free from outside control. So how did this visionary leader become a symbol of hope for millions? And what forces, both inside and out, ultimately led to his tragic downfall? This is the story of Kwame Nkrumah's grand vision, a dream that continues to inspire and challenge Africa to this day. We'll explore his incredible rise, his historic triumphs, his controversial fall from power, and the powerful legacy he left behind. Francis Kwame Nkrumah was born in 1909 in the small village of Nkrumah, in what was then the British colony of the Gold Coast. Growing up under colonial rule, he saw firsthand how the system wasn't just about exploiting Africa's resources, it was about imposing a foreign culture on its people. From an early age, he had a thirst for knowledge that would eventually take him far from home. After training as a teacher, Nkrumah's journey for a deeper education led him to the United States in the 1930s. He spent 12 years in America, immersing himself in higher education and earning multiple degrees. But what he'd learned outside the classroom is what truly changed him. It was in the US and later in the UK that he was swept up in the powerful currents of Pan-African thought. He devoured the writings of Black intellectuals like Marcus Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois, which ignited his passion for the freedom and unity of all African peoples. He began organizing with other Pan-Africanists, forging the intellectual foundation for his life's work. He became convinced that the shared history and destiny of African people demanded a unified front against oppression. In 1947, Nkrumah returned to the Gold Coast. He now had a powerful vision, and he was ready to change the course of history. Back home, Nkrumah quickly became a charismatic and tireless leader in the push for independence. He first joined the United Gold Coast Convention, but his radical demand for self-government now put him at odds with the party's more cautious leaders. Feeling they were out of touch with the people, Nkrumah broke away in 1949 and formed his own party, the Convention People's Party, or CPP. The CPP's success was explosive. It connected with workers, farmers, and young people through a message of hope and immediate freedom. Nkrumah then launched a campaign of positive action, a series of non-violent protests, strikes, and civil disobedience designed to pressure the British to leave. His activism got him arrested and thrown in jail. But from his prison cell, his influence only grew. In a stunning turn of events, the CPP won a landslide victory in the colony's first general election in 1951. Nkrumah walked out of prison and straight into power, first as leader of government business and later as the first prime minister. He got to work immediately, building a new nation with ambitious projects like the Adomi Bridge and the Akosombo Dam. On March 6, 1957, all his efforts led to a moment that sent shockwaves through the colonial world. The Gold Coast became Ghana, the first sub-Saharan African nation to gain independence from European rule. Before a massive crowd in Accra, Nkrumah gave his iconic speech declaring, "Ghana is free forever." But in that very same speech, he made the promise that would define his career. Our independence is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of Africa. For Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's independence wasn't the end goal. It was just the beginning. It was the launch pad for his much bigger dream: the political and economic unification of the entire African continent. He was a passionate believer in Pan-Africanism. He argued that only a united Africa could heal the divisions carved out by colonizers, gain true economic independence, and stand strong against foreign interference. He imagined a United States of Africa, a single federal government with an integrated economy and a shared military to protect its sovereignty. And this wasn't just some far-off fantasy. Nkrumah took real steps to make it happen. In 1958, just 1 year after Ghana's independence, he hosted the historic All-African People's Conference in Accra. For the first time on African soil,
I think the X-Man had talked about something like that, Che.
And activists from across the continent gathered to plan their liberation strategies. It was a watershed moment that inspired a new wave of freedom fighters. Ghana became a safe haven, offering money and military support to independence movements in countries still under colonial rule. His political ideology, Nkrumahism, was a form of African socialism. He believed that state control over resources and a return to communal values was the only way to develop without falling into the traps of Western dependency. He fiercely argued against what he called neo-colonialism, the idea that a country could be independent on paper, but still have its policies dictated by outside powers. His biggest move on the continental stage came in 1963 when he helped create the Organization of African Unity, OAU. At the founding conference, Nkrumah gave one of the most powerful speeches of his life, pleading with his fellow leaders to form a strong political union, not just a loose association. He famously warned, "We must unite now or perish." While the OAU ended up being a compromise, not the full federal government he wanted, its creation was still a massive step forward for Pan-Africanism. But Nkrumah's grand vision for Africa came at a cost, especially at home. His intense focus on continental unity led to criticism that he was sacrificing Ghana's own economic health for his Pan-African dream. Ambitious industrial projects, while forward-thinking, strained the national budget and piled on foreign debt. The country's vital cocoa industry struggled under state control, leading to economic hardship and shortages for everyday Ghanaians. As the economy faltered, political opposition grew louder. In response, Nkrumah's government became more and more authoritarian. He passed the Preventive Detention Act, which let him imprison his political rivals without a trial. Then, in 1964, a constitutional amendment made Ghana a one-party state and Nkrumah president for life. These moves, along with a growing cult of personality around him, turned off many of his former supporters. To them, the liberator was starting to look like a dictator. While Ghana struggled internally, powerful forces were working against him from the outside. It was the height of the Cold War, and Nkrumah's socialist policies and his refusal to pick a side made him a target for Western powers. His vocal opposition to neo-colonialism was a direct threat to their economic and political interests. Declassified documents have since shown that both American and British intelligence agencies ran covert operations to undermine his government and set the stage for his removal. The end came on February 24, 1966. While Nkrumah was on a peace mission to Vietnam, the Ghanaian military and police staged a coup called Operation Cold Chalk. His government was overthrown. Nkrumah would never set foot in Ghana again. He lived the rest of his life in exile in Guinea, where he was named honorary co-president and continued to write and fight for his vision of a united Africa until his death in 1972. So, what are we to make of Kwame Nkrumah? His story is a mix of incredible triumph and devastating tragedy. His dream of a United States of Africa is still just a dream, but his legacy feels more relevant now than ever. He gave future generations a blueprint for continental unity and a language to understand neo-colonialism. You can still see his ideas at play today in institutions like the African Union, the OAU's successor, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. They are direct echoes of the integrated continent he fought for. Though he is rightly criticized for his authoritarian turn, his commitment to freeing Africa from every form of foreign control is undeniable. His life's work is a powerful testament to a bold vision and a constant reminder of the unfinished project of African unity. What do you think? Was Nkrumah's vision of a single African government a noble dream or an unrealistic goal? Could Africa ever truly unite in the way he imagined? Let us know.
Like and subscribe to Frontline Campaign. I want to read something here, man. Yeah. Okay. I want to read something here from the minister's autobiography. Okay. That deals with Nkrumah right here.
Okay.
Okay. 600 members of the Peace Corps were in Nigeria. I learned some white Peace Corps members who talked with me were openly embarrassed at the guilt of their race in America. Among the 20 Negro Peace Corps men I talked with, a very impressive fellow to me was Larry Jackson, the Morgan State College grad from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, who had joined the Peace Corps in '62. I made Nigerian radio and television program appearances. When I remember seeing black men operating their own communications agencies, a thrill run up my spine. The reporters who interviewed me included an American Negro from Newsweek magazine. His name was Williams. Traveling through Africa, he had recently interviewed Prime Minister Nkrumah. Talking with me privately, one group of Nigerian officials told me how skillfully the U.S. Information Agency sought to spread among the Africans the impression that American Negroes were steadily advancing and that the race relations would soon be solved. One high official told me, our informed leader, and many, many others know likewise. He said that behind the diplomatic front of every African United Nations official was recognition of the white man's gigantic duplicity and conspiracy to keep the world's peoples of African heritage separated both physically and ideology from each other. Now, where am I going with this? With him being overthrown might have been part of what Malcolm was speaking right here.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah. So to answer
go ahead.
No, Shabaka, do you think it was a realistic goal, or do you think it was what did he say? Aspirational dream.
I'm going to have to lean more toward the aspirational dream by saying it like this. It's good in theory, but outside forces came there and threw monkey wrenches in the works.
Yeah, so it was good in idea and ideology, but
right.
It wasn't. And I think he acknowledged Nkrumah, the tribalism that was standing in the way of them actually uniting all the African
Right.
states. That's
Yeah. The outside forces, emphasizing the tribalism, or let's say set tripping. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and this supports my premise of what I'm saying about the puppet strings. That's what I'm talking about when I say the puppet strings.
Well,
does that make sense?
Yeah, you're talking about the neo-colonialism.
Exactly.
Okay, so what are your final thoughts on Nkrumah, who I'm named after?
Okay, well, it's an excellent name to carry on. It's an excellent namesake. Okay, but I'm kind of sorry because I would have liked to see Nkrumah's thing come about. And as the X-Man said, Ghana is a very, very beautiful country.
Yeah. It is a beautiful country, but they have whole towns like I might be mispronouncing the name, but it's just outside of Accra. It's not Kinshasa, but it's something.
Kinshasa's in Zaire.
I know, but it begins with a K. The town, but they live in the town. They dress like Black Americans.
Interesting.
So
who knows? Who knows? Maybe they might have had, some of the Liberians spill up over there, because I believe Liberia is very close to Ghana.
Yeah, it's relatively close. Yeah, it's like a country or two away. Yeah. What was I gonna say? So they didn't say in the video who he was interacting with when he came here in the 1930s, but my guess is he was dealing with FBA, the American Negro, so-called African American, when he came over here, because this is during the Great Depression when he came over here.
Right. And who was around at that time? Okay, Du Bois would be one.
Yep. He did cite Du Bois. He cited Marcus Garvey.
Right, would be one, a contemporary at that time. And then, of course, our man, Carter G. Woodson.
And our man, Elijah Muhammad.
Right. Because as a matter of fact, Elijah started the NOI, man, in 1930.
Exactly. But the documentary or the video I played didn't even mention who he was dealing with when he came to the United States. He said that he came to the United States for 12 years and he had gotten multiple degrees, but it didn't state who he was interacting with, who he was surrounding himself with when he was here.
Right. And then the Peace Corps at that time, man, was probably a covert operation, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Because they come over there giving the people vaccines and all that old type of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Red Cross rice.
Exactly. Well, only thing I can say in regard to that was that we come from a dynamic history.
Yes, we do. But I think it was too I think it was too ambitious for the time.
That makes sense.
But
that makes
I'm
sense.
hoping I could with Tahori. Tahori might be leaving off where Nkrumah left off.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. The Rise of Ibrahim Traore. Okay. Let's play it. Let's see if we can connect some dots here.
Well, he wasn't on the topic list, but let's see how long the video is.
19 minutes. Because I see the timer in the right-hand corner.
This is just about how he rose to above the in the ranks to get to where he's at now.
Okay.
But the next video I was going to play was something completely different. So is that your final thoughts on Nkrumah, Shabaki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So moving right along, we got Tom Homan. The border, the new borders are he's not playing. He's saying that black tax dollars are spent on illegals, like we've been saying. And
Okay.
Tucker Carlson admits to the delineation movement. So
Man, Tucker Carlson, man. Let's see what he's talking about. Because
So
I would like, and Mr. Carlson, and I would love to meet you so I can cuss your ass out. I would like to meet you and Ann Coulter at the same time.
Right. Tucker the Sucker is acknowledging the delineation movement.
So let's see what Tucker the Sucker
So
talking
Uncle
about.
Phil's going to give us an update on that.
All right.
Well, you know, Trump has been talking about going to Chicago. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, that I didn't even pay attention to illegal immigration until I went to Chicago for the first time. And what I saw there in Chicago made me start really paying attention to it. And Tom Homan is talking with Tucker Carlson, of all people, right? But I want you to hear what he's saying about the situation with illegal immigrants in Chicago versus what's happening with Black Americans and resources Black Americans aren't even getting. Let's go ahead and check that out.
And the Black community feels left behind because a lot of these people are, they could use some of that tax money in Chicago to help them.
Just basically made it, both parties have paid, especially Democratic Party, a lot of attention to what Black voters want because they're a huge part of the Democratic coalition. And now that's not true. Anyone who says, it's just white racism is, what is your average Black person in Chicago, native born, family been here 300 years? What does he think of watching his city overwhelmed with illegal aliens?
Are getting massive amounts of care, right? Free hotel room, 3 square meals a day, free medical care. And the Black community feels left behind because a lot of these people are, they could use some of that tax money in Chicago to help them. They're taxpayers. They should have the first chance to get some of that help. But the mayor of Chicago just, he's ignoring his own community. And I was up there.
You will get no argument from me on that.
And I met with hundreds of people that were up there. And they're suffering because of the decisions to take care of these illegal aliens. I mean, I saw city transit buses parked running fuel as warming buses. How about taking care of the homeless people in that city? But, they'd rather put these illegal aliens in a hotel room at $500 a night in the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City and give them 3 meals a day.
I sure like to get comp to room like that.
Take care of their own people.
I want to point out something that Tucker Carlson has stated. He pointed out that when he said Black, he made sure to refer to Black Americans, those who have been here since the beginning, right? He didn't put us all in one, boat. See, the delineation movement, everybody has to acknowledge it. And with the delineation movement, that's the only way we're going to get something, that we need politically, because when we tried that, we all, are just one minority group. What we didn't understand is that other groups who came to this country, no matter where they come from, they didn't come on a collective mindset based on race. They came based on nationality, ethnic group, etc. And then those in the diaspora, they, yes, they are distant cousins, but they made sure. We talking about the immigrants. We talking about immigrants. We ain't talking about people in their homelands. We're not talking about them. A lot of them separated themselves and othered themselves, right? And that's what a lot of people, really, in my opinion, is some of us discussing this, but we really don't understand or they don't understand the implication of othering themselves in America, and due to our history in America, while othering yourself is always going to put us, looking at you sideways, is going to make us not trust you when you other yourself. Now, a lot of them are trying to status correct now, but for years they was othering themselves. Now, with Chicago, and it goes back to what I said in the beginning, Chicago is the city that got me to really start looking at illegal immigration. Prior to that, I'm like, I'm not no immigrant. That's not my issue. I don't know why Black people even speaking on this issue. We not immigrants. We ain't got nothing to worry about. We ain't worried about ICE or XYZ. So at the time, I was more so like, I'm going to just cover content we normally cover with Black people. But that's one issue. Like, unless you a person who are from a different country who are Black, maybe, but I'm talking about us as Black Americans. So until I went to Chicago, and then I told this story, and I'll tell it again because we got new people. So me and my wife went to Chicago for a few days. We went to Giordano's to eat pizza because I wanted her to try that pizza. We got out the restaurant. We saw, a young sister. It was cold. It was about October. It was kind of cold outside that night. And we saw her ducked off. and she looked no different than the age of our daughter. And so, we had, pizza was bad. Only one slice was taken. And, I asked, was she hungry? And she said, would she like a pizza? And she said, yeah, she loves. She asked me to have any meat on there. I'm like, no, it don't. And say, okay, cool, thank you. And then we had went, right down the street and got, some dessert and then some hot chocolate. And they'll say, hey, my wife said, hey, let's bring her a hot chocolate. So we brought her the largest hot chocolate we could find over there.
Hell yeah, that hot chocolate will warm your ass
when we
up.
walked away, I started getting so upset because I remember how some people from Chicago was telling me about all those schools that Rahm Emanuel closed, that they're putting, the migrants in these schools. But when they asked for to use these schools or community centers, the city of Chicago is saying no. And we know the Democrat Party runs Chicago. They've been running Chicago way back when to now. You know what I'm saying? That is a stronghold for the Democratic Party. It's the city of Chicago. Now, fast forward to today, you have Mayor Brandon Johnson. What did he do? He kept making sure that the migrants were in great conditions, hotels, community centers, kicking out Black people, right? Trying to kick out Black people out of their community center to put in these people who chose to come over here. And the Biden administration has swung the door wide open. So a lot of people in Chicago are like, hey, man, where Trump at? A lot of people got tired of that. They tax dollars kept going to that situation. Some people don't forget, don't remember, I'm going to say, how some people voted for Trump. It was because of that. A lot of people voted for Trump because of that. They were dumping all these people in our cities, in American cities, giving all the tax dollars to people who just got here yesterday, but say to hell with the American citizen. And the American citizen was like, what the hell? That's basically what the American citizen was saying. And especially the Black American. As Tucker Carlson acknowledged that we've been here hundreds of years. He said 300, but we've been here much longer. Right? So there are Black Americans that are actually excited that Trump talking about coming on down there with the feds and ICE and start getting these people out of here. All some of the crime element too, right? Now, I said this on the stream the other night, and I'll say it again. I don't like just harassing innocent people. I don't like that. People who's committing particular crimes, or problem areas, or gangs, or whatever. Hey, I'm all for putting them gangs in prison because I don't think no gang should be existing. You want a gang, go to work. Go work with some coworkers. You know what I'm saying? You want to form an organization to help
you
children.
You got to shut down the police departments. That's a gang.
I don't care you form an organization to go walk dogs. I don't care. But you need to be hanging out in an organization that has ties to violence. I don't care what color you are, what
they
creed,
got ties to violence.
I don't like street gangs. Never have, and I never will, because they don't bring nothing positive to our community for sure.
And the white supremacists.
Little YNs running around. Hey, I have no problem with them going to jail when they're doing things against the community.
Well, I much rather see the white. I much rather see RWS incarcerated as opposed to the YNs.
Good. Because look in Los Angeles, a lot of people drive around and say, "Man, I can actually drive to work and get there in 30 minutes." When it used to take me 2 hours because a lot of them running out of there.
Wow,
they congest traffic. They jack up the gas.
Uncle Phil. You're not going to get to work in 30 minutes, man, in LA rush hour traffic. That ain't going to happen.
Sabaka. These 18 to 30-year-olds now, wilder than the 18 to 30-year-olds back in the 90s, back in the 80s, back in the 70s. They're completely lost. They're just like aimlessly wandering at this point. And they're so quick to pull a trigger. They're so quick to pull a trigger opposed to throw these hands.
Right. Well, you know what era that they came up in. You see what I'm saying? Like we was discussing, the side effects. You say maybe the mothers who was using what. And this might have had something to their DNA and what do you call that?
Their epigenetics, their biophysics,
that's the word, biophysics right there.
Yeah, Shabaka, these young cats now they're so amped to shoot over stupid shit. Like if you get into an argument online, they're ready to throw down but not with the hands, but with the triggers and what they call them now, the switches.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a completely different animal, and these cats, they didn't have no. They were lucky if they had a parent in the household. Hopefully, a decent parent, because these are the children of the crack babies.
That's what I'm getting at, Brother Che. And a lot of them came up in foster homes too. You know what I mean?
A lot of them.
And like Lady Che had said, you know, about LA County, with they foster care, man, you know, that from what I understand, they got a major lawsuit going on if you was violated in these foster homes. You know, there's a law firm that wants to see you and talk to you about it.
Yep.
You'll say,
yeah, we could do a whole story on that, Shabaka. But yeah, Lady Che.
Yeah, and not only in LA, but Chicago, man, the Bay Area.
Yeah,
I'm quite sure up there in Seattle and Portland, they have Black communities. You see, then the Lord knows they're in New York, Detroit, Cleveland, Milwaukee,
don't
the
forget
Chi.
Denver. Don't forget Denver.
Yeah, and Denver. Yeah, and Denver. Say, and Denver. You see. So that is definitely a systemic problem right there, Brother Che.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna let Uncle Phil continue.
Yeah.
Prices, because all that traffic, the food prices go up, the rent prices go up, the home prices go up, because you have all these people here that didn't even come in here the right way and should not even be here. They said they want to come here for a better life, yet they pass up so many Latin American countries, because the majority is coming from Latin America. They pass up so many Latin American countries who are actually doing good. I'm wearing a shirt that says Costa Rica, and I've been to Costa Rica. Shout out to Costa Rica. Costa Rica is doing good. I didn't see no issues in Costa Rica. They pass up Costa Rica to come up here, a lot of them. They don't want to be in Costa Rica where people speak the language and have their culture, right? No. They don't want to be in Costa Rica. They want to be up here. Well, why wouldn't you? Because Costa Rica is not going to give you a free hotel. Costa Rica is not going to give you food stamps and EBT, Section 8 and all, you know, free houses and all that. You know, Costa Rica is not going to give you all that. And it was a free fall up here. So don't forget how Trump got in office with a lot of people. People were tired of the Biden-Harris administration just importing all these people here and dumping them in the cities. Right. And then now the local taxpayers had to deal with the situation. You understand?
Yeah,
that's really
I'm
what it was.
I'm not gonna do nothing strictly for Black people now.
With Tom Homan and some of the feds talking about coming in to Chicago, there's gonna be people welcoming that. They're gonna be definitely some Black
So I'm
people
not
gonna be
sit
happy
here
to
and
see
say I'm
that.
gonna do something that's
And
only
at the
gonna
same
benefit
time, there are Black people saying, "Well, hey, why don't y'all?"
Exactly.
And then now the local taxpayers gonna had to deal with the situation. You understand? That's really what it was. So with Tom Homan and some of the feds talking about coming in to Chicago, there's going to be people welcoming that. They're going to be definitely some Black people going to be happy to see that. And at the same time, there are Black people saying, well, hey, why don't y'all audit where the tax dollars went? Audit that. Find out where all our money went. Because a lot of people is getting paid a bag off of, you know, watching the migrants, you know, some medical people doing security firms. They were getting a big bag from the city of Chicago. All that money could have went to helping out the Black community and other communities, but for sure get our cut out of that, because that's Black people's tax dollars.
Particularly in Chicago.
Brandon Johnson messed up the budget so much that now they in debt when they wasn't in debt like that, behind spending all this money on migrants. If Brandon Johnson was about something, he would have told them, he'd have put them on buses and sent them up there to Springfield and say, Governor Pritzker, you take care of them. I can't take care of them. No, I don't want them here. If they come up here, I'm sending them right up there to Springfield where y'all at. Y'all make the laws, so y'all fix it. I guarantee you, Governor Pritzker wouldn't want all them people up there with him, right? But there's a lot of Black people that will welcome that. Definitely will welcome that. Like I said, but them messing with innocent people, that's going to, oh yeah, it's going to be a problem in Chicago. They do that. I will keep repeating that. with that illegal immigrant situation in the cities. And listen, when I did the research about illegal immigration in America, they really don't have to go to nowhere else but all the major cities in America. Do you know the majority of the illegal immigrants are in the major cities in America?
Yeah.
If you get the major cities and you get all the major cities cleaned up, you just about solve 90% of the problem. Do you know that? Maybe a little more than 90%. The majority of illegal immigrants are in the major cities. Your Houston, your Dallas, your Atlanta, your Chicago, your Detroit. Anywhere there's a major city, that's where they are at. So if you get all those cities and get them cleaned up or whatever, you're not going to have the problem. It's still going to be some. Oh, it's going to be some. But if you can really get those major cities, you will solve the majority of your problem. It's really that simple. The majority of your problem will be solved, according to what we read. But let me know what y'all think, about, those of you who are in Chicago, are you welcoming Tom Homan to come there with ICE and start doing enforcement operations and the feds coming in and patrolling the streets? I want to know what y'all think about that, because I know in DC they've been doing, they own one, but see, DC a little different than Chicago because DC is kind of like federalized. And Mayor Bowser don't really have power like that. It's different with Brandon Johnson and the city, Chicago Council, and also the governor Pritzker. Remember, Mayor Bowser is the mayor. She's not a governor.
Bigger than DC.
Governors have certain powers, and they can fight back a lot in ways that she couldn't fight back. Right? That's why Gavin Newsom is fighting against Trump with the situation in Los Angeles.
Man, fuck Gavin Newsom.
He gonna come and do whatever he want to do. You understand what I'm saying? He is in one instance, but he's not in the other. So yeah, let me know what y'all think about that, and think that would y'all like to see Chicago the streets be cleaned up, especially with a lot of the illegal immigration.
I think it's a great thing if it's gonna get them damn illegals up out of there now. Like you said, if they're targeting innocent people, innocent black people, then I'm not cool with that shit.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when I did the special presentation earlier this evening, Brother Che, when you was at City Council. That's exactly what the hell we was pretty much talking about, emphasizing the self-sufficiency of our people. Yeah, and I'm thinking, Brother Che, when a dumpster, goes full-fledged like he's getting ready to do, and I would imagine it will be within the next 7 days, that's when we really need to circle our wagons and come up with a practical-ass agenda.
Yeah, for real.
And this is why that we were saying is when that when the dumpster got reselected, right? Well, get rid of diversity, equity, inclusion. Man, that was music to my motherfucking ears.
Right, mine too. Sabaki, I'm cuss, but I'll give you a pass. Yeah, it was music.
Well, I should have said MF in turn, So, like they do in football, flag on the play.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do it. Like Dynamite said, we're gonna have to have a cuss and draw.
Yeah, and he's right about that. You say, but I'm hopefully that our conventional listeners will give me a pass on one, because I'm quite sure they feel the same daggone way.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Because the one thing about Miss Lisa, she's turning me on each time she says the F word. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, I done heard Lisa, her whole damn New Jersey done come out.
Oh yeah, very professional, but dag nabbit, man, you know what I'm saying? Like they used to say about that movie called Network, I'm mad as hell and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Yeah. So yeah, shout out to the delineation movement. Even Tucker the Sucker is catching wind of it and acknowledging it. So
and I'm just letting our listeners know out there, those are documents being shredded, financial classified, documents being vital information and classified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so shout out to Tom Homan. Hopefully they come to Denver next, because this shit is ridiculous. They need to lock all these up. All right. So moving along, because I'm kind of pressed for time now. We got white liberals.
Yeah.
The X-Man warned us about those white liberals back in the 1950s. Yeah. The white liberals don't want equality. They want the status quo that harms Black Americans.
Exactly.
So Lisa's going to give us an update on their hypocrisy.
And that's exactly what it is.
No, actually, Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on it. My bad. Whereas I got to find the video because it's not in this queue.
Okay, well, in regard to Killamar Aparego off the news here at Hot Flash, he wants them to stay in the U.S. while they negotiate with Uganda. The land of Dada. Nobody fool Big Daddy.
Nobody.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go history because I can't remember where the down tab is. Let's see.
Yeah, and why you pulling that up, Brother Che, just like we had said earlier, man, they deporting dude to Uganda. What does Uganda got to say about that?
Yeah, I'm curious to know, but I have to look it up, Shabaki. Let me find this video clip first. Here it is. Hold it down, Shabaka. I gotta go get my clothes out the dryer.
Anyone who understands history, Malcolm X would be one of the most famous people that spoke about the white liberal and how the white liberal is no different than the white conservative. But he talked about how the white liberal was actually more cunning than the white conservative. He really broke down the white liberal. And while the white liberal has always posed as a friend to the Black man and woman of America, and also throughout the world, anywhere they have this quote unquote liberal ideologies. But in the end, Black folks still end up in the same position and they have the same feelings that the so-called white conservative have. Case in point, even these young sisters are starting to figure it out about the quote unquote white liberal. Let's check that out.
Do you know how many liberal whites I know that are so uncomfortable around Black people?
They don't talk about it.
Yeah. Oh,
And
baby.
Sometimes liberal whites are liberal because like they can be, because it's easy to like Black Lives Matter in their beautiful, beautiful skyrise apartment away
All
from Black
white.
people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like Black Lives Matter. Looking, they do. I promise. Just don't come into my apartment. We don't want homeless people in here, or people are lower than us. We don't want whatever.
Yes. Oh, yes. They do feel that way. A lot of them do. A lot of them is racist too. And I told y'all, you know, when we mentioned the term conservative and to conserve, the quote unquote liberal is a conservative too. All of them are conservatives. What do I mean by that? They want to conserve white supremacy. They want to conserve their privilege. They want to conserve their unearned benefits. They want to conserve that. There's no liberal that wants to end any of that. Sorry, not in maybe a few individuals, but not the collective group. No, they don't even want equality. Listen, not to be below anybody, just everybody be equal, because to them, equality is oppression. Equality is reverse racism. And the same white liberal do not want Black folk to get paid reparations in the form of cash payments. They don't. I remember when I was taking the last time I went to South Africa, and when I went to South Africa, it was in 2024. And I was on the plane with a woman who was white, and she was a white liberal. And she was all about, you know, Black Lives Matter and George Floyd and all these different things. But then I go to the purity test. What's the purity test for Black people? What's the litmus test? How do you feel about Black Americans getting reparations in the form of cash payments? You agree with that Black Americans need to get that for slavery and just sit back and watch? Let's see what their response is going to be. I'm talking about the liberal. We already know what their quote unquote conservative feel. You got to ask them that. But the ones that's always talking about Black Lives Matter and George Floyd and systemic racism and all of those words they like to say. How do you feel about Black people getting reparations, sir or ma'am? Next to me, older lady, whatever. You know, she said, well, I don't really agree with it. And I say, really? I say, how come you don't agree with it? Say, well, I don't think it will fix anything. I say, well, it's not about fixing anything. It's about righting a wrong. I say, and it's a dead old. You understand? And you say, but how is it that people today will be responsible for what happened in the past? I say, well, there are systems that's still in operation today.
Yeah, get with me. I can break it down for you.
One, gerrymander. The slave patrol converted to the police department.
Facts.
All the wealth that's in y'all community came from slavery. It didn't come from your hard work.
The power of the parlay, Uncle Phil. That's it. And
but I explained to her, I said, also, when it comes to reparations in the form of cash payments, I said, because we're not immigrants, that would be a stimulus for the American economy. And because Black Americans, most of them will spend the money here in America, it will circulate in the economy.
Exactly. I've been saying that, Uncle Phil.
So everybody would also benefit. Business owners would benefit.
Exactly.
Small business owners would benefit.
Yeah.
Off of reparations, right? They'll benefit because Black people be spending the money. And when I kind of said that part about, how they would kind of benefit off of reparations, then she was kind of like, I'm starting to, I get it. Because I never heard it said like
Phil,
that.
I've been saying that, man, for the last 2 years.
And everybody would benefit off of reparations if Black Americans got reparations. I never heard that take. And so you say, you know what? I would have more agree with it now since you said it like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that I was talking to her mean or whatever. I'll just, like Dr. John Henry Clark. I only debate my equals, all others I teach. And I had to teach that white woman in an easy way. Well, she can get it, she can understand. Not that I had to do it, no. But if you're talking to me, then I'm going to have to educate you a little bit, especially when you're talking about my people, right? But a lot of white liberals don't want Black people to have reparations because, one, they can't get it. Number two, when it comes to reparations and things like that, a lot of people just feel that everything that we get, they got to get a part of it. If they can't, they're against it. That's how entitled a lot of groups are in this country. Extremely, extremely entitled. And we as Black Americans, when we tell them, no, you're not going to get that. But that liberal believes in calling Black folks criminals. That liberal will still not hire you. That liberal will harass Black women about their natural hair. A lot of times it's not them Republican white women that's causing problems for Black women on the job. It's these liberal white women and Black women. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Your biggest issue isn't the conservative white woman. It's that liberal white woman. The one that's probably got a Black boyfriend. Or if they don't have a Black boyfriend, they listen to hip hop. They go to you go to the club and you see them in there. But they'll go to the club with you, dance and all kind of things, drink or whatever. But they don't want you to have reparations though. But they love to partake in your culture. And see, the biggest issue that the white man has with his woman is that she gets to walk between both worlds. She can go get minority set-asides and she can still participate in white supremacy. That's one of his biggest issues with her. But I throw it back in his face, say, well, you gave it a lane to do it. Y'all the ones in control. You the one who put the laws on the books to allow them to do it. And you're in control to get rid of the laws too, if you want. I'm just saying. But they're not our friends. They're not our friends. They're about the status quo. Remember when Biden came in office and Biden say he's here to put back the status quo? Biden is saying, I'm here to have an equal society. I'm here to make sure everybody is equal and everybody is making money and everybody has a job. He didn't say it. He said the status quo. And the status quo is a racial caste system. That's what we have in America. It's a racial caste system. And the white liberal wants to be at the top of that system. They don't want to be at the bottom. You feel me? So they can miss me with all the things that they talk about. I understand about who the white liberal is. I understand. And unfortunately, some of my people don't understand. Now, some of the young people are starting to get it. But to some of the older ones, you 40 years old and you still ain't figured it out? You 50, you still haven't figured it out? Sister, brother? Them people about protecting their privilege and white supremacy. They are not for equality with you. That's why the only way we go get something is to focus on ourselves, have no feelings about any of it when people say something, because feelings don't pay bills, and feelings not gonna get us free. We got to be cold and calculated working as a community. Because when you don't have no feelings, guilt trips don't work. Because I don't have no feelings at that point. And our feelings need to be dead to any group for us to get something. Because everybody gets a piece of the pie except black people. And the liberal makes sure it's the liberal that wants to put all of them, the migrants in our community. It's the liberal that give them all that money. The white liberal. And they black flunkies. So yes, always be watching the liberal, the white liberal and that. Watch them, because they have proven historically that they don't mean us really no good.
You read about that there, Uncle Phil. Then on top of it too, what will happen is the reparations will go into investments in land, investments in banking, investments in technology, investments in education and employment, tax revenue for the local, state, and federal level, innovation and ideas for more development, and also, too, in the long run, to the world's economy. See?
Yep, all of that, Shabaka.
Yeah, all of that. You see, no lies detected. You see, now this is the part, Brother Che, that you and I both have sat up there and cussed people out over here when it comes to dumb bunny stuff, like Sarge.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna say it again, okay? How reparations will benefit the overall American economy. Now remember, overall. Investments in land, okay, a factor of production. Banking, factor of production. Technology, factor of production. Education, factor of production, which is the capital to go with the land, okay? Land, labor, capital, and risk management. Now, what does risk management mean? That means, Cat got his reparations, says, you know what, I got an idea right here. Mm-hmm. If I upgrade this technology and get more knowledge on this AI, they say, pull out the good parts, because you got to filter out garbage. See, anytime that as they say, you got a diamond in the rough, that simply means keep polishing it so you can filter off the garbage. You see? Right. Then you come up here, connecting your dots for the innovation of your ID, then go out and work it. See? And then it would also benefit the world's economy. So, like, we do get some of our brothers and sisters that come from places like Uganda. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we got a job for you or something right here. So if Traore is up to par and says, well, you're doing some business here on the minerals, They say that they'll work too. They say,
yeah.
You see, and then, well, I'm not going to mention that. I'll tell you in private on the last one right there. They say,
Yeah.
and then as we make some money, and then when we see these old hillbillies and these Montgomery Jack Daniels, you know, when we see the Montgomery Brawl, Jack Daniels guys, the Harvey Wall bangers, the beef eaters, and all that, then we sit down there and tell them. See what y'all did there to our people. This is why y'all got your asses whooped, because you effed around and found out.
Oh, just like they effed around and found out in Cincinnati, just like they effed around and found out in Mississippi. We're not playing with you, cockazoid. We're gonna cut the goddamn, or we're gonna make you do it, just like we have to make you sign the Civil Rights Acts of the 1960s.
And then going back to history to learn from previous mistakes, you see what I'm saying? You know, then there won't be no more rebellions like what you had, because you had a morally bankrupt, you say, legal system that caused that.
Right.
I mean, how the hell, man, you a damn sergeant by the name of Coon and you a supervisor, but you ain't got no recollection of this incident?
Yeah.
You hitting a cat with a taser 3 and 4 times, watching 3 other of your co-workers bashing this cat upside his dome 52 times. Yeah, but you ain't got no recollection of the incident. But I tell you one damn thing that Coon got, he got a recollection of that federal trial that he went and got convicted in. Maybe he walked the concrete. Maybe they have him up there with Chauvin.
Yeah.
I know he got recollection about the worst ride in U.S. urban history.
Yep.
And if your short-term memory is that screwed up, man, then maybe you shouldn't have the dag blasted job.
Right. But getting back to this white liberal, Shabaki, what did the man say about the white liberal?
They the main ones against it. Just like the same scenario is when it came to affirmative action, who is the main benefit of affirmative action?
White liberal women.
Yeah, okay. Dr. Phil just told you that the same thing in another way.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, so they mean us no good. They're not our friends. Like John Henry Clark said, we ain't got no friends. You want a friend?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You see?
And they stand in the way of progress and our reparations. I got to move us along, Shabaki, because we still got a gang of topics.
Okay.
So the next topic is redo. U.S. to continuously vet 55 million visa holders, revoking visas for violations. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that.
Okay. And then reality is saying, man, the only issue, just make sure you're on mute. If not, talking a lot of feedback if otherwise. Okay. All right.
Gentlemen, Donald Trump is going to vet all 55 million visa holders in this country. You know, something that should have been done long before they stepped foot in America,
right?
And that the Biden administration failed to do. All they did was open up the floodgate and let any and everybody come in unvetted. Well, look like Donald Trump is going to get around to doing this, and anybody in violation, their visas will be revoked. So look like he is prepared to do this long process, because vetting 55 million people, that's going to take some time. That is definitely not something you can do in a short period of time. But it'll be interesting to see how he will be doing this whole process. So people that might have slipped in here that should not be here at all because of a criminal background or other issues that may have going on, you know, gang activity.
But you got criminals running it though, sister.
Those people will be out of here. They will be out. And he doesn't care if they got a legitimate visa. So y'all, let's get into this story. U.S. launches continuous vetting program for all 55 million visa holders. The Trump administration has unveiled a sweeping new policy to continuously vet all 55 million individuals holding U.S. visas. The goal: identify violations like overstays, criminal activity, threats to public safety, or ties to terrorism, and revoke visas when necessary. Continuous vetting will rely on any updated information, from law enforcement and immigration databases to post-issuance intelligence, to flag potential ineligibility and issue visa revocations. Immigration experts have raised concerns about civil liberties, noting risks of ideological bias, especially around free speech. Over 6,000 student visas have already been revoked, and authorities have also paused issuing commercial truck driver visas following a fatal incident, a further sign of intensified enforcement. The Trump administration has introduced a far-reaching continuous vetting policy targeting all 55 million individuals currently holding U.S. visas. This initiative expands scrutiny beyond illegal immigration to include tourists, students, workers, and anyone with a valid visa. Under this new framework, the State Department may revoke visas based on real-time indicators of ineligibility. These could include visa overstays, criminal activity, threats to public safety, or connections to terrorist organizations. The administration clarifies that all available information, ranging from law enforcement and immigration records to newly surfaced intelligence, will be considered in the vetting process. This marks a significant escalation in immigration enforcement, shifting the focus to monitoring legal visa holders. In recent months, more than 6,000 student visas have been revoked, including cases tied to overseas activism and alleged links to terrorism. The administration has also instituted a temporary pause on visas for commercial truck drivers, citing safety concerns following a deadly accident involving an undocumented driver. While officials defend the continuous monitoring strategy as essential for national security, critics warn it could chill free speech and unfairly target visa holders based on political beliefs or activities. Sounds good to me. Maybe we can finally get rid of these imported haters, because we sure don't need them here. They can go and carry their behinds right back home, because we don't need any more people giving us friction when we've been dealing with it our entire lives. So kudos to Donald Trump for this one. I may not agree with you on everything, but on this one, vetting these people, it definitely needs to be done. Nobody should step on the soil here unless they are vetted. Joe Biden did everything ass backwards. It's let them in now and find out about them later. No, well, that you see where that's gotten us, right? That's why there's so many haters in the land, because of the way Joe Biden did things. So now some of these people can be weeded out and thrown back to their countries. So y'all, tell me what you think about what Donald Trump will be doing, vetting 55 million visa holders that are currently in the country. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget.
And don't forget to subscribe to Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Agenda and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this? Is this too ambitious of a goal, or do you think he's on the right path?
Okay. He's on the right path is because only a fool will argue in a burning house. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And this mug is definitely burning. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't like the orange dude either. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, at least he's honest with what he's telling you about. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he said mass deportations. He said during the campaign, that
You
it
see?
would be deportations if he got in. So I think this is going overboard though. 55 million. Like you said, it's gonna have to be like AI doing this shit because there's no way in hell he's gonna be able to do this in 3.5 years.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's say, man, if he gets at least 20 million of these individuals, that's putting a good dent in it. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then to give it a double whammy, give us the reparations. So therefore, just like what I noted right here about how it will benefit the overall U.S. economy.
Right.
So then you have more.
Even ChatGPT acknowledges that. Lisa asked ChatGPT about reparations, and it laid out a whole slew of information about it.
Exactly.
What would be beneficial to the U.S. economy.
And then off in the Black community, that they would take a lot of stress. Off of us.
It really would.
Particularly for our young people.
Yes.
You know, and they're saying, hey, well, I ain't got to go out here and be with all this dumb shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, so shout out to the dump for this.
Yeah.
These most got to go. Like these are people like your boy Myron Gaines. Got to go. These damn tethers, that's gonna eliminate a lot of these tethers. Get them up out of here.
Now, what the tethers could do if they go up there and get their minds right, you see what I'm saying? And say, well, you know what? If I get my mind right, maybe they won't be so apprehensive over there in the U.S.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah,
that's what
you see.
Oh my God.
And vice versa.
Eye on this, Shabaka. Finally, that's what we've been saying, what you just said.
Yeah, see, you know, because an infiltrator, man, is an infiltrator, and all infiltrators are dangerous, regardless of where they come from.
Yeah, and biting, old sleepy dementia Jim Crow biting.
Man, that fool belongs in a nursing home, man.
Allowed the floodgates to be open and the country to be overran with illegal immigrants, not knowing who these people are, what they did in their homelands, any of that. And they just running amok in our major cities.
And then with the reparations, man, we can go check out and vet some of the cats on the inside who got soft felonies. You see what I'm saying?
We got to get them
and let them, and let them reemerge back into society to be productive. And with him being on the inside on a soft felony, okay, then he might go up there and help, you know, opening some of them and teaching these young men how to change tires, do tune-ups on cars, teach them vocations.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Because a lot of people ain't college material, don't want to do it, or make it a combination of it both.
Yeah. And why go into debt and you can't even find a job in your field?
Right. So you have to get entrepreneurial. If you can't find a job, dagnabbit, you got to go make you one.
Yeah. All right. Moving along, because like I said, I'm pressed for time now. It's already almost on in here.
Yeah.
We keep showing day in and day after there's no such thing as no black and brown coalition. And this next story is going to be a reflection of that. Anti-Blacc Mexicans arrested for targeting homeless black people in California.
Oh, hell no, man. Where in California?
I believe in L.A., Shabaka, but Dimitri.
Okay, now I hope they ain't messing with somebody I know.
Dimitri Case going to give us an update on it.
Yeah, and when you're homeless, you're even more vulnerable because you're going to get tired. You're going to fall asleep because you're either going to lie down,
y'all want to hear about some black and brown unity that does not exist? Well, here you go. 2 suspects, per that of KTLA, were arrested in connection with hate crime incidents targeting black victims in San Bernardino County. The suspects were identified as Michael Razzo, 22, of Highland, and Humberto Silva, 24, of Colton, according to the Fontana Police Department. Officers have been working with Fontana Sheriff Station for several months to investigate the incidents. In each case, the pair allegedly targeted homeless victims at bus stops. They would pull up in a blue Chevrolet Silverado truck and shoot at the victims with a paintball gun while screaming racial slurs. In several incidents, the victims were injured, the police said. On August 19th, both suspects were located and arrested for assault with a deadly weapon and a hate crime enhancement. Search warrants were served at their residences where evidence related to the crimes were found. It says, we believe there may be additional victims, and we ask you to come forward to report these incidents to us, the police said. Anyone who may have been a victim or has additional information is asked to call the Fontana Police Department. Now, listen, Fontana was about 15 minutes away from me when I lived in California. Oh, yes, it was. And also, when you hear about California, people don't think it's racist, right? They're like, oh, California, sunshine and palm trees and all that other stuff, right? And then you don't think about anywhere like Fontana, because a lot of people don't even know what Fontana is. But Fontana had a lot of Klan activity. Now, it probably still does. It's probably underground more so, but I'm sure we're going to see it rear its ugly head. But we talking about the Mexicans there in Fontana, California, messing with Black people. Now, it ain't even that many Black people left in California, but the few Black people they can find, they going to find a reason to mess with them. You going to drive around in your Silverado and point a paintball gun rather, out the window and shoot them? Why? Why are you messing with Black people who aren't messing with you? So again, back to that Black and brown unity that everybody likes to talk about. Does that sound like Black and brown unity? The brown people riding around town and trying to harm Black people who are homeless, that's already going through things, and yet in their mind they're like, well, let's compile some more stuff on them. Let's make them really fear for their lives and just, shoot at them with paintballs. Now, I ain't never been shot by no paintball, but I'd imagine it hurts, right? Especially if you're not prepared for that. They wasn't in no game. It wasn't running around no maze away from them and they ha he oh you miss me type of thing. But again, Latinos often ask, especially Mexicans in California, well, what about the Black people? Well, why y'all wasn't romping and stomping with us during the ICE raids? That's why. Because y'all don't really like us.
None of our concern. That's
and that's
why.
Not the first time we've heard about the brown community doing things to Black people, especially in California. We heard about, especially in Los Angeles, where the NKs roll around. And if you don't know, NK stands for, the N-word, the leaders. That's what that is. That's a whole Mexican gang running around talking about they the NKs. They out there hunting Black people. For what? For what? We've done nothing to you. But yet somehow y'all find a way to be racist and then whine when we don't get out there romping and stomping for you. And then you get mad when you see Black creators on the internet talking about good. ICE is going and targeting your community. That's why. Because they know the heinous things that you do. So yeah, y'all need to do all the time. Yeah, y'all need to go to California Institute for Men. Y'all need to be all up in there for a whole long time for messing with Black people. And of course, they said they're going to think about the hate crime enhancement. Yeah, what you thinking about? They targeting Black people. Did they target anybody else? And was they yelling out the windows any other racial slurs to anybody else? It doesn't sound like it. So yeah, hit them with a hate crime enhancement, please and thank you. But yeah, for those of y'all that they like to imagine this Black and brown unity, stop doing it because it doesn't exist. And it's not because we don't want it to exist. Although Black Americans, we got our own fish to fry. It's because the brown people don't want it to exist because they run around aiming paintball guns. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insight.
All right, shout out to Demetria K. I was on her show earlier while I was in her chat earlier. And she shouted me out. So shout out to her. I was in her chat, Shabaka. I was just talking about what the topic was with Snoop Dogg coming under fire for his comments about watching a film with his grandson and some LGBTQ shit came up in the film.
Well, that's been a huge diss to the LBC.
Yeah. Shout out to the Long Beach, California. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on these Latinos attacking Black Americans in California that are unhoused?
Return fire.
Mm-hmm.
Return fire. They start their aggression. You got to practice defend yourself when you've been aggressive. Fine. Not sitting there, we shall overcome. You know what I'm saying? That bullshit's over with.
Right. Long over with.
Yeah. See? Yeah.
Okay, well, hopefully these mugs that did this shit get deported when Tom Homan.
At least do 5 years. ABW wasn't in it. Yeah, at least let them walk the concrete for 5 years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But this is just further emphasizes why there's no such thing as a Black and Brown coalition. It's been a no election. And like Dr. Claude Anderson said, like how the Democrats do us, the Latinos do us the same way. They use us for a numerical value, and then they abandon us in our time of need.
And then what did he say 10 years ago, man? That they the new KKK.
Yep, they're the new KKK.
Yeah, now tell me that ain't KKK tax. You see?
Big time.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the cold part, if we do go out there to defend ourselves, you know, then they gonna figure, well, man, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Right. So like our boy off the loose says, Black Joe, stay strapped or get clapped.
Which he's right about. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You see? And then go upside their domes a few times, man, and swell up a couple of eyelids and break a few noses, man. They'll get their minds right.
Yeah.
They will get their mind right. In that situation, what they have is a failure to communicate.
Exactly. Hey, Lady K. All right. I'm gonna move us along, Shabaka, because like I said, I'm pressed for time now.
How many more topics we got? Whatever what we missed tonight, put it on tomorrow.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 more topics.
Okay.
All right. So the next topic is why must FBAs jump through hoops for reparations? So Tariq, don't get bet on that.
Oh, okay. Tariq Nasheed.
Subscribe.
Let's get Gabriel, the Democrat shield. Let's hear from Gabriel, the Democrat shield. Gabriel, hop on in here. Gabriel, unmute your microphone. What's
Hello.
up, Gabriel?
How you doing?
I am good. Have you calmed down? You were very, very upset the other day. You're very upset.
Damn, you gonna do the angry black man on me again?
Oh yeah. You started emotionally eating. You went in there and baked a bunch of dirt cookies and just ate all night with anger. So you were really pissed off. So have you calmed down?
I'm always calm, Trick. You know that.
Okay, cause yeah,
I'm always calm.
Yeah, you were running around here saying we all MAGA and yeah. Did the DNC threaten?
I mean, I was wrong. I mean, that's true. That's true. That's true.
All right, I think the DNC they threatening your ass. I think they pull you in a room and say you better get them on board, or we're gonna send you to Haiti. You're like, oh Lord, no, please. I will make them do right. So yeah, they threatening you. What are they threatening you with? Are you in danger? Do we need to save you, brother? Do we need to go make? Do we need to call barbecue down there in Haiti and tell them to send something? What we need to do?
Barbecue
number.
Dolce & Gabbana. He over there busy wearing his Dolce & Gabbana sweater and stuff. But I saw Mark Lamont here first of all. Mark Lamont, follow me if you out there. But I just wanted to ask you, Tariq, how you feel Newsom 2020?
Gavin shitted on us out here in California, man, when he crashed out the reparations thing. So I don't respect Gavin. Yeah, again, I'm all about people standing on business. And the Democrats, it's just too much lying with them. You know, it's just too much lying.
Who do you? But who is like the political leaders you see advancing? That you want to see get done?
Oh yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. Hopefully, you can get some better reception. But yeah, I don't know who the Democrats. Who do you guys have? Now, after Trump? What Republican do they have? Are they going to try to run J.D. Vance? What are they going to try to do? What have you been hearing from the DNC? Boy, Gabriel, your phone. Can you move your forehead to the right? I think your forehead might be blocking the 5G. Something. It's kind of, the reception is a little bad, because I do want to hear what you got to say. So, you're saying, I know they're going to try to run Gavin Newsom for 2028. Who else are they going to run?
Is my reception better now?
Yeah, I can hear you better now. Yes.
Okay, no, they're gonna definitely run JD Vance for sure. And they also have a bunch of other Republicans, but for Democrats, it's looking like Gavin Newsom, Wes Moore. How do you feel about those guys?
Definitely not Wes Moore. Wes Moore's he's gonna be all pro immigration because he's from an
There's
immigrant
got to be
background.
somebody out there that like that you feel like willing to take the agenda up at 20. You can't just sit on the couch every election, Tariq. Come on now.
If I'm not getting no tangibles, this couch is real comfortable. If I'm not getting nothing out of it,
As the country goes to shit, as the economy goes to shit.
Yeah. Yes.
Who benefits?
Because we're going to be going to shit. So everybody need to go to shit, not just us. When we vote for the Democrats, we're the only ones going to shit.
Are you even pushing reparation? Are you even pushing reparation candidates as Democrats? Like who are like?
Well, shit. No, all of them know what we need. So yeah, they know we need reparations. Well, they're giving all of these resources to non-citizens, so they know what the rallying cry is. So they can play this.
You can't use that. You can't use that in 4 years because like we're not going to be we're not empowered. So like you can't say, oh, we're not going to be the ones in power. So they got to find a different argument.
Well, no. Well, the argument is the Democrats really didn't want to win. They didn't want to win because if they wanted to win, they would have gave us the tangibles we needed. So they're getting just what they deserve.
So again, like who's going to be the person you look for? Who's going to be the people you're going to push for? Because in order for reparations to happen, it's going to have to happen through the Democratic Party. You know that, right?
Don't care.
Not
I don't care who it is.
No, it's gonna happen. No, it would never happen through the Republican Party. Like they're like vehemently against that. There's only gonna always be two parties. So if it's ever gonna happen in the next 15, 20 years or 10 years, it's gonna have to be through the Democratic Party.
And I think the Republicans will probably do it before the Democrats. The same way Lyndon B. Johnson, who was a staunch racist, nobody thought that he was going to pass the Civil Rights Act. He did it, and he was a hardcore racist.
No Republican voted for the stimulus. They don't like.
Don't matter. Circumstances. We don't know what the circumstances might entail, but there's special circumstances that could prompt people to make a move. Again,
but as a matter of principle, they're not even for that. As a matter of principle,
the Democrats aren't either.
No, but the Republicans, they like to cut spending. I'm just talking about just benefits, welfare. Like they're against they're against all of that. They don't like giving money or blank checks to citizens. They don't like that. They think they're free market conservatives. That's literally against their principles. Like their philosophy of reparations lines up more with the Democratic Party than it does with the Republican Party. You have to admit that.
The Democrats are all about giving resources to everybody except us.
Okay,
the
that's what
problem.
okay, that's what I'm saying. But that's where the fight is. Like the fight is going to have to happen through the Democratic Party. Like the
No,
Republican
really.
Party. They want to cut, and spend taxes. You always hear about them cutting spending.
Slow down, slow down. It could go through a Republican. It could go through an independent. We are a voting block. If we withhold our votes, somebody is going to eventually step up and
It's
say,
mathematically impossible for an independent to win the presidential election. It's mathematically impossible. You know that.
If enough of us, it's 43 million foundational Black Americans, if enough of us say we're going to sit it out from the Democrats, we can make things happen. This is why the Democrats are eager right now to discredit us. They're trying to discredit us because we already made them crash and burn in the last election. They know what it is. So yeah.
Just because you lose one election doesn't mean you're crash and burning. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know what that.
Yeah. You spend billions of dollars, and you got Beyonce and Lady Gaga and Leonardo DiCaprio and Cardi B, and
I mean, Hillary lost in 2016, and Democrats controlled all three branches of government in 2020. Like that's what happens in politics. The pendulum swings back and forth, and that's what's going to happen again.
Right. And the thing is that pendulum swings because for the Democrats, the voting bloc is foundational Black Americans. That's going to make you win. You cannot win without foundational Black Americans as a Democrat. That's what
I never said. That's not even the I'm just saying if you want the agenda of reparations to ever have a chance of being a thing, it's going to have to happen through the Democratic Party. Like you're going to have to organize, you're going to have to like bring candidates through the Democratic Party. Just the notion that is going to maybe happen through the Republican Party, you know that's not.
Okay. So if that's what it's going to be, the Democrats need to start paying up. We'll vote for them after the checks.
Why don't you push candidates? Why, like you saw what just happened? But you just saw what happened just New York City. Like some candidate just came out of nowhere and just won his election. He was polling at 0%. Why can't you push like a reparation type candidate in 2026 and get like all the people for like you could? It doesn't have to be the status quo. It doesn't have to be the establishment. A candidate could come out of the wings and be a reparation candidate. Why can't you push something like that, Tariq?
Yeah, we have
do something productive on this issue.
Yeah, we are. We're letting them know that we want them to do reparations, and they keep telling us. These Democrats keep popping up, telling us,
"But true,
can't do." And okay, well, I can't vote for you.
You're letting. Well, why not actually like run it in the district, run a candidate for Senate, like run a candidate like through the Democratic Party, and actually challenge the politicians on the debate stage or on the ballot box instead of just yelling on Twitter.
No. This ain't just yelling on Twitter because we showed up in DC and let them know what was happening by the thousands.
But like there was no tangible results that came from that though. Tariq, you would admit that.
It was. The Democrats lost. That was
what candidates. What candidates in Congress? Is
lost? That was the tangible result. We showed up in DC.
Did it lead to an increase? Did it lead to an
DC and said we want reparations? They didn't give it, so we made them lose. So that was a tangible result. See how that works? They lost billions of dollars on a candidate that got washed.
No one lost money. Nobody lost money. But
yeah, they lost money. All that money for you to lose.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. My question to you? Did it lead to more people running for Did it lead to more people in Congress supporting reparations or reparations getting through committee? Did it lead to any of that? That's what I'm saying. Because that's what's going to need to happen. We could talk about reparations on the app all the time, but
that's what Roland Martin does. It's all of that jump through hoopism. We ain't doing that. I want you to tell the DNC this. All of that obstacle course shit that we got to do, we ain't doing all that. Give us
any significant legislation takes hoops.
Give us the damn money. Figure it out.
See, Tariq, you're not being a realist. You're not being pragmatic. You're just not.
Yeah,
you're not being pragmatic.
Yeah, non-citizens ain't got to do all that. When illegal immigrants ain't doing all of that, they jump over the border, and all of a sudden there's credit cards and how.
You just want to sit, Tariq. You just want to sit in the crowd. You just want.
Oh no, y'all immigrants come over and there's shit waiting on you. You ain't jumping through all them hoops. All you got to do is cross the border.
Why are you deflecting? Why are you deflecting to immigration? We ain't talking.
I'm not deflecting. That's not a deflection, sir. This is a fact. That whole thing where immigrant groups, all you got to do is walk across the border and there's all these tangibles for you. But when it comes to us, we got to jump over
hoops. We got to get a plebiscite. We got to form a PAC, then a super PAC. Then we got to meet with the Congressional Black Caucus. Then we got to go to the NAACP brunch. Then we got to give a massage to Nancy Pelosi. We ain't doing all that old bullshit. Give us our money and stop playing. We ain't doing.
The more you say that, the more it's never going to happen, bro. I'm just saying, the more you just say, just give it to us, it's just never going to happen. Like, that's not how politics works in this country. Obamacare took like 60 years to pass. It took 60 years to pass Obamacare.
Well, y'all keep enjoying them L's then, all right? Democrats keep enjoying them L's.
So that's what I'm saying.
Gabriel, y'all keep enjoying your L's. We can keep giving L's out. That works too. That works. But yeah, this vote for nothing and vote and hope you do better later. No. All of that, we vote and then you give us something later, which you never do. Yeah, it's a new day. It's time to cough it up.
Yeah, that's called getting your head bumped.
We ain't jumping through hoops. That's Roland Martin be talking all that. Listen, y'all stupid fools. Y'all want some tangibles? Did you meet up with Mark Morial? Did you meet up with Al Sharpton? Did you meet up with
Al Sharpton? Come on,
the
man.
Congressional Black Caucus? Did you go to the Boule brunch? Did you go to the NAACP luncheon? Did you go to Cracker Barrel at the DNC rally? It's all this. We got to go somewhere. We got to meet with somebody. We're not doing that. We ain't jumping over no damn hoops. These non-citizens ain't got to jump over no damn hoops. We're the only ones who got to do all that. The Asians, when they had a crime bill for them, they didn't jump through hoops. They had a couple of people yell at Asians and bam, crime bill. Man, we get attacked, lynched, all types of stuff, and still can't get a specific crime bill for us. No. All of that obstacle courseism, that's to run you ragged. Oh, no. And all of that, do we have a reparations candidate? Gavin Newsom, he was up here talking about a reparations committee and reparations this, and we're going to all of these reparations hearings out here in California. We're running back and forth. I'm running up and down the state. We're showing up to these reparations hearings on everybody's bumper, making sure the language is correct. And what they do, they just crash the reparations out altogether, literally for no reason. They had us running around in circles nonstop, hoping that we would tire out, but we never did. See, they thought if they had us running around enough, we'll just get frustrated and just kind of trail off, and then they'll quietly just let it go. No, we kept showing up to every hearing. We showed up to all the hearings. We were corresponding with the people who were on the task force, Jamila, all those people. We were corresponding with them on a regular basis. Every time they put some paperwork out there, we would go over it with a fine-tooth comb, make them change the language, make everything lineage-based so they couldn't trick bag it up. So we stayed on their bumper. They didn't expect us to do that. So they just had some little janky meeting and said, oops, we got to crash it out. We're going to revamp it next time. So yeah, we're not doing that. We're not going to jump through hoops with these people. We're not doing that. We are not doing that, ladies and gentlemen. Damn, we got a lot of people in here. Much respect to you guys. Shout out to everybody in here. We got a lot of people up in here, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody's contributing to the Hidden History Museum. We need everybody to make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum at
Tariq, I went to the Hidden History Museum. I drove all the way from Las Vegas to go to the Hidden History Museum, and it was
20
closed.
East TV, hop on in, sir. 20 East TV. All right. 20 East ain't saying nothing. So let me see, Back Chop or 20 East. Are you trying to say something, 20 East? All right. Y'all raise your hands if you are ready. Raise your hands if you are indeed ready. Let's get okay. A lot of people bouncing around here. A killer. Yo, killer. Manga. You in here? All right, brother. You on a camping trip? I hear crickets in the background. Where are you, brother? If you're a kidnapping victim, press 2 so we can get somebody over there to get you. Okay, I think this dude is in the woods somewhere tied up. Okay. So call back if you need some help. All right. Let's get, let me see. Y'all raise those hands. Let's raise those hands. Let's get Scotty. Let's get Scotty Jenkins in the building. Let's get Scotty in the building. What's up, Scotty? All right, Scotty ain't saying nothing. Let's get Steven. Let's get Steven in the building. Steven, hop on in.
Yeah, I wanted to add that it's crazy that the one guy was talking about how black people need to, how we need to move through hoops for Republicans, and it was like Republicans didn't ask the same for the gay Republicans who took over the party. Now Trump is like, yep, gay this, gay that. They got trans Republicans, and the Republican Party is supposed to be the traditional family values party.
Right.
So they can flip, within a year, within a few months. So it doesn't matter. There's no party affiliation to reparations. It's literally just for our people. We can do that instantly if we pressure the right person, and somebody's willing to talk with us, we talk with them. So that's all I wanted to add.
Absolutely. And what's interesting, out up here in California, there was a Republican who wanted to keep the reparations bill up. While Gavin Newsom and his people, those Democrats, were trying to crash it, the Republican came out and said, no, let's keep it up. He was the lone voter, he was the lone one who wanted to keep it up. So yeah, you can't say that reparations is just going to be on one party. It could be on any party. It just depends on the pressure that we put on the people. Yeah. Now, let me get a couple more people in here.
I went to the restroom.
Let me get a couple of more.
That's it.
Let me see. Y'all raise those hands. Raise those hands.
Yeah.
Let me see. On code. Let's get on code in here. On code, hop on in.
I increased the temperature 10 degrees.
Mr. On code.
That's it. It's a wrap. Motherfucker woke up. Was like.
On code, unmute your microphone.
Then I was like,
On code. Come on, y'all slow the game up.
I was
Let me get Be Real in here. Be Real.
I'm here now.
Oh, what's
the
code?
council. I got one.
Hey, what's up, Flex? I got a question for you. If you could be a little patient with me. I've called before, and I'm a little slow, but I'm trying to get my my oratory skills up, like you and others. But I want to get your thoughts on capitalism, socialism, and communism. Would you subscribe to either any of those? Those ideas.
I mean, they.
What's your thoughts on them?
Yeah, they.
And I'm gonna land my plane.
Okay.
That's not a vague question. I can answer that.
I mean, shit. My thoughts on them are those are systems, the systems that exist in certain parts of the country. We live in a capitalist society, and there's some societies that are communist. There's some societies that are socialist. These are things that exist. So whether I think about them or what I think or not think, they still exist. So, but they're all under the guise of white supremacy. White supremacy still dominates all of it. Be very clear about that. White supremacy dominates communism because a lot of the communists, Karl Marx and those people, they were still white supremacists. They had anti-black views, but that's another thing.
We've been saying that, Tariq, for the last 5 fucking years.
Be Real is sitting over there at her house with a bonnet on, so she can't talk. Okay, and we have RJ, the Democrat shield. RJ, we got all the Democrat shields calling up. What's up, RJ?
What's up, Tariq, the Republican Shield?
Okay, yeah, we've already talked about that lie that y'all like to tell. That don't work no more. That Republican, y'all MAGA, if y'all don't vote for us, that lie don't work no more, sir.
You're a Republican if you say Trump is a better candidate. That's instantly Republican. That's just
no, it's not. And yeah, and y'all lying all the time. That's not look. That's why you're losing, RJ. All those lies. Y'all lie.
You have literally said Trump is a better candidate, and I say Kamala is a better candidate. So
Right.
you could be Republican, I can be Democrat. So it is what it is.
Well, I didn't vote for Trump. You voted for Kamala, and you're a Democrat shield. And I'm not voting for anybody until they give tangibles. So you just lying is making you look bad. You make people not want to support.
Well, you did say Trump is a better candidate. So
I did.
But anyway,
I did.
I wanted to.
I did.
Yeah, exactly. So you're Republican shield.
Yeah.
So
no, that don't equal Republican shield. That lying don't work, sir. That's why nobody's rocking with y'all, RJ. Y'all.
Yeah, but you
listen,
Democrats.
RJ. You doing the lying tether thing. You're walking into a stereotype. You're giving when you do that, I'm telling you, you make yourself look bad. Y'all make yourselves look bad when you do that. It's not making us look bad. Everybody knows you're lying, RJ. Do you understand that?
You call every label a Democrat shield, so
he knows that. Yeah, come on, RJ, you are clearly a Democrat shield, and you admitted to voting for Kamala. I mean, that's fine. And, we get a lot of the Democrat shields call up. But the thing is, lying all the time, that's the Democrats' playbook and the tether thing too. Y'all lie all the time. That turns
I never admit
off. Listen, I'm telling you, that turns people off. That's why y'all keep losing. Every time Democrats come around and the tethers, y'all just lying about everything. I'm telling you, it's backfiring on you. You don't want to keep doing that and think we're going to vote for the damn Democrats and y'all have the same lying disposition. Very bad look, RJ. But go ahead.
Nah, well, I still personally believe you're a Republican shield. But you were talking about communism and every black leader below the 80s, like 70s, 60s, they were all socialists and communists. The Panthers, Dr. King, Malcolm X. Malcolm X said, if you're a capitalist, you're a bloodsucker. So I think we need to go back to that mentality of welcoming the communist socialist dynamic, because the capitalism is just about greed. It just fosters greed and selfishness. So I don't know why black people used to be communists and socialists in the past. And another thing, someone called you a grifter like 2 days ago, and you like to pretend like if someone calls you a bad word, you don't know what that bad word means anymore. That word is gay.
Grifter is a sassy word. If people use
grifter just means scammer. That's all it means. It just means you're a scammer, you're a snake oil salesman. That's what grifter means.
Oh yeah, that means it's a lie. I've never scammed anybody, so that means they're lying, right?
No, if you're telling people to vote Republican, that's scamming. That's very much grifting.
When did I tell people to vote Republican?
When you tell people that Trump is better.
But that's not telling people to vote Republican. See, that's called lying.
Though that is literally, if you tell people Trump is better, you're telling them to vote for Trump.
No, what's talking about the vote for Trump? That's called lying, sir. That's not scamming. That's just you lying. The scammer is you because you're lying.
No, that's you, Bo. That's you, Bo. But anyway,
I don't all projecting, sir. Dude, I've been around for a long time. Do you understand me? I've been around for a long time. People have been buying my books and stuff for damn near 30 years, RJ. Do you know how long I've been around, RJ? This is just in the public. Just forget about the street shit. Just even on the streets, even longer than that. But just in the public, the general public, people have been buying my books, going to my events. I'm a staple here in this society. You don't be around that long by being a scammer, a liar, a deceptive person. You understand? Well, look at the people in here now. It's the middle of the night. We got a couple of thousand people in here. That comes from having a track record of standing on business.
Yeah, because you were saying Trump wouldn't do anything bad to black people. Now he's trying to gut the Smithsonian for talking about slavery. He said it.
That. I ain't never said that. I ain't never said he wouldn't do no. Up until this point, he didn't do anything policy-wise. Now, when he did, I'm calling it out. See how that works? I'm not a trick for no political party. Like you, the Democrats can do no wrong to you. You suck them off for everything they do, no matter how janky it is. You ain't
You
got
might
no
as well call
criticism
him a
for
$2
them.
hoe.
That's called being somebody's biatch. I'm not no political party's biatch.
Right.
I'll let you know when Trump them ain't shit and his cabinet ain't shit, and I'll let you know when the Democrats ain't shit. I ain't beholden to none of them.
Right.
My concern is the people here and the collective people. Are they going to be all right? You are thinking about yourself and fellow immigrants. Yeah, you like the Democrats because as an immigrant, you get all types of good benefits, RJ, don't you?
No, I like the Democrats because they don't foster, Nazis and KKK members, and Nick Fuentes doesn't go to eat with Biden. Like, what are we talking about?
What you mean? Robert Byrd, Biden's mentor, was a Klan member. What you talking about?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, and Trump's dad was arrested at the KKK rally. So what are we even talking about? This is apples and oranges. This is apples and oranges.
The difference then, so right? So it's two birds of a feather, right? Don't sit up and talk about they don't embrace Nazis and Biden's mentor was a damn Klan leader.
Yeah, so why don't Nazis and KKK members defend?
They do what? They do what? RJ, I think you dropped some egusi in your phone and shorted out the circuit. Shake the egusi off the phone real quick and wipe it down with a paper towel.
I love how you mute me before I make a solid point.
He was not muted.
You weren't muted, sir.
Yeah, I was. Why would I say I wasn't? I always speak when I want to speak. You obviously muted me.
The mute thing didn't pop up.
Well, it popped up for me like a month. But anyway, why don't the KKK and white supremacists support Democrats and Kamala Harris? They always support Trump every time. They always defend
because
Trump.
they're for gun control. Because they're for gun control. That's why.
Yeah, when they can eat.
Because she's black. What are you talking about?
No. It's for gun control. They're against guns. That's why they don't support.
Yeah, they're against many things. They're against her being black also. So it's not just.
No, it's definitely. Yo, who did you vote for in the last election, RJ?
I didn't vote for anyone.
Why not?
I want my stripper ticket.
Because I didn't vote for anyone. Well, I'm not. I know the better party.
Like, why didn't you vote?
Like Trump, I called you Trump.
No, listen, no. Why didn't you?
You said.
Why didn't you, RJ, vote for somebody?
You love using LBJ as an example, but he was a
Answer
Democrat
the question, RJ.
who did good for black people. LBJ was a Democrat.
RJ, why didn't you vote in the last election?
Who's this bozo? I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking to.
Why didn't you vote in the last election?
Brody, dip out of here.
Tariq, you didn't vote because he's not a citizen, Tariq. You know he's not a citizen, right?
Oh yeah, I know.
So that's what a real grifter is. He couldn't even vote in the last election. He's so passionate about it. This is what grifting actually looks like, RJ. What you're doing is a definition of grifting. Your opinion has no bearing on the fact one way or another.
I'm not getting any money, but Tariq actually, uses his platform.
That makes it even worse. You just grifting for the love of the game.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. You got nothing out of it, dude. Like, listen, you have no.
Yeah, I get a safer planet. What are you talking about? Trump is trying to invade Venezuela. Trump is really trying to
that's where you're from?
invade Venezuela. He's trying to invade
Wait,
Canada.
Hold on. Are you from Venezuela? Wait, are you from there?
So I should only care about. See, this is the selfish.
I'm asking you a question. That's not what I'm saying.
This is selfish mindset. I care about everyone on the planet. I care about Palestinians. I care about Congolese.
Yeah. So where you from?
I care about everyone on the planet. And Trump is
except not
Trump is.
Oh, so you're from Nigeria?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So you care about it. So I mean, what is American policy done in Nigeria? I mean, you should be more concerned about the Chinese. That's the ones that's really doing your country dirty right now.
I care about
extremely high interest rates.
I'm not a selfish scumbag.
No, I understand that.
I understand that. Like, that only cares about one race or one.
No, for sure. But the Democrats themselves, right, have allowed China to do what it's doing to Nigeria right now. You understand that?
The Republicans have allowed that. What are you talking about?
No, that's the Democrats. Obama did that when he started opening up trade. Yes, look at it when he opened up trade because Africa had closed their doors to a lot of countries.
They opened it back up because Obama went over there talking to people.
Also, I
my
don't
dad's
believe
from the continent.
Tariq,
That's
I don't
actually
believe
what happened.
Tariq, I don't believe you even want reparations. I think you just want to use reparations like Republicans use
So
abortion.
you're not going to address the fact that China
I
is
wasn't even
doing your
talking to you,
homeland dirty.
also. I wasn't even talking to
I mean,
you.
I know. I just had a question for you though, because you're
Tariq,
talking about
I believe
grifting and the Democrats and
I
Republicans,
believe
but you
you use
can't even vote
reparations
in
as
either
a
one of these
carrot.
elections.
I believe you use reparations as a carrot, like the Republicans use abortion as a carrot, just to keep riling up black
The
people.
Democrats use abortion as a carrot. What are you talking about?
No, the Republicans use abortion as a carrot for evangelicals and Christians.
They literally, no, that's not. Well, that's actually not true. What happened was the evangelicals, the Christian side of the Republican Party, was against abortion. The Democrats were for abortion. They had every opportunity to codify it and ratify it into law under Obama, but they did not because they needed a point of
Yeah,
contention to run on.
and
Because
guess
their candidates look, they
presidents removed it.
deliberately do not solve these issues when they have the
Guess
ability
which
to
presidents
give their
removed
candidates
abortion?
something to run on.
Guess which president removed Roe v. Wade and which Supreme Court?
He returned it to the states.
Trump's with Supreme Court removed Roe v. Wade, and that's the
He
thing.
took it from a federal issue to a state issue.
By the way, you say I support everything the Democrats do. I
didn't say that. You can get abortion in New York and California anytime you want
I
to.
don't support abortion.
He took abortion
gay stuff
from being legal from federally, and he returned it to the states, so the states could decide. So he gave states more rights. See, the thing is, a lot of the Democrats. This is why y'all lose in these elections, because the Democrats only focus on California and New York, and everything else they call flyover country.
When
Those
the
flyover
Democrats
countries
lose
have
black
different
people,
values than those in New York and California. That's why they always lose. And if you pay attention to the last electoral map, a lot of California actually looked at pretty red. So I mean, California might not be so secure for you guys. So I'm saying, you're not even
almost
a
every
Democrat.
state is
You're
going to
like,
be secure in the next election. Almost every state is going to be secure in the next election because the way Trump
you
is.
sure about that? Because it's really not looking that way.
Yep. Like any Democrats.
Did you hear about what happened to your homegirl Jasmine Crockett?
Any Democrats candidates could run and win.
Did you hear what happened to Jasmine Crockett?
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is a lesser cog in the machine of politics.
But she just lost her Democratic seat in Texas.
Okay. Pendulum swing back and forth, but in the next election,
no, that's not even the worst part. The Democratic Party is not turning back on her. They wrote a hit piece on her saying that this was a long time coming, and she brought a lot of shenanigans to Congress. They're literally turning their back on their brightest stars. I don't think they have anybody.
The whole of America is going to turn its back on Trump. Just believe that when in the next.
He's not going to be the president no more. This is over with. He won his 2 terms. He has no more elections to run for.
And the Republicans are going to be, they're going to be poisoned, and no one's going to want to be voted for.
Not really. I mean,
people are burning their MAGA hats. Have you seen the MAGA hat burning trend? People are literally burning their MAGA.
Those are liberals.
The Republicans,
MAGA hats and burning them.
The Republicans are cooked. No one's going to F with the Republicans in the next election. Trump and
liberals.
Trump and his ilk are done. Off with their head.
So who you voting for the next election, right there?
That's what it is.
Who you voting for the next election?
Me, I'll support any Democrat.
I said voting for.
I'll support any Democrat.
So you gonna vote for you voting for the Democrats?
Of course, like they literally.
How you plan on voting for them? That's illegal.
Said I should support any Democrat candidate. That's
if he becomes a natural
actually a serious president, not this goon and loon in a child White House gold like an idiot.
Gotcha, 100%.
So
real quick though, but this is my bad flex. This is definition of grifter right here. I just want to prove that he's a grifter. Y'all do this heavy projection stuff. He can't vote for anybody, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I can support
not an American citizen.
Anyone I like.
No, he can't.
I literally
that's called grifting.
I literally support a Mexican female president in Mexico. Doesn't mean I have to vote for her. I can support any.
After they murdered a bunch of people to get her in office.
They murdered a bunch of people to get her in office. Okay, you guys just love propaganda.
Did they not?
You just drink straight to right wing Republican propaganda.
This is what. Oh my God, dude. All right, you know what? All right, man. You have a nice day. All right, Flex. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Arjun. I mean, thank you, damn.
Man, I would have been on got rid of that cat, man, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, Trump saying shit. If anyone's saying shit right now, it's just Trump saying bullshit. So,
Yeah, and that's why we didn't vote for him, sir. Okay.
I doubt that. I doubt you actually didn't vote for him. But you did say you support him more than Kamala. So there's that. That's written. We have that on tape.
You're grifting. That's called grifting. I didn't even say that.
Yes, you did. You did. Don't lie now. Don't lie. You said Trump is better than Kamala. Everyone knows.
Yeah, that. But yeah, you lying, you're not convincing anybody, RJ. You're just letting everybody see you're lying tether. You can't even vote. You're not even a citizen. You can't vote, sir.
And you vote and you supported Trump over Kamala. So it is what it is. We all know that you're grifting.
Somebody who
exactly
giving us advice. I'm trying to see how that works.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can give anyone advice.
That does matter.
Yeah,
you're
yeah, cool, Keezy. Yeah,
limbo.
he can't even get his lies straight.
Make it make sense,
Need
please.
some root work, crew.
Yeah, because I still live on the planet, and Trump is freaking threatening to invade everyone. So what are we talking about?
Yeah. But the planet you don't live on is Nigeria, your homeland. You don't even get that together, but want to give us advice. Why should we get advice from you, RJ?
Trump is tariffing every country and bringing in a recession. We're like, are you retarded? We're like, no one's an island.
Well, people in your homeland frying bushmeat and hippopotamus husk puppies right now, sir. So now you need to deal with that and stop worrying about us.
Okay,
right?
That's just a childish, infantile
right.
insult.
Get down with them hippo hush puppies and then call me back and let me know how that works out. Thank you so much. I don't want to hear all this whining. And you can't even vote. That's why
I would have been and got rid of his ass.
Saying, I support. Yeah, I didn't vote, but I support this. I support
cool,
that.
Geezy, how long would you have given dude to talk, man?
Yeah, his ass can't vote. He's not even a citizen. He can't even vote. But constantly trying to give us advice on how we should vote. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's grifting. These people are insane.
Hey y'all, I'm feeling fresh out here at the club. That's because I got my Rootwork deodorant on. Y'all need to get with the program and get your Rootwork at rootworkstyle.com.
Tonight. Yeah, stomp the commercial, man. They ain't paying us, man. They can't advertise up here. That's a nice crib right there.
I'll be feeling so right. I got that root work tonight. Feeling fresh from the morning light. Root work hit me, I'm set for the night. Look good, smell right. Yeah, I'm that type. I gotta let the world know I got that root work tonight. Root work tonight. Yeah, root work tonight. I'll be feeling so right. I got that root work tonight.
I was like, is it my shit? And it was. I have to wait, like, you gotta go through 2011 motherfucking Tariq's cheap clips to get the fucking right video. But what did he find out?
Exactly, cool, Keezy. I wouldn't have gave that clown, man, 30 seconds, man. After I would have heard that bullshit, man, in the first 20 seconds. Hey, man, have a nice night.
Is this the one?
You know, because he just jitter-jabbing the same garbage, man, again and again and again.
I'm looking for my cue.
Play my jab.
To the cue.
You suck.
What the hell happened to the cue?
But everybody else's jam on the root
God,
but not
I
mine.
damn cue. All right, Shabaka, on your way out, what are your thoughts on FBAs having to jump through hoops for reparations?
Oh, okay, well, first place, they should, number one, okay? The damn check should have been cut, man, 20 years ago. I probably would have had a decent retirement if I would have got my reparations back then. Because how long did John Conyers, man, introduce it into the U.S. Congress, man? What's that? 1980? Man, 45 daggone years ago.
Yeah.
That's 45 daggone years ago. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to bid everybody good night. Check with us on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow night. on the StreamYard at 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 9 p.m. in the East. Okay, and we're gonna be having some very, very good messages of what we're going to be talking about. The number one story, as you know, is Trump, mobilizing the National Guard to the Midwest and the West. And it ought to be very, very interesting. So all idiots out there, if you want to come up there with your mega hats on, you will get smooth roasted, okay? And then for all our sensible listeners and viewers and participants, please join us. All right. So that day starts off tomorrow evening, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. in the East, 7 p.m. Mountain Time, and 8 p.m. Central Time. All right. So I'm bidding everybody a good night, man. And hit this bed, man, from Las Vegas, Nevada. All right. Okay. Thanks for having me.
Oh, we're about to get to him. Just hold on for 40 minutes, crew. We're going to get to Jeff Farr.
Whoa. Hold it. Do I see the name Jeff Farr right there?
Yep.
My man who I drove all the way in the snow, 1,000 miles in the snow to leave my calling card in his front door, and that clown did not get back with me.
Yes, Shabaka. He was in Senegal at the time.
At the time, he was in Senegal.
Okay. But the note was totally secured, so I'm quite sure that some of his representatives would have got it, or it should have lasted up there for him to get back.
He knows. And I said, I always tell him Shabaka sends his regards.
Oh yeah, and what does he say? What was his last reaction?
Oh my God, you have no idea.
Really? What was his last reaction? What was Jeff Farr's last reaction or his last comment the last time you saw him on my calling card?
Oh, really?
Oh my God! Like we talk about something completely different.
Okay. Oh, really is what he said. Yeah. Okay. I got some old really for him. All right. I really do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Cool Keezy, old boy blocked me over a year ago, man, because he was talking about what he's going to do for the,
Bobby, this ain't about you right now.
Shabaka, you're on your way out, but he's seen Jeff Farr. He had to throw in his 2 cents.
Oh my God, like this is not always about Shabaka.
Well, I'm talking about Jeff Farr, later for me, but I'm just putting Jeff Farr out there on the spot. Okay, well, so anyway, check with us at tomorrow night, 6 p.m. in the West, 9 p.m. in the East, 7 p.m. in the mountains, and 8 p.m. in the Central. All right.
Okay, Shabaka.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. All right.
Oh, you said let him cook. You said let him cook. Okay.
All right, man.
Okay. Yeah, I'll cook on him for. Yeah.
All right, go. Shabaka, cook. Cook.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, Cool Keezy. Yeah. This one is Cool Keezy. He was doing a Facebook live stream, and he was talking about some rhetoric, and I asked him what is him and his ass scratchers going to do for the Black community, and I gave Jeff Farr his props when he had a good response. He had figures, you know what I'm saying? Somebody on his panel. And I said, all right, Jeff Farr, that's all I was asking, And then I go back up there to get with him again. He see me, he blocked me.
Yep, he blocked all of us.
Yeah. So his actions are speaking louder than his words, is that he can't handle the truth. See?
Yeah.
That's what that is. If I was up here running something, man. Yeah, and if I was on a panel like that, man, and somebody came to me with like that, oh man, yeah, I'm ready to debate with you. I'm ready to conversate. Now that's how you know I'm tired. Anyway, I talk to y'all tomorrow. Yeah, sorry, my word.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Star 40. When it comes
All
down
right,
to
Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
Well, what?
Jeff farts.
Oh man, I got so many. Like I was telling or what Fred Kurt was like I said
Damn,
to
he
my little
blocked you
thing
since COVID.
because I didn't I had a little access to because you got us blocked, you know, like a million motherfuckers times. Like for real. Like if you wanna know, like if we wanna know, I wanna be lurking around over here finding out what's going on. Right down the street, right?
Mm.
Not only does Jesse go over there and kick the door and raid the motherfucking pantry every week, right?
Yeah.
Like that's just ridiculous, diabolical work right there.
Yeah.
That's on top. But I found a way to get access so I could watch the show. Not really watch the show. I just want to know what's going on in the neighborhood, like casual events and shit like that we don't got privileged access to, so we can show up to.
Yeah.
Right.
And crash.
And so how I made it happen is like whoa, right?
Mm-hmm.
But occasionally the show will come through on a feed.
Mm-hmm.
On the Facebook feed. Now, to be honest with you, I don't really look at my Facebook timeline, right?
Yeah.
Except for like maybe 5 motherfuckers I look at and I repost their shit. But other than that, like if I'm on YouTube or whatever, if I'm on YouTube, I'm trying to share everything I watch, like for the new black media, and sometimes I've been lacking, so I'm forgetting.
Yeah.
Right. And then if I'm watching reels or something, and I see something funny or something that I think that our people should like take notice of, I'll share that.
Mm-hmm.
Or like I said, I share my top. I think it's 3 really. I share Kurt's, I share Yeager's, I share KO's stuff a lot. You know?
Yeah.
Other than that, it's like whatever. So I saw today that this white boy was talking about this. First, there's a white boy sitting next to coon ass fart, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, what? And I read the little bit of the title. You're talking about hip hop and shit. And I was like, what? This is just after he did that the FBA report, talking about this white boy, right?
Yeah.
Well, so I was like, all right, cool, whatever, But I was like, this is madness already off top. Right? So I kind of tap in. I tap in for like enough to get like about 8 or 9 minutes of oh hell no, I don't want to listen to this bullshit. I don't know who these motherfuckers, half these motherfuckers is, and this is just madness. You letting a white boy talk about hip hop in 5 points.
Yeah.
And you like, oh, I like so and so, woo. I had him at the Black Arts Festival, right? He was on my stage. I was like, I couldn't tell. But it was just what I say, right? I don't know who half these people were. I knew who some of these people were. And then I asked Jesse, was a couple of people on the list? Say, yeah. And I said, okay. I said, I said like this, I said, was Keezy on the list? He's like, no, he should have been. I was like, yeah, damn right. Like just like that, right? Mm-hmm. And then I was like, well, this is just a fucking madness. Well, at the time, so I sent it to him. Occasionally I tap in like a messenger with like him, and sometimes I'm trying to get Jay Militant on fucking messenger.
Yeah.
Right, see if he got shit. And just a couple other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then right at that time it was city council time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I gotta get off the phone and participate city council because we were like right up on the list.
Yeah.
Like literally 5 and 6. And that shit was moving fast. So I was like, all right, I gotta pay attention. And plus, Jesse was washing my clothes. So I had to wait. And then we had city council. So now we're right here. So yeah, no, I was like, because I was telling him, I was like, I got fucking all kinds of bad names for that motherfucker. A shield, a Democratic shield. That motherfucker is a fucking, like, if you let me tell it, that motherfucker's the laws.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, that is a shield. He's a coon.
Yeah.
Enemy to our people.
Yep.
Yeah, enemy to our race.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I mean, I'm going all motherfucking day.
He said he don't want to be on the list. He said he does just to boost the signal. He wants reparations. Fuck a list.
Yeah. And so that's good news too. But I was just asking, just out of curiosity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I asked about a couple other people we know, just out of curiosity. But the thing was that, fuck him, fuck them. I was like, this shit is madness. Like this again goes to gatekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
Like even coons, like I feel like they gotta get kicked off of fucking acknowledging shit, especially when they marry tethers or anchor babies or whatever, you know what I mean? So like this is fucking ridiculous. And then you got like full white boy like, oh yeah, he kind of. I'm like, God, like who talks like that? Like I heard enough. I heard like 8 minutes and I'll go back out. Jesse knows my attention span for fuckery is like low. Low. I tap out on a lot of things I don't like. So I was like, ugh. I didn't want to find out. I don't want to find out any more about that because I was like, why is your shit so valid? Why does anybody give you any kind of credence? Like, I bet if I would have tuned in, I probably would have found out all those answers. But I wasn't willing to tune in, so I just thought I'd beat it to the point and just ask her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right, but before we get to that, we got to get to this Democrats exodus. Yeah. Great news. Millions leave the Democratic Party. Voter exodus sparks reactions nationwide. So Lisa's going to give us an update on that. And then we're going to get on the latest culture vulture that Jeff Fard is jumping to the defense for.
Or they'll make us feel like, oh, well, that's not going to go anywhere. Why? If all of the other groups' issues went somewhere, why wouldn't ours? Not unless you're really racist. And you know what really didn't help you?
Yeah.
Kamala, when she said, if you think I'm just going to do something just to benefit Black people, no. All right. James Clyburn cussing at us when we raised the issue of reparations. He's cussing.
You're gonna get it.
See, y'all need to get your people under control, for one. Thank you, Monica Gregory, for the super sticker and all of your support. And I did get your Cash Apps, and I deeply appreciate that too. Thank you for being such a good supporter of my channel. Anyway, y'all, they don't take us seriously. And the Democrats, just because Moynihan told you benign and neglect and never do anything for Black people, it didn't mean you had to listen to the devil, because that man was the devil. Any person that tells you something like that, that's a damn devil. And it doesn't mean you had to follow what that man said. You did it because you agreed with it. Just because somebody suggests, if somebody suggests to me right now, don't cater to Black people on your channel, I have the, discernment to listen or not listen. But of course, I'm not going to listen to that. And you Democrats, you had the same option. Just because this white devil suggested that you do something, it didn't mean you had to go with it. But for decades, y'all have gone along with benign and neglect. And what's insulting is you Black congressmen and women, you for doing that to your own people. I fault you more than anyone else. HR 40. When it comes down to us, you need a study. Look at all the task force that cropped up around the country over reparations. Study. Not one reparations bill passed. Not one. And we saw what they did in California. And not one of you in Congress, the Congressional Black Caucus, not one of you spoke out against what Gavin Newsom did. Not one of you did it. Another thing, why do y'all got so many foreigners up there in Congress? Y'all, there are 17 people in Congress that weren't even born here. See, those kind of people should not even be elected? Why are you electing people that weren't born here? 17 members of Congress was not born here. And that's the root of the problem right there. Those folks are influencing the rest of you to ignore the Black community and do for immigrants. And whenever they speak, they're always speaking exclusively, oh, my Jamaican constituents. Oh, my constituents from here and from there. That's what y'all do. Those folks should not even be eligible to run for office. And that's the root of the problem when it comes down to immigration. You got way too many immigrants influencing that stuff. And again, you got the discernment to go along with something or not. And apparently you went along, because if it's anything against the Black community, you seem to all be for it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Maxine Waters. If you go back and look at the videos, I believe it was back in June, she showed up in California for the immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
She showed up at the protest, out in the streets,
For the illegals.
speaking up for the immigrants.
Yes, I seen that one.
That's what she did.
Yeah, I seen that video. That shit was hilarious.
We can't even talk about the countless amounts of money that you have given to everybody and not one dime for your constituents in the Black community. You have given to immigrants. Joe Biden has shuffled billions upon billions to Ukraine, to Israel. He's given to Palestine. He's given to all these different groups. At Apex,
yeah,
they're not even any help to you either. Y'all have fumbled the ball to no return. You know what? Anyway, this place is going down anyway. Politics, you know, all of this politics in this country has been rooted in racism.
Yeah.
All of it. It doesn't matter if it's on the Republican side or the Democratic side. All of politics in the U.S. is rooted in racism, and y'all have conducted it that way from day one.
Yep. That's right, Lisa. They sure have.
The only time the Democratic Party wants to come around is election time. Any other time, they spend that time avoiding us, avoiding the issues we're concerned about. When we were getting killed out in the street, our people, mainly our men, some of our children and women too, the Democratic Party have sat silent. They have sat silent through the whole thing. We wanted them to do something about qualified immunity, right? And for every group, they can get things done. You don't even have a real name for these immigrants, but you can still manage to get money to them. Okay? But when it's us and we say reparations, here comes the white community and the politics. Well, how you going to get the money? How did you get it to these immigrants and you don't even have a real name? Get the hell out of here with that crap. Get out of here with that crap. If you can give money to people that are unknown coming across the border, how the hell you going to look us in the face and say how you going to do it? Are you for real? All of y'all need to go sit the hell down and shut the fuck up. And ladies and gentlemen, all we wanted was them to pass that George Floyd Policing Act. We're the only group, listen to me now, we're the only group they always come to and tell us they can't get shit done. They sure didn't tell that to the Asians. They didn't say that to the immigrants. Obama, he gave money to the Jews, didn't tell them they couldn't get stuff done. But when it's us, Oh, we just couldn't get the votes. We just couldn't get it passed. You didn't try. You didn't try. You did not really push that bill like you could have. You didn't. So the fact of the matter, the Democratic Party is in the toilet because you did this to yourself. You did this to yourself.
Yeah.
Look at Chicago.
Where my check, goddammit?
Their constituents kept showing up for the town hall.
Care anymore, Jesse. Go get him.
And the only thing Brandon Johnson wanted to do,
Still
He didn't make
feeding.
excuses at this point.
he wanted to do for the immigrants. He ignored the constituency that put him in office, and he paid attention and gave all kinds of money and everything to immigrants that couldn't even vote for him.
You don't go get it.
And that wasn't just done in Chicago, it was done in New York. Look at all the shelters they put up. They allowed the immigrants to drive with no license. They could rob any store. They would just lock them up for about a day, let them out. They gave them money. They put them up in hotels. They gave them food cards, debit cards to get food, because they claimed they didn't want the food in America. They wanted the food from their country. So they went out of their way to give them hundreds of dollars on a card so they could get the food of their choice. In the meantime, when all of that was going on, y'all, because I did the videos, and many of you that's been around for a long time on my channel, you saw me do these videos. When all of that was going on, the homeless people in New York had to ride the subway all night long just so they didn't have to sleep on the cold ground. That's what they had to do. Nobody was giving them anything. They literally had to get on a subway car and just keep warm and just ride the subway car all night long to get out of the cold. No shelter that was built was made for them, but it was made for the immigrants.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember, they got so much money, they could buy mopeds.
Yeah.
They could buy cars.
I remember, Lisa.
They could do all that stuff.
They're sleeping better.
While our people froze on the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they did. They froze on the damn street.
Yeah.
Dana Mitchell, thank you so much for the super chat. Preach, Miss Cabrera. Thank you. I appreciate your support for my channel.
I don't even know why.
Yeah, it's upsetting. But y'all, when these people fail to do for us, this is when you take it to the Most High. And you pray for the downfall of each and every one of these people that refuse to extend a helping hand towards our reparations, towards getting these police in order and doing something about qualified immunity. Hell, you can't even get the Democrats to speak up about Donald Trump trying to remove our history from the Smithsonian. You can't even get them to do that. And that's free. Democrats speaking up and standing up to Donald Trump, that's free. They won't stand up to Donald Trump. They won't do for us.
Nope.
I just don't understand. Why do you even want somebody to vote for you?
Right.
Donald Trump has been steamrolling all of you, and you have been sitting there doing nothing. Akeem Jeffries, y'all need to replace him.
Right.
He's too damn weak.
Exactly, Lisa.
He's weak. And the only one that have had a voice out here
Jasmine Crockett
is, what's her name? Jasmine
Crockett shit.
You know, the Texas congresswoman.
Yeah, Jasmine
Crockett.
Shit.
Right? How come she is a congresswoman, but the head of Congress, Akeem Jeffries, he's quiet? This doesn't make any sense. He should be in the forefront opposing what the Republicans are doing. You can't get him to open his mouth to save his mama's life.
Whoa.
All of y'all act like you're scared of Donald Trump.
That is some serious shit.
How do you expect people to vote for you when you won't say nothing?
Well, that's a whole different thing.
You can't get the young people. Well, Jasmine Crockett is young, but you can't even get the old people up in there that really should have been out of there a long time ago.
Right.
You can't get them to say nothing either. Y'all won't even speak for free. So I don't know what good it is to have a congressional Black caucus and they won't support their constituency. But you see the Asian, their caucus, they support the Asians. You see the Latino, they have a caucus, they support their people. But the Congressional Black Caucus, they support immigrants.
That's right, Cookies. I'll say
they won't support their people. And like I said, they are going according to the rules of a devil, telling them to do benign and neglect on their own people, and those assholes went along with it the entire time. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget it. So at this point, I just don't know. Maybe you should dismantle the Democratic Party and come up with something else. Because at the rate you're going, I don't know how y'all going to have any more wins.
They're not.
And if you come with the old rhetoric, you know you're doomed.
Yeah.
One thing you can't do after losing 4.5 million people, one thing you can't do is come back with the same BS. That stuff ain't going to work. That ain't going to work. No more HR 40s. No more, oh, we couldn't get it passed. We just couldn't get the votes. If you come back with that mess, you are never going to win. And I don't blame people for leaving a party that will do for foreigners, Ukraine, and do for foreign people in their country over the citizens. I just don't know how y'all going to win anything.
Right.
They're not.
So anyway, I put together some videos that I'm going to have you listen to. You know, some of these are news clips. Some of them are people responding to what's going on with the Democrats hemorrhaging their voters. And they don't even know what to do. That's why they're silent.
Exactly. Cool.
But y'all, you shouldn't vote for the Democrats until they come up with anything solid, which I know they're not. What they're going to do is come out and, you know, try to sweet talk everybody. But at the end of the day, they're going to run to the same playbook because they've done it way too many times. They've done it too many times. For me to believe they're going to do something different, they're not. They're not. They may say different things, but they're not going to do different things. And Joe Biden, he's another one that ruined this for you. Joe Biden, Kamala, you know, he was in office. He had a chance to do something for the Black community. Didn't he say he would have the backs of the Black community? And then he didn't do it. He didn't do it.
I will leave it at all when he said it. I mean,
and Joe Biden was one of the biggest ones opening up the borders. So your foreign Congress members, Kamala, Biden, and all of you that have failed the Black community, this is why you are in the state you're in. See, at the end of the day, justice will always prevail. And judgment is on the Democratic Party in this country. You better suck it up and either do something about it or shut up.
That's right.
But we know you're not going to do anything about it because you don't have the backbones to even stand up to Donald Trump. You don't have the backbones. Al Green, he tried to push some articles of impeachment, but that didn't go anywhere. Even other Democrats opposed him. And they pretty much turned on Jasmine Crockett too. And she's been out. And like I said, when you look at everybody in terms of how long they've been in Congress, she's pretty much a junior. And the junior got a bigger voice than the people that are seniors up in there. Something is wrong with your party. Something is seriously wrong with y'all.
Yep.
But in these last times, the Most High really don't have no need for either party.
Right.
And, it's not going to be just you going down. Eventually, these these Republicans, he's going to take them out too. Because there's really no need for either one of them.
Right.
We don't need no political parties, especially racist ones. And both of you have proven to be racist.
Right.
You don't really have no place in politics with all that racism.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why the people behind it, this is why your numbers are in the toilet. And they're going to continue to be in the toilet.
Yeah.
Because there's really no need for any of you to lead anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's why neither party is really successful.
That's right, Lisa.
Neither one. And your president, look at your president. A 34 convicted felon is your president. All right there.
Yeah.
That says it all. And that man, his health is failing.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is not in good shape. And y'all trying to hide that mess, but physically, you can't hide it because we can see physically what's going on with Donald Trump. He ain't in good health.
He just fall down.
And he keeps throwing a bunch of makeup on his hand, trying to hide a bruise that won't go away. You do that when you got some shit that won't go away.
Still caught.
That's why he keep caking on that makeup on his hand. That mess ain't going away. And that is a sign right there of bad health.
True.
That man is in bad health.
Easy.
And y'all know it. But let's get to the videos, y'all.
Yeah.
Talk to Mickey Dillard.
Yeah. That's how.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
But not they did it. I just say that. They do it. That both of them are really not making any sense. You could.
Yes.
For the
Thank you.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
But Democrats not making any kind of attempt to woo is begging
New reporting in the Times this morning, just broke a short time ago, of the 30 states that track voter registration, Democrats lost ground to Republicans in every single one.
The New York Times says this isn't just a dip, it's a potential death spiral for the Democratic Party.
What I can only describe as a historic collapse, a double implosion that the Democrats and their media machine will never recover from. So on the one side, you got Hakeem Jeffries. He goes on CNBC thinking he can just spin the same old tired talking points. But this time, the host hit him with cold, hard facts. Trump's economy is booming. Inflation's under control. Trillions in investment pouring into America. The border finally secured. And Jeffries, he snaps. He loses it. He about quits. He shouts, he stammers, and then he storms right out of the interview in total humiliation. And on the other side, at the very same moment, Rachel Maddow, once the crown jewel of MSNBC, is watching everything that she built crumble to dust. Her own network ditches its name after 29 years. 29 long years are changing their name, rebrands with some half-baked patriotic slogan. And what does Rachel Maddow do? Well, instead of defending it, she melts down in public, mocking the rebrand and admitting that she doesn't even know how to pronounce the new name. Folks, that's not confidence. That is a career in free fall. This is the double quit, okay? Jeffries could not handle the truth and quit. Rachel Maddow, she couldn't save MSNBC, and she lost everything. So here's the real kicker. Both meltdowns prove the exact same point. Democrats and their media allies are collapsing under the weight of Donald J. Trump's success. When Trump wins, well, they lose their minds. Now, by the way, guys, if you appreciate the news updates, please hit the like button and subscribe. But we're just getting started here because in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to show you the exact moment that Jeffries gets wrecked with facts. The bizarre meltdown from Rachel Maddow that international press is now mocking. Guys, She is getting made fun of internationally, okay? We're done. You're going to understand exactly why this double quit isn't just a bad day for the left. It is the beginning of the end. So now, let's start with the first crack in the wall. Jeffries' CNBC rage quit. Now, picture this, guys. CNBC, the business network, not CNN, not MSNBC. These aren't softball pitches lobbying Democrat talking points. These are people who live and breathe numbers. So basically, when Jeffries walked in with his binder full of excuses, they didn't just ask questions. They dropped a hammer of facts right on his head. So they looked him straight in the eye and they laid it all out. Inflation, 2.7%. After hitting 9% under Joe Biden. GDP, 3% growth. Stocks, record highs. S&P 500, Dow Jones, NASDAQ. The border finally secure with Trump's new enforcement surge. Trade deals locked in with Europe, Japan, and more on the way. Trillions of dollars in foreign investment flowing into America. Even Iran's nuclear ambitions set back indefinitely. And then came the killer question. Congressman, where's the calamity you keep talking about? This dude, and you could pretty much see it on his face, though. Jeffries didn't have an answer.
The inflation rate itself was 2.7%. In the most recent read year over year versus.
The Democratic Party may lie in voter registration data. As national correspondent Matt Gelka explains, the alarm bells could be ringing in a majority of states around the country.
New data reported by the New York Times could be a major warning sign for the Democratic Party. Voter registration data showed a party that is rapidly losing voters in every state that tracks registration by political party. From 2020 to 2024, the data showed a 4.5 million voter swing from Democrat to Republican in the 30 states tracking party affiliations, with Dems losing 2.1 million registered voters and Republicans gaining 2.4 million. Maryland businessman Ed Hale, who just announced a run for governor as a Republican, is a former Democrat who switched parties.
I don't see much that I agree with the way the Democrats are going right now. I just don't.
The 30 states include 4 key battlegrounds: Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, where Democratic voter registration advantages were eroding. In Pennsylvania, for example, the data showed that Democrats had more than 500,000 more registered voters than Republicans in 2020. That number is down to around 53,000 as of this summer.
Democrats for years and years now have faced a branding problem, a messaging problem that has just led to people not only continuing their loyalty, but especially with younger voters, them choosing the other team.
Shedding voter registration advantages over the 4-year period may have proved to be a missed warning sign for the party. Democrats suffered huge losses in 2024 when they lost the White House and the popular vote to Donald Trump.
And maybe more significant is Pew Research Center. They've been doing for many years this study of the overall electorate. Do you identify more as a Democrat or a Republican? When Barack Obama was elected in 2008, the Democrats had a 12-point lead on party identification. In 2020, when Joe Biden won the election, it was D+6. In 2024, for the first time in decades, Republicans took the lead, R+1. Now Trump is president. What are we seeing in 2025? A continuation of that red trend, still R+1. So it's an electorate that has a very dim view of the opposition party right now.
You know, and Lisa, what's interesting too in the Wall Street Journal poll, at least, is even if voters are dissatisfied with how President Trump is handling some of these issues, they still trust Republicans at large more than Democrats. Why do you think that is? What do you make of that?
Well, I just find that to be so interesting. And this poll, if you read it, it feels a little bit like it's all over the place because there are some things like immigration, for example, where there are some voters who are saying like they're not exactly happy with the tactics that the Republican administration is taking. However, they still prefer Republicans over Democrats on this very same issue.
Particular point, the Democratic brand is in the basement. It is total and complete garbage in the mind of the American public. The Democratic Party's net favorable rating, record lows in all three. Wall Street Journal, 30 points underwater. CNN, 26 points underwater. Gallup, 26 points underwater. And that is being driven in large part by discontent within the Democratic base. The Democratic base wants something different. We'll ultimately end up seeing who they choose. It'll be quite the thing who ultimately gets the race.
Red everywhere, Rev. And it's not just a red flag. This is a blaring red alarm that Democrats should not ignore. And I say that thinking about how angry people are because Democrats specifically ran on a platform in 2020 is how he would lead an authoritarian type of regime in this administration, and how he is now acting on that. And Democrats have yet to formulate an explicit, comprehensive response to someone that they identified as a threat. They're not treating him as a threat. There's these attempts to use normal tactics and politics that no longer apply to the playbook or the reality that we're experiencing. And I think it's important for Democrats to listen to this and recalibrate, even including how they treat candidates who do.
Wait a minute. So it has nothing to do with the Democrats actually just making stuff up or actually blaming the other side of things that they actually are doing themselves. It has nothing to do with that. News to me.
The revoking of Omar Fate's DFL endorsement in Minnesota just shows that Democrats would rather lose an election than endorse somebody that's more left-wing than them. Shit happened in 2016, 2020, and now 2024 too. The American left wing is so stupid that they would rather lose an election than develop better policies. I cannot express to you how tired I am of the dead weight from these APAC pigs that keep giving into this country. It's almost like you hate democracy.
So NBC is reporting that 4.5 million Democrat voters have switched their party affiliation to Republican across 30 states. 30 states, 4.5 million Democrats. Like, what's going on, Democrats? What's going on? Like, what are y'all doing? Is it Jasmine? It must be, I think it's Jasmine. The more she talked, the more people, nah. But, yeah, but what's going on? Like, you got the situation in Texas, the redistricting, everybody's redistricting now. The situation with Gavin Newsom in California is just, it's like the party, it seems like the party is imploding. And that's a major disappointment. Like, you just lost 4.5 million voters. Well, you know, they switched their parties. I don't know, man. These midterms, I don't know if they're going to go in your favor.
I think the Democrats are hemorrhaging voters because they've chosen all the wrong constituencies. They seem to care more about illegal aliens than American citizens, violent criminals than law-abiding citizens, and the Palestinian flag more than the American flag.
True, and that is.
And when you take those positions on things like that, people tend to run to the other party. And
is there one mainstream Democrat that said he likes illegal immigrants over? And you know that's not necessarily
Chris Van Hollen.
He met with.
I do agree with Scott here on these reasons why the Democrats are losing voters. He'll say, well, there are actually many other reasons he could have named as well. So that is why the Democrats have been losing millions of voters over the last 4 years, as a recent poll had shown that they lost over 4 million registered voters. It says the death of the Democrats. A thing of the past soon, or do you think they will re-emerge as something else? Thank you for liking and sharing this video. Please follow me for more content like this on a daily basis.
New data that could reshape how Democrats and Republicans think about the 2026 midterms. It's a simple fact. The 2024 election was a disaster for Democrats. They lost the White House and both chambers of Congress. Whether you loved or hated that result, it is what it is. And these losses effectively shoved the Dems into a place politicos call the wilderness. Now, new numbers suggest just how big of a challenge they will face to find a path out of the woods. And these figures will likely make Republicans a little more confident that they can do what seemed unlikely just months ago. Hold on to their slim, I am talking razor-thin majority in Congress. Now, this new info comes from L2, a nonpartisan data firm. They found that between 2020 and 2024, Democrats lost ground to Republicans in all 30 states that track partisan voter registration, 30 out of 30. Republicans shifted the nationwide balance of power by 4.5 million voters. And it's a trend that seems to be a downturn for Dems and an uptick for the GOP. In places that have partisan registration, Democrats held an 11-point edge over Republicans Election Day 2020. On Election Day 2024, that advantage whittled down to 6 points. Now, we'll see if that gap continues to close after the midterms next year, or if the left somehow gains back ground. But complicating matters, this all comes as Texas is one step closer to redrawing its congressional map, which is expected to pass soon. It's the first shot in a redistricting war that could tilt the country in a decidedly more partisan direction.
Democrats, because of the Biden presidency, because they lied about Joe Biden's condition, because they lied to the country about the inflationary impacts of his policies, have dug themselves the deepest hole they've ever been in the history of their party. That's number one. Number two, cultural radicalism. I mean, when the hills you're willing to die on are boys and girls sports, paying for transgender surgeries of inmates, which Kamala Harris had in the last election. When you're willing to die on these hills, when you're willing to go and say Maryland man unfairly deported back to his home country, I mean, when you're willing to die on all these 80-20 hills, eventually your approval rating will wind up, I'm no mathematician, but around 20.
Yeah, exactly.
They're getting there. And so this hole they've dug themselves in, like if I can't trust you not to put a boy in my daughter's locker room, why would I talk to you about taxation policy or inflation or tariffs or anything else? You're trying to put a boy in my girl's locker room. That's right. Why?
New analysis showing Democrats are losing millions of registered voters across our country, while Republicans have a net gain of 4.5 million in the last 5 years. You can see the trend across the country. These are the key battleground states and counties that we watch every election. All of them show a loss for the Democrats. Here to discuss is former counselor to President Trump and Fox News contributor Kellyanne Conway. Good morning.
I see.
Good morning, Ainsley.
Good
Wow,
morning.
I think 2020 is going to go down as the decade where the Democrats disappeared. The party is in shambles. Think about it. A year ago, for 15 weeks, they spent $1.5 billion only to lose the popular vote presidentially for the first time in 20 years, all 7 swing states. Now they have a money disadvantage with the Democrats. The RNC has 5.5 times more cash on hand than the DNC. The Democrats have lost 2 million net voters everywhere across the country just in the last few years. And Ainsley, I think the most devastating part of all these reports is that Republicans under President Trump are gaining all the new voters. In 2018, 63% of all newly registered voters that year registered Democrat. That's down to 48% in 2024 for Democrats, where Republicans have an outright majority. I think from the original sin of defund the police to Joe Biden governing like Bernie Sanders for 4 years, and then, of course, now Donald Trump's ability to grab opportunities, cultural zeitgeist, and voters to call themselves Republican is remarkable. 4 quick statistics. From 2012, which was Obama coalition, to 2024, which became Trump country, 42% of Black men moved from Obama to Trump.
You know, breathing into a paper bag. I'm trying to calm down a little bit, but you know, John just quoted a remarkable stat out of the New York Times that in the 30 states where they track voter registration over the past 4 years, Democrats have lost to Republicans in every single state. Why?
So this is the $24 million question, right? Why are Democrats not, why are the polls bad? Why are they not breaking through? And I think it's a couple things. I think one is the people who are breaking through are brave, right? They talk like humans, they make the case, you know, and again, it's like Pritzker's chief of staff told me, it's not necessarily left versus center, it's fight versus cave. And the people who fight get support. And the people who cave or are mealy-mouthed or are, you know, very sort of corporatist-y, that crew, the crew that's afraid, cannot break through, does not appeal to voters. The question is, it's only going to be for people who really feel authentic, right?
Sherrod's never been afraid of a shadow.
Exactly.
He's always spoken his mind.
Chris Murphy, Sherrod Brown, Mondami, these people, AOC, they're not all exactly the same politically, but they are the same in the fact that they're brave and they break through.
Okay, y'all, it's just not, no matter how you look at this thing, it is, I just don't know how they're going to turn this around. You got the midterms in 2026, and it's not looking good. Now, Donald Trump, a lot of people don't like what Donald Trump is doing. The one thing most people do like is the immigration. Donald Trump taking a stand and getting the people out of here that don't belong here. A lot of people like that. They may not like all of his other policies, but that is the one thing they do like. I mean, and let's face it, if Kamala would have got in, she would have let the floodgates remain open. She wouldn't have done anything different from Joe Biden as far as letting all these immigrants in. And look at how that has turned out. They're all disrespectful. We can't look at one group that came in here and they're real allies to us. None of them are. They all look down upon us. They talk down on us. And look at what they were saying when they first started deporting them a few back in March. Oh, y'all next, like they were anticipating getting us out of here. And the Mexicans, they voted for Donald Trump because they thought when he was talking about getting the criminals out of here, they thought it was us. So the fact that he turned on all of y'all, I don't feel sorry for you. And I continue not to feel sorry for any of you immigrants that they're snatching out of here. I don't care about none of you. You all have talked crazy to the Black community. The hell with all of you. The hell with all of you. That's the way I see it. Not one of you are worthy of our support. Not one of you. You've all proven you're not worthy of any support from us.
That's right, Lisa.
So y'all, let me see here. Monica Gregory, again, thank you for the super sticker. Dana Mitchell, thank you for the super chat. Dijon McFadden, it's over for the Democrats. Yep, you got that right. Thank you for your support and your super chat. Charjay, thank you for the channel membership for 55 months. It's difficult to believe that they are leaving the Dem Party, considering the current economy and deportations. I like neither. Yeah, I understand. And the thing is, are saying Donald Trump, improved the economy. No, he didn't. The economy really is not improved under Donald Trump. And he's made promises that never came to pass. Didn't he say the prices would go down day one of him being in the presidency?
Yeah.
And food prices would go down, and nothing has gone down under Donald Trump. And with all the tariffs that he's doing, there's no way it's going to go down. Lisa Parker, thank you for your 14-month membership. Thank you for being the great queen you truly are, Lisa. Thank you so much. And thank you for your support for my channel. And last but not least, Libra Justice, thank you for your super chat. California politicians are crying specifically about San Francisco and LA losing their tax base as ICE ascends their cities. Well, they have nobody to blame for that but themselves. And thank you for your support, Libra Justice, for my channel. Yeah, that is the downfall of the Democratic Party. They focus way too much on immigrants and not enough on their constituency that voted for them. And if they don't change their ways, I just don't see how they're going to turn this around. But that's on them. My prayer is that the Most High will destroy both parties.
Yeah.
Because really, the root of getting rid of America is their political system. If that gets trashed, then it's all over for them. It really is.
Praise that both parties collapse.
So y'all, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to all the people that have given Cash Apps and Zells to me. I deeply appreciate it. And I'm going to go ahead and conclude. And just be on the lookout for my upcoming premieres and live streams. I will have some more coming a little later today.
All right, thank you.
Shalom, family.
Our Lady Che, what's your thoughts on millions leave the Democratic Party voter exodus sparks
Like-
reactions nationwide?
Shouldn't they have already left when we sat on the couch? Like, dumb. I don't even know why anybody's talking about the Democratic Party. Like, you're not even supposed to be talking about them. That's the whole point. We were supposed to like turn our backs and like look the other way, walk off, sit on the couch. Right? Like the only person that actually like stays to the shit that we're supposed to be on. Like, I don't even know why we're talking about them. Why are we even talking about the Republicans? They've never paid attention to us. They don't ever talk to us. So
Because that's still in office right now.
so what? Like, I don't know. I don't understand why we're even talking about them. They ain't had shit to say to us. They did shit for us. Like, we're supposed to be like, you know, like it's like a boycott of the Democrats. Am I the only one sticking to that shit?
You're the only one on Black vacation.
Still? Like, y'all just this ain't Sunday. And I'm not no sucker. Like I don't understand why you even ask me because you say we're supposed to be doing something, then I've been doing that, and why everybody else want to talk about it is like kind of like I don't know. I have no feelings about it. Shoulder shrug. Like, get on board. You should have been on board when we decided not to let them go further in anything. Like talking about voter loss and everybody's leaving the Democratic Party. You should have left before that when we were on fucking like no, we sent it out. Why were we even discussing it? Like that's ridiculous. I go and send it out again. Like they're not gonna do right. They ain't gonna give us nothing we want. They're not even making an attempt to talk about reparations. So, you know, Jesse, wake up. Next one. They're not even making you're sleeping off.
Finish your thought.
That's it. That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts. Like that's my thoughts.
All right, my thoughts is this. It's about goddamn time. We've been calling for this shit for 5 years now, and it's finally coming to fruition. So great news. I hope millions more leave the Democrats. All right, so moving along to the topic that Kukizi's been waiting for, and that is an update on Rental Rap Randy in Denver's top 20 hip hop legend list.
I got 30.
I seen 20. I don't know where you got the 30 from, but I only seen 20 rappers on the list. So I'm gonna play his video first. If I can find it. Find the video quick. Give me 1 second. But I had went over this list with Lady Che, and she was like, I don't recognize a lot of these names.
When I tuned into that whack ass off brand fucking podcast that was on over there that's right down the street, I didn't recognize half the motherfuckers that was on there anyway. I only recognize a couple of names, and that's only because he'd be featuring them individuals. And I think they type, I heard better rappers.
Yeah. But
I've been alive since the start of fucking what? Hip hop?
Well, not since the start of hip
Well,
hop.
since the start of hip hop. But like easily since the 80s.
Yeah.
Right? So I like rap. I like hip hop. I like what I like.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these motherfuckers ain't got no movement. They ain't got a flow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, come on, man. Like, it's hard for Colorado to come up with like motherfuckers with swag. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just seems hard. It doesn't seem hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the motherfuckers that are here, that it's like, God, someone do that. Like, they got it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Other motherfuckers, I feel like it's just trying so hard. And I feel about certain motherfuckers he had on that list.
Right. So first I'm gonna play the short that Kukizi did.
Jesse got it blocked, so it was like kind of like a rarity that it came across my shit. Kind of like lurking.
Right.
I was lurking there.
It's under your shorts, right? Yeah. Here it is. So, as Lady Chase always talking about these nigga needers, we have one in Denver, and his name is Rental Rap Randy.
It is Rachel?
Rental Rap Randy.
Oh, okay. Not right now because his name is Randall. Why did I would know
when I had to cook Struggle Brad over that hip hop list.
Mm-hmm.
So the response, tremendous. Shout out to the Black family in Colorado. Y'all stood up.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Y'all represented. Y'all helped gatekeep the culture.
Yeah.
Every like, every share, every comment. Salute to everybody. Salute to all of y'all.
Yeah.
Now, of course, when you stand on business, you're going to get a little pushback. Struggle Bad started throwing subliminals, even bringing folks like Jeff Fard to try to co-sign him. Now, I'm not going to go too deep on that, but if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Now, on Twitter, some attack dogs came out trying to defend Brad and discredit me. Some folks in the comments even got confused talking about, well, if you want somebody to do it, then somebody got to step up. Let's see, the whole point you're missing is not just anybody.
Right.
When we talking about Black culture, it has to be us.
Right.
A foundational Black American, a freedman, somebody authentic.
That's right.
Or at least somebody co-signed by the community and with the actual track record. Not just some random dude who just pops up after 7 years of running a dead page. And here's the killing part. I found out Brad was charging up-and-coming artists just to get features on his struggle page.
Yeah.
And that's exploitation.
Yeah.
Without us, ain't no him.
Right.
Without Black culture, he'd be making a blog about green bean casseroles.
Mm-hmm.
And truth be told, most artists got more motion on their own social media than he do. So I don't know why they need to pay him.
Right.
He should be paying them for their content, not the other way around. So at the end of the day, family, it's about this. We're going to continue to protect our culture. We're going to continue to gatekeep. And we're not letting culture vultures eat off us while giving nothing back. And that's on God.
Are you scared to death, Negroes?
Right.
Just sit down. Don't you come out to defend our enemy. You sit down and you shut up and tell your master to come on out and deal with this.
That's right, Kurt.
You made a new one, right?
Yes, but I'm playing these clips first. I'm playing these clips pertaining to this. So this is what Jeff Farr said.
I felt like this is cringeworthy material.
These 30 came together and did a summer jam. They'd sell out one of these big stadiums and everybody would eat.
Yeah.
And all the money wouldn't leave town.
Right.
Like if you got Francois or you get K-Tone to promote a big show and all these folks, all that ticket sales goes and stays in the city.
Yeah.
There's enough firepower in this list to do all of that. But the number one.
Yeah.
Tag team.
Tag team.
That's
Back
the first
again.
rap song I ever learned.
Yeah.
Whoop, there it is.
Whoop, there it
They're
is.
from here?
Yes.
I didn't
You
know.
ain't know?
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
bad.
So I can tell you a history of tag team. You know, they went to Manual. We was all tight. As a matter of fact, I took tag team to Atlanta and where they got that song, Cecil became the DJ inside of Magic City.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they was talking about whoop, there it is. That was a phrase from a strip club called Magic City. And
the legend and the folklore of Magic City.
Steve Gibson, Steve Rowland, all of them. They not only from here, you could see the house from here.
Wow. Shout out.
They sold more records than Janet Jackson.
Yeah.
So in terms of scope, yes.
19 back again.
Catalog 9. I want to get a next Mile High.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm leaving tag team number 1.
You don't leave it number 1?
Since it's listed, they on the list.
I'm not mad at it. Yeah. I'm not mad at it.
I'm going with my guys.
I mean, I don't, you know,
my guys.
That's probably one that nobody could really just like argue with.
You can't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And a lot of folks didn't even know that they're from here.
The criteria, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was a one-hit wonder, but that one hit is
massive.
That shit, it's
massive.
Absolutely. That's
like I could play that.
That's the Macarena. That's
you play that right now.
Electric slide. You know what I'm saying?
You play that right now.
Yeah.
Any genre, any
race, ethnicity, all that. It's crossed over. Yeah.
Okay, Mile High Minute. I'm gonna give you that tag team number 1.
Yeah.
Steve Rowland. And so if all of these groups came together, you'd have a mammoth group. You feel like if these 30 came together and did a summer jam, they'd sell out one of these big stadiums, and everybody would eat, and all the money wouldn't leave town.
Right.
Like if you got Francois or you get K-Tone to promote a big show, and all these folks, all that ticket sales goes and stays in the city.
Yeah,
there's enough firepower in this list to do all of that. But the number 1, tag team.
Tag team.
That's the first rap song I ever learned.
Yeah.
Whoop, there it is.
Whoop, there it is.
Was there in DJ Fidela, and I don't know who the sister was up there. I think it was it might have been Yuta. But I said, somebody said in the comments, well, yeah, of course, tag team should be number 1. That's a no-brainer. There, I was 2 when they dropped. Besides McAdoo, Halftime, Young Doe, Eastside Jewy, and the rest on the list. The rest of the list is ass. You better do more extensive research.
See, I wasn't the only one that thought that.
So I said agreed, and I mentioned you, Kukizi. I said Kukizi, DJ Kavum, Melina Speaks, like Nitty, Joe Locks, Vonnie Loke, CR Ryder, MK Lucci, Colorado Miracle, DeVille, Black Pegasus, DA Dub, E Eternal. That's David. Flawless Money.
KO should be on there too.
Yeah, I forgot KO. L Keys, Tuski, Nike Loke, and KO. Well, I should add KO to the list. But is he out of Denver though? I thought he was out of Aurora, but okay. I guess it's Colorado. I was thinking of Denver rappers. Okay, so that's what I said should be added to the list. So now I'm gonna play the video about the list.
Oh my God.
So shout out to Mile High Minute for posting this. So some cracker, that Randy dude, came up with this list of greatest Colorado hip hop rappers of all time.
Oh, that's okay. Because that, like, you know how I feel about the whites. And so I was like, I don't even know what boy's name. I could care less about what the whites think is real hip hop. You know what I mean?
Right.
Especially out of this city.
Yeah, aka Struggle Brad. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? I like, I was like, he just, it's just giving gross.
All right, so
I can't believe I said that. Let me take that back. I don't like using that. I think that it's gross. I don't like saying giving.
All right, so fair use,
That's not even in my
copyright
nature.
disclaimer under Section 107 of the
gross,
Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting,
I was watching
education,
a lot of reels and
research.
Like that. That's not in my nature. I apologize, bro. Get that off-brand shit off me. It's gross.
Criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. All right, here we go. You want to hop up here, cool, Peasy?
Yeah.
I sent you the link.
We got to express your
probably
thoughts
at work.
about this because I was like, I'm glad you said
Yeah,
that.
the minister gives me amped too.
Yeah, the minister does it too. It makes me feel like, oh, you scared?
Yeah.
Come out here and deal with this.
Right.
Tell your master to come deal with it.
Yeah.
That motherfucker came out in a year in like generations. He's coming out now.
All right, let's see what this list looked like. Shout out to Sab Lowe. She covered this before we did. Look at this nigga swag. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
What's up, y'all? This is Brenton with the Mile High Minute, and welcome to our list of the greatest Colorado rappers of all time. This list is backed on over 7 years of research.
Whose first song is
conducting multiple conversations?
Just a beat.
And hundreds of interviews.
This
isn't about who's hot right now. In fact, a lot of people are going to disagree.
I'm smoking yours.
But that's the point.
It's all right.
This is about honoring Colorado's hip-hop culture, sparking dialogue, and pushing the culture forward.
It's okay.
This list is based on 10 things: numbers, catalog, lyrics, local impact, national impact, branding, consistency, originality, versatility, and flow. Coming in at number 20, we got East Denver's own Little Trey L. Little Trey L, in our opinion, is the hottest female hip-hop artist ever to come out of Colorado. Her video, 35th in High Rack, accumulated over 163,000 organic views on YouTube.
One of the hardest Crip rappers to come out of Denver. And she was on the way to the top, and then she had a major car accident. Now she's paralyzed. Like damn near brain dead. Real bad situation, but before that, she was pretty dope.
Easily one of the greatest rappers from the 2010s. We suggest you go check out Lucy Come Get Me. That is one of her hottest songs.
But number 20, that's
coming in at number 19. We got another rapper from East Denver, A-Meezy.
Yeah.
When it comes to just lyrics, A-Meezy is easily one of the top lyricists of all time to come out of Colorado. He's most known for his video, I Can't Breathe Again, with the Barbershop Uncut that made national and local news. He's one of the only Denver hip-hop artists to sell out the Bluebird. He's toured the West Coast. He has an experience of over 14 years. He was on the Bootleg Kev show with the Bootleg Kev Cypher. We suggest you check out Messy. If we're just talking lyrics, he's definitely one of the top hip-hop artists of all time. Coming in at number 18, we got Ray Reed.
You ever heard of Ray Reed?
Everyone knows about Ray Reed. Easily one of the most consistent hip-hop artists in Colorado history.
I never heard of him.
Built a lot of longevity, built connections out of state in Atlanta, West Coast. Definitely one of the top performers. I mean, he's at every show. He's worked with artists such as Hood Rich, Pablo Juan. His hit single featuring
you heard of him?
Did over 139,000 views on YouTube. He did over 2 million plus views on the debut. Check out Yesterday. Coming in at number 17, we got Old Man Saxon.
I never heard him.
Old Man Saxon is out of Park Hill. Definitely one of the greatest rappers of all time. He's known for being on Rhythm and Flow. He's one of 6 Colorado rappers to do 5 million views on a music video. He's also got 9 other music videos that have done 100,000.
No, that does not mean.
His Spotify, over 120,000 monthly listeners. He has a total following of over 384,000. We suggest you check out The Perils, sitting at 6.2 million organic views on YouTube. Coming in at number 16, we got East Denver's Arapaho Trues. Anyone who's done any sort of history on Denver has heard of the Arapaho Trues. They are pioneers from the 90s. Their hit single, Arapaho Trues, did over 38,000 on YouTube. And if we're talking about a song from the 90s, 2000, that's a lot. You know, they're still going. They just did a show at the Roxy within the past couple months. Anyone who's done any sort of history on Denver hip hop has heard about Arapaho Trues in there.
Yeah, that shit was dope.
Pioneering hip hop. 15, we got Preez. Preez is easily one of the greatest rappers of all time. He's got visuals with Kid Ink, STFU, sitting at 3.3 million views. He's had 10 total videos do 100,000 plus organic views on YouTube. He really had the early 2010s in the chokehold when it comes to Colorado hip hop.
Oh, okay.
We suggest you check out Wake Up Drunk. They have 329,000 organic views on YouTube. He was also known for working with AP, Trev, the Box Boys. Very instrumental in hip hop. Coming in at number 14, Few But Plenty. Yes, I know it's going to come with the hate, but if we're talking numbers, if we're being honest, they're one of the greatest Colorado rap groups of all time. They got 3 videos.
That's the one I was saying, nigga, 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 nigga. And then he got locked up. And now I'm a white boy. I don't bang. I don't do that there. He clicked up with the North Siders. Now he's a North Daniel.
Well, motherfucker go to prison and all of a sudden he has to go to his people.
Mm-hmm. FBP mode.
At 100,000 plus views. Pretty much the most amount of video, over 100,000 of any pop group ever. Check out Thinking Right by FBP West. They've had features with Stupid Young, people in TSF, AA, NBA Youngboys producer, etc. Coming in at number 13, the greatest Latin hip hop artist ever to come out of Aurora.
He ain't got shit on DA Dub. All right, what's your thoughts so far, Kukizi? Thanks for joining us for the Frontline Black News tonight or this morning.
Never heard of the guy. Never watched this video. I never looked at the list, bro. I just said, man, I wouldn't care if Struggle Brad put me at number 1 on his list. I would have still cooked him just the same because F your list, dude. Who the hell is you? And it don't matter who you are because you came in here all wrong. And I've already did the research. I talked to some people and they were telling me that he was charging people to be on that struggle channel. And that's out of bounds. That's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
I agree. I concur. I was like, "What the fuck is this? And why does your shit ain't value to us? Like we don't go your word. Like this.
I just seen a lot of people. Sorry, I just seen a lot of people like complaining about this list. I'm like, what list? What the hell is everybody whining about now?
Yeah.
And then I seen who shared it, and I went to that channel. I went to that channel. I was like, man, I looked, scrolled. I seen like there wasn't no likes on nothing on the whole channel. There wasn't no likes and no reaction to nothing.
Yeah.
And so I was like,
I don't even
this dude ain't even official. Who is this? And I was like, this is probably a tether. That's what I just thought it was like a tether behind it. Didn't have no pictures of who it was. And then so I had to do research and I found out the guy behind the mask. Once I seen that picture, I'm like, oh no, I'm cooking him.
A whole nigga neater.
So this cat too. The one
a Nabisco behind them. But yeah, go ahead and get to work, man. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
For Jay Ruiz.
Yeah.
Papa J. Ruiz, his Kiss the Sky video did over 1.7 million views. He's internationally known. He has an LA fan base, very strong outside of Colorado. Easily one of the top lyricists in Colorado hip hop history. We suggest you check out Dangerous Traits. Featuring
Is he serious?
Easy. Coming in at number 12, Attack. Attack 1.
Be on the list. We ain't done.
One of the top rappers ever to come out of West Denver. Attack is known for 20
No
plus
comment.
years of experience.
So,
He
yeah,
started
no.
rapping in the early 2000s.
We wouldn't even. Nobody would even know about Attack if it wasn't for DA Dub. DA Dub do all the Bronco anthems and shit.
I'm
Nobody
not
would
about
even
to
know
sit up
about.
here and do a bunch of hating, but all I can say is like this. You can never imitate black people better than black people can just be black people. That's how I'm gonna say it
Right.
like that.
Yeah, black people so far down on the list. Like, what the fuck?
Right, and I'm sitting there like that's what I don't really, when I say I don't know about
None of these dudes are better than anybody black. We know 30 black
We
persons that's better than every non-black that he mentioned.
easily, and I'm just saying, I'm like, I can't take that seriously. Like just knowing now what I
So
know,
that's
and I said he a white boy with the black set.
Yeah.
Oh, that's off brand, off top. No wonder it's this lame. This is like gross. You know what I mean? Like this gross. It's gross. Like that's gross. Like you are a culture vulture.
Yeah.
He got to get that work. He got to get that.
and the reason why Brother Jeff is so atrocious because he's allowing this guy to co-opt the culture, and that's not okay.
That's Mr. DJ Magic. He used to be on the ones and twos back in the 80s and 90s.
We went through the Black Arts Festival.
Well, check this out.
Wow.
Well, I remember just like 2-3 weeks ago, I had a call to action. Well, he Jeff Farge says he's a community organizer and he does all this good work in the community. Well, what did he do for Tierra Coleman and those 3 kids that was homeless looking for somewhere to go and getting the runaround from his party?
Nothing.
Where did he make a call to the mayor's office, or did he send her a couple of dollars? Did he
that homeless lady
share the story? Did he do anything for real people in the community?
He did a whole live video one time, Cookies. He had a unhoused sister in his building, and he was on a live talking about, we need to get her some help. We need to get her some help. Motherfucker, you're a millionaire. What the fuck are you doing begging for fucking donations?
I like to say alleged billionaire because he ain't rocking like that. He rocking like a bum. So he alleged to me. Like
why is he wearing that damn t-shirt over a button up?
Right.
What the hell is that?
He's trying to.
He's just a weirdo.
And he's a millionaire off what? What is his profession?
Right. Exactly. What does he really
That
do?
sounds a little fishy to me because that's like these politicians that be worth 120K a year. That's what they make, but then they be worth like $9-10 million.
Yeah.
It's like how you get $9-10 million and you only worth not even a quarter. You're not even worth. You only make 120,000. Man, where's all this other money?
Wife for proclamation earlier.
You a millionaire. Why you
And this dude is linked in with these Democratic shields, and he is the shield, and he's linked in with the police and the federal people and all that. So he seems a little funny style to me.
Right.
He's our roly-poly Martin. He's a Democratic shield.
That's an enemy
He's
to our
clicked
people
in with
too.
the Democrats. He want to keep us on the boat blue no matter who plantation, and that's what he is. He's a shield.
And an enemy to our people, to our race.
And an enemy to our people.
And I could have swore I seen him in Terrence's video about the Holly. I could have swore I seen that Jeff dude in that video.
Yeah, he was in there.
Talking with the cops and stuff.
Yeah, he was in there.
He was in there. The other thing too is that while he did Vicky Dillard,
He's mixed up in there.
how he did
He
Vicky.
did what to did?
How he did
Vicky.
Yeah, he disrespected Vicky Dillard.
Yeah, when she came
when RFK was on there.
Yeah, and I was all over that. We were all over that.
Yeah, we were.
What did he do? What did he do to Vicky?
She was giving
She was giving RFK that work.
She was giving RFK the work, the real work. She was asking all the right questions. She was doing her due diligence, right? And there's motherfuckers who was it, Theo?
Yeah.
Sitting behind her.
Yeah.
Right? And making faces like cut her off, cut that off, like that, like that's enough. And then he let them whack ass off friends of his people basically not let her get an answer in, not let her have an opinion, talk over her, talk around her, basically
see, now that's why I wanted to call you, man. I wanted to get some information. Like, I'm gonna have to holler at Vicky on the back channel, man. I didn't even know. I should have known she knew she had a story about this punk too.
Yeah. And we were sharing it. As it happened because we had privilege. We had a little privy viewage from the inside because it was not known that what's his face RFK was coming in.
Yeah.
He kind of hid that shit. It was like around the same time Cornel West was coming. So they kind of hid that, right? And it was kind of like an invite only type situation. But we had privy to being inside the room without being inside the room, right?
Yeah.
So we were showing it to our people. This is what it is, right? Because Vicky Dillard, she live out here, and we go hard for Vicky. So it's like, nah, man, you ain't gonna disrespect her either, and let like them off brands like Tay Anderson, Hashim, motherfucking Meridian, fucking Median, whatever fucking name is, disrespect our sister, where she got way more motherfucking subscribers. And views.
It ain't matter. I don't care about no damn subscribers. Vicky speaks truth to power, and she don't shield for no Democrat. She's talking about she's fighting for us.
Right.
So he's not.
No, he's not.
Exactly. So I've been on that shit.
He's not B1. He's D1.
I've been saying that shit for.
Just like the minister said, don't you come out to defend our enemies.
Right.
And it sounds like that's what he was doing, is defending the enemies. And he needs to tell his master to come on out and deal with this.
Yeah, he always doing that. And he be the main one talking about your coon and ancestors. Nigga, you was a coon.
Right. Like, I don't have no cooning ancestry in my fucking pedigree. What the fuck he talking about? He's like,
you're snitching.
Snitch ass ancestry.
Yeah. He the biggest snitch.
What the fuck? Why would you even say some bullshit like that? That's it, he's an off brand, and he let his fucking feed him what do you call it? Like I said, the sidekicks that he used to feed.
Yeah.
Now are doing different things or whatever. Still off brands. Let Aurora tally. I live in Aurora.
They got Aurora City Council shut down.
Aurora City Council shut up because you're fucking political theater and dragging a fucking family through it. Like in live, like you an ambulance chasing motherfucking crew.
Right.
Like, nah, let that, like, they're all of them, no matter how black they are, you cannot replace the proximity to white meat.
And then
all that shit.
Keezy, to make it so bad, this motherfucker got a license plate that say "Stay Black."
Right. Right. I go on all day. Yeah, this infuriates me.
Yeah, so this dude attack shouldn't even be on the list. A lot of these motherfuckers shouldn't even be on this list.
Right.
But I'm gonna let it continue.
The fact that it's a white boy telling us anything is weird.
My bad. I'll talk to the supervisor.
Projects. He was a part of the West Side music video that did over 232,000 views. He's got major features with Dirty Glove, Young Scooter, Huey Longway. Check out his hit video Back to Back. He also put out a Traps and Trunks Colorado mixtape. He's really put Colorado on his back. Number 11, we got the hottest rapper ever to come out of Aurora, Unhoused Savvy. Unhoused Savvy is known for his hit video, Box State. He also did a dope video, 303 to A10 with Arms. He actually recently just performed with RMI. On Summer Jam, he's been on Kev's show. He's one of the only rappers that gets played in the clubs consistently. organically. Check out his hit video, AZZ, Cheeks on My Vape Shirt. Coming in at number 10, now we're going to pay respects to the OGs.
Well, what happened to Lil L Keys? He's a better artist than that.
Hip-hop group out of Montbello. They're known for...
Put L Keys
L
down.
Keys is better than
bunch
that.
of people that didn't even think.
You did what?
I know L better than that dude. I put L Keys and I said you left out L Keys, you left out Cool Keys, you left out Jalox. Jalox, I think, made the list. They left out a whole bunch of
the whole box boys.
We know brothers. Yeah. We know brothers most wanted. We know them.
Homeboys.
We know Homeboys Only. We know them. We know Black Hole Posse.
I wonder why Don't Know List never got B Black on it though. And B Black was the first dude I ever seen from the town in the Source magazine when I was back in the 90s, bro.
Yeah, that's true. He should be on
Same
the list.
nigga I see from up around the corner in the Bellows. I just walk past his house all the time, and then I seen him in the Source magazine. I'm like, oh yeah, I could really do this. That's one of the dudes that made me think I could really do this.
Yeah, I got one of his mixtapes back in the day. I got one of his mixtapes off the 16th Street Mall.
It's all right. It's too late now. Oh, my bad.
Being one of the first record in 1991, Spitting Truth, their album. They really had the 90s in a chokehold when it comes to Montbello. Check out Faces of Death. That's one of their dope albums, 95. They worked with Young Doe of MNLD before the fame. He goes by Young Doja at the time. Coming in at number 9, the Homeboys, HBO.
He did not. He went by Doogie.
You really could have put him anywhere.
He did not go by Young Doja. He went by Doogie. And that dude don't know shit.
Denver hip hop pioneers in the 80s and the 90s. So they came out in the mid 80s, early 80s. Really one of the first hip hop groups ever to record out of Denver. They were produced by Steve from Tag Team in the early days before Tag Team blew up. Check out Don't Panic, 10 Years of Bullshiz, and Sunny Days Remix. Those are my favorite ones. They're actually coming up on 40 years of experience. Couldn't leave them out. Coming in at number 8, Black Hole Posse, aka BHP. Black Hole Posse, coming from the east side, is known for hit singles Denver Love, which did plenty of views organically. Again, pioneers for Denver hip hop, can't leave them out. One of the first groups. Denver Love in '96 was probably the first Colorado anthem. Respectfully, before Box State Baby, there was Denver Love. Check out Ride With Me at 28,000 views on YouTube. Very consistent group through the 90s and early 2000s. Dropped plenty of projects over the years. Coming in at number 7, we got Pure Devotion of Cutting Crew. I still Pedro. But yeah, man, Pure Devotion of Cutting Crew Records. Denver hip hop pioneers in the 90s. Really one of the first hip hop groups out of West Denver. Their hit song, When I Roll, is sitting at over 200,000 organic views on YouTube. And that's a song from the 90s in Colorado hip hop. They got multiple other songs, over 100,000 views on YouTube. They're big with the low rider culture on Federal. And, we suggest you check out Tears, over 109K on YouTube. Rest in peace, Lil Travieso. Coming in at number 6, the greatest Colorado rapper of all time to come out of Colorado Springs. Lil Travieso is known nationally as one of the greatest Chicano rappers of all time, not just Colorado, nationally. He's one of 6 rappers in Colorado to do 5+ million views on a single video on YouTube. He's got 12 videos over 1 million+ views, 30+ videos over 100,000 organic views. I don't think anyone else has done that. He's got major features from Lefty Gunplay, Swifty Blue, Lil Nate, Young Drummer Boy, Chucho, the list goes on. We suggest you check out Bang in the Park, sitting at over 5.5 million views on YouTube. Coming in at number 5, the Colorado favorite, man. They call him AP. AP has worked with every side of town. He's highly respected. Definitely a top 3 lyricist in Denver hip hop history. As far as the numbers go, he has a video over 1 million plus views, 8 videos, 100,000 plus views. I'd say top 2 most locally known rappers in Denver. When people ask who's the hottest in Denver, AP is one of that always gets brought up. He's got a following of over 178,000 on all platforms. His Spotify alone has over 125,000 monthly listeners. He's dropped 10 projects since 2019. Easily one of the most deepest catalogs in Denver hip hop history. Again, like I said, one of the most respected and consistent rappers in Denver. He's performed at Summer Jam, you know the rest. Coming in at number 4, we got MNLD.
You know about them.
Young Doe, Interstate Ike, Analyzer Slim, Hawkman, Kofax, Cac, man. Everyone knows MNLD. One of the top Denver hip hop groups of all time. They carried the 2000s in Denver. They got the Living Decent brand, man. They've made 100 brands. Living Decent, everyone's got that merch across the city. They got the Street Stars Affiliated documentary. I would say probably the most well put together Denver hip hop documentary I've ever seen. Longevity. They've been rapping since the mid 90s to now. Young Doe's still going, still dropping, still doing shows. We suggest you check out Young Doe and J Style and Chopsticks, sitting at over 629,000 views on YouTube. They built a strong connection with the Midwest and the West Coast Bay Area. Shout out number 3, Trev Rich, the greatest rapper of all time ever to come out of Park Hill. Everyone knows the name, Grammy nominated. He was signed to Cash Money and Birdman in 2015. He's performed at the Ball Arena this summer. He did the intro for the Denver Nuggets during his run. He's worked with Nike. He's a multi-platinum songwriter for major artists. He's featured on Madden, 2K. His music's been played at CU games. He was co-signed by Joe Budden. Featured on Sway's Universe, Gutted TV, Say Cheese, Academics, Bootleg Kevin, more. We suggest you check out Flex and my personal favorite album, Out the Dark. When you think about Denver hip hop, you think about Trev Rich. You can't leave out his name. When people first ask Rich, let's keep it real. We can't leave him out here, man. We got to put him in the top 3. I don't think anyone has as deep of an accomplishment list as Trev Rich. Coming in at number 2, the greatest hip hop group of all time.
Hell no, Flowbot
band to come out of Colorado. Flowbots. I know the flow rap. Listen to their songs.
You got to get the white people in there.
Handlebars peaked at number 3 on the Billboard. Handlebars is RIAA Platinum and BPI Silver. Peaked at number 14 on Billboards internationally, outside of the U.S. Rise and White Flag Warrior peaked at number 33 and number 22 on the Billboards. In 2008, they were nominated for Best Urban Video in the UK Music Video Awards.
Rappers.
They performed on The Late Night Show with Conan O'Brien, The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, Last Call with Carson Daly. Went viral for the rap beef with Logan Paul. Handlebars is the most viewed music video out of Colorado hip hop history, sitting at 78 million views. Number 1, man, tag team. Can't leave tag team off. Coming out of East Denver, boom, there it is. Everyone knows the words. 4 times platinum. Peaked at number 1 on R&B hip hop. Spent 24 weeks in the top 10 of the Hot 100. 5 other songs peaked on billboards. They performed at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Lumen Field in Seattle, the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Ball Arena, Fiddler's Green, and many more. 1994, won the Favorite Song at Kids' Choice Awards. 94, American Music Awards nomination for Best New R&B Artist. Named one of the Billboard's greatest songs of all time at number 82. Rhythm and Soul Award, 94. Billboard Music Award nominee, 93. They've been in movies, Elf, Rio, Addams Family, The Mighty Ducks, Shark Tale. They've been on TV shows, Parks and Recreation, Glee, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. They've been in commercials with Coca-Cola, Geico. It says enough right there, man. Whoop, there it is. You know, no one else has a song in the top 100 all time. No one else in Colorado has produced a song that was in the top 100. You guys tell me, man. Tell
He's
me
a nigga. Neither. That's lit. All right.
Did he
TJ, what's
say
your
nobody's
thoughts?
ever produced a song that been in the top 100
Oh,
ever? Because we
yeah, that's
have
what he
a,
said.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said.
What he said, basically.
No, yeah,
Yep,
well,
pretty much.
we do have Scorp Diesel. He produced several platinum records. Scorp Diesel out of Colorado Springs. And he's
Yeah.
also produced that same record that I got, Gutter Girl. He's a multi-platinum producer. So this guy don't know what he's
Okay.
talking about. And it's really like
Clearly.
my final thoughts about this man is it's not that big of a deal about his little list. It's a fan list and all that. But the thing is, when you start trying to make it seem like you're some kind of authority and this is official and authentic, that's where I got a problem with that because you're just a fan of Vlogger and you need to make that known. Any fan in the world can make a list and do the same thing, but
Yeah.
they don't need to be. They're not going to charge. They're not going to be calling, or they're not going to be trying to get artists to pay them to be on that stuff. That's bad. That's not cool.
Right.
He's exploiting the culture and all around. To me, he rubs me wrong,
Mm-hmm.
but keep on doing what you do, Struggle Black, and I'm gonna keep doing what I do. I'm gonna be not worried about you, and I see him he's in my views all the time, in my story all the
Mm-hmm.
time, and I don't know why because I don't follow him. I mean, I don't know. It's all good, no big deal, but we said what we said, and we gonna stay on next.
Right.
I'm just shout out to y'all for talking about sharing
Yeah.
the what's it called and bringing this to the light.
You gotta air them out.
Put these dudes on the summer jam screen that's supporting and that kind of stuff and doing that. It's good discussion. Maybe
Right.
we might get some good music out from some of these other artists that feel like they should have been on his fan
Right.
list.
Right.
Like,
What are your thoughts, Lady Shay?
I'm just disgusted. Like, well, I'm not. I'm like, there's something brewing like inside me that causes like rage, like anger you a little bit, and it's kind of suppressed, but I can feel it when I'm watching something like this, like all the way through, because I kind of don't do it, and maybe that's my fault sometimes. I don't watch a lot of fuckery all the way through. You know what I mean? I just kind of get a couple bits of lies, take me to I feel deception. It's gross. Let me get out. Right? That's how I feel. Right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's my fault. But when I listen to something like that, when I'm watching it all the way through with Jesse, and Jesse over here with his glasses on, so I can see through the side of him. I'm like, he's feeling it too. I feel like this little thing coming from like my dark down in my deep dark soul, like coming up like, hey, who the fuck is you, cuz?
Right.
Like you's a fucking off-brand, goofy looking ass motherfucking stiff ass
Oh,
white boy.
Travis Kelce
Oh
looking
fucking
ass.
who the fuck you? The way you stand, are you standing right there doing your mannerisms? The way you look, you were eating off of us majorly.
Oh,
Off
wannabe
top.
Paul Wall ass.
Yeah, like this, like off top. This, and then the fact that I didn't really know that it was a white boy, and because from the laptop there's a lot of glares.
Mm.
And from where I'm sitting, I can't really see unless I sit right next to Jesse because I'm kind of blindish, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there listening to it, and I'm like, this is a white boy with a black set.
Yep.
I'm talking like this. You obviously ain't too up on the culture, because if you was, then you would know that that's a major no-no.
Right.
And that we going after motherfuckers and we gatekeeping our shit.
Right.
Like this is just crazy. Like, like, and I felt it coming up, and I felt my stomach starting to like just get like I felt like it's not nauseated, but like angry. Like I felt started getting angry. Like, what do you know about any of this? First of all, clicks and views. And the way you like, what the fuck does that mean?
Right.
Like, what does that mean? You know, like, whatever. To just I don't even know. If you're just going off of YouTube and he's at over 1,000 views, for 1,000,000 views. Ooh. I was like, I didn't make it to the magazines. We used to look at scores.
Hey, can I add something to that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead, brother.
You know what? That's facts because I've been doing this before you was getting clicks and views. We used to be selling hard copies out there on the streets, man. So all these clicks and views, man, and judging them by that don't matter to us.
Right.
And I was like sitting there thinking to myself, like, what? That's the new standard? I was like, no, we got to take that back because in my mind I'm thinking, no, that can't be the standard of what's quality. Anybody could click on a fucking video and see 2 seconds of it and figure out it's trash and just dip off somewhere else. So that doesn't even matter. That math can't even be it can't even be equated to real actual sat down, listen to a whole fucking song.
Right.
You know,
whole
went over
album.
every word, you know, and you felt it like, okay, I can relate to this. Like I just listened to a couple of albums that I like. I sat down, listened to the whole album, analyzed every word like I would on any other song I listened to. You know what I mean? And just sit there like, oh, okay, this is a vibe, this is what it is. You know what I mean? Because that's what I've been conditioned to do musically in my ear.
Right.
Since, you know, I can remember singing and listening to music. You know what I mean? You don't know every word of every song if you don't listen to the words.
Right.
So if anybody could get clicks and stuff on a video, that's just is it organically. Okay, yeah, organically. I've been rolling through trying to find new music all the time and be clicking on trash.
Right.
I just help some trash move up. You dig? That's wrong. We should do something about that.
Yeah.
Since we are the cancel culture.
Right.
You know what I mean? FBA is cancel culture. So we gotta cancel these like off brands already, like all the white people that are doing this. You know what I mean? Like that Jin Lee, that motherfucker, Adam 22, Stupid Vlad, this white boy. I mean, they're just eating off of us, and people are like, oh, he's a relevant individual. I didn't know who he was until you said something,
right?
And then it just started to click in when I saw that stupid ass fart video, and I was like, what is this madness?
Yeah.
Because it was gross to me. It was already disgusting. You got this white boy sitting there, and you talking about hip hop culture, like two off brands discussing something great.
Yeah.
You did, and putting their nasty little fingers on it is like disgusting to me. That's how I feel about it. So the whole time we were sitting here listening to it, I was just getting madder, and I was like, this isn't relevant. Not relevant. Some of the people that are there, like, why does it feel like it's at the bottom?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And who are all these white folk and Hispanic people? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Some of the stuff, yeah, I know about, but like I would say maybe 6-7 people or groups of people.
Yeah.
That I would say, yeah, you know, the rest of like, huh, who, and a one-hit wonder at number one.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
One hit wonder. So you made it that off that one hit, and nothing ever came out of that.
No.
Like you never made another song or whatever music you made after that wasn't as good as that one hit. Like a one hit wonder makes the top of the list.
Yep. Of this crackers list.
And it's, I was just like your whole mannerisms, like
team would have been way down the list, man. They would not be on number one.
Right.
No. And he's like, well, they did music. Cause I feel like you just kind of like generically did some research. And you generically talked to some generic off brands.
Yeah.
To get this little bit of information. And then how did you make it all the way over to fucking 5 points to the one fucking individual who's been doing the most like culturally to us? You know what I mean? Like Jeff Fard is an enemy to our people in our own fucking city, in our own neighborhood.
Yeah.
Like,
he don't speak for us.
He don't speak for us.
Ass niggas don't speak for me.
He don't speak for us. He will never speak for me. He will never speak for me. That's an off brand off top. Just the fact that he has a whole crew of fucking off brands with him. They go around having these fucking weird ass opinions and getting somewhere with it. It just shows what the Democrats will put money behind. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to bring that political shit into but that's just the fact that he's a shill.
He's our roly-poly Martin.
He's a shill. I saw him at the Black Arts Festival,
Mm-hmm.
right? And we were cruising by, and I think me and Jesse had hit the ATM, and we were cruising by, right?
Yeah.
Where we were gonna go down a little further, it's getting towards the end of the evening,
Mm-hmm.
on the last day. And he's over there doing the stage, and you could hear him do that boots on the ground song, right? And he was struggling to get people to go to the stage.
Yep.
You know, he was like, "Where they at?" They move on.
Mm-hmm.
You're weird. This is weird. You know what I mean? Like you. This is why if you have to let people like him, Roland Martin, bring black people back to Democrats,
Amanda Seals.
yeah, that'll never happen. Because these are their long-term, soul-giving, bought and paid for
Bootlicks and seals.
They don't got that kind of pull.
Mm-hmm.
Don't got that kind of pull.
And of course, you're gonna throw on a cake for this cracker.
You let him sit next.
What's the name of that congresswoman that we were talking about earlier with that showed up to the ICE facility and got denied?
Oh, that was Maxine Waters.
No, it wasn't her. It's this other big forehead looking lady. I just commented on her. I just saw her on Twitter whining about it.
Well, you talking about the one that's trying to protect the other?
No, she drove like a long, far away. She drove hella far to go to this ICE facility, and they denied her and gave her some kind of letter saying why she can't come in, and she's on there on Twitter right now whining about it. I can't think of her name right now. It's Representative something.
I can't banned for life. Banned for life.
You think she's a tether? She looked like that forehead is just like bulging.
Sears. Was it Winston Sears?
No. Hold on. Give me a second.
Uh-huh.
It was just, you go just start naming off people with high foreheads.
That's the one that said she got slavery, otherwise she'd be an African or tree.
It's like, wait. He said high forehead. He started going down the list in his brain. My baby.
Ayanna Presley. Simone Mammy Sanders.
No, Representative Summer Lee. That's her name.
Oh, Summer Lee. That's the one that was talking about reparations that one time. But she was talking about baby bonds and shit.
Wait till I find the clip, Kurt. I found the clip of this sister singing. She's like, she been getting a lot of play on these reels, right? And she was singing a song about reparations. And the first thing she says is, "We not talking about no dollars." And
well,
I hit
you
her
ain't
with a
talking
comment,
about no reparations. Then.
And I said, I hit her with a comment. I said, "No, we talking about dollars, and you ain't talking about what we talking about." Like that. And wait till I find that again. We'll find it. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm sending it probably like a little reel on Facebook. But I was like, God damn, man, is this what? No, this is the type of shit the bitches. And she on the wrong shit. She an FBA sister allegedly. But I'm taking it back. I'm like, I don't even know too much about it. I just kind of, it's on my feed. And I was like, yeah, okay, she sing good. So I heard like 2-3 songs now. And I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah, great. No. You have to come it down a little. Beyonce looking like you gotta come it down. Because no. You're gonna confuse the masses. We didn't put all this work in so you could confuse the masses and give us symbolic gestures. But no. Wait till I find it. I was looking for it for the last 20 minutes. I touched it. I watched it, just distracted me, and I lost it. So wait till I find it.
Yeah, that list was bullshit.
That list was hard. Let's mention, and I said that some of our people that we know is good on there, that it's just sad to say that we as us, we have to take this back from them because white people think they can just have an opinion on our cultural things.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And just have an opinion, like a grand opinion. You're not even living the experience with us.
Right.
Like, what are you talking about? We're at war. You think you will be on our side? No, he gonna take that shirt and hat off, and he gonna go right around with his mommy and daddy and his peoples. And he ain't no ally. That ain't no ally. He don't speak for us. He's a white goat. Like he's exactly. They're trying to politician. Yeah, so like he's a major lame. That's like a major lame.
Yeah, so keep putting them on blast, Kukuzi.
Right. Y'all can keep sharing that shit because the more we know, right?
Right.
The more we know.
Keep putting him on blast. Keep putting Jeff Fard on blast. I'm blocked from Facebook partly because I've been putting Jeff Fard on blast for the past 5 years.
Right. That's pretty much all just done. But I managed to get us off of that so that we could spy alert. I don't make no comments or nothing because Jeff Fard barely allowed me in the building after I said that Tay Anderson was buck broken.
Yep.
It's how buck broken to me. I've been really allowed in the building, you know what I mean? I only go there when there's a lot of black people there that know me and let me in.
Yeah.
And he has no other choice but to let me in. There's no other choice. But other than that, no, I'm not even allowed in the building. He'll send Gerald out to deal with me.
Yeah, so fuck him. Fuck his free coons on. Ain't nothing free thinking about that bullshit. It's Democratic Shield Central.
Uncle Tom Sambo activity over there, man. It's fucking ridiculous. They all on that shit. All them motherfuckers that sit there and have contributing conversations with them is straight coons. Straight coons, straight mammies. Yeah, I lose respect when you gotta, for some of them,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Yeah, right there. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up now.
Yes, sir.
Probably do another show tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
They're gonna do the dollhouse.
I got co-workers coming to talk to me and shit. I have to roll with me.
Oh, okay. Before we wrap it up, what are your closing thoughts on that nigga neater by the name of Brad?
Struggle Brad, I got no thought. I don't really think about it. You know what? The best thing we're gonna do is just move forward with FBA business, man. And so just everybody just look out for all the reports, and we just gotta keep each other on point. Send me any news clips or anything that you think I might report on or you want to hear me report about.
Yeah.
And we'll just keep this ball moving, man. We ain't gonna worry about it.
You get a lot of good circulation now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was sincere in them. So you get a lot of good circulation and now, which is good.
So that's just a love the
Good.
God.
We Colorado
nice
Denver representative did.
Oh yeah, sincere love the guy. Shout out him and Nicey girl. They did add me to the damn Sunday show.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah.
We done. That was like
cool.
Yeah. We get some good traction right now.
Yeah. You remember Ron from Akenta Express?
I have to see him.
He had like lizard skin.
That sounds familiar.
He is the former owner of Akenta Express. That's Sincere Love the Guy's uncle.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Where is he still around?
Yeah, he got cancer, so he's not doing so good.
Damn.
We used to frequent this show shop opposite.
Yeah.
Except when I got go in there no more.
Yeah, he had the little
No, we supplements.
across from Francis.
All right then, y'all.
Hey, Cookies, you get back to work. Thanks for coming on.
Yes, thank you.
And I got your link to your channel in the description.
Yep.
All right, y'all. So this is going to conclude season 5, episode 22, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on today, because it's now Tuesday. Damn, we're going to miss Mr. Bobby and Gage on Produce Justice. Join us later on for continuation episode, because it's supposed to get to the Unhoused neighbor news and some local Denver news. So I'll come back with another episode later on. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms. Frontline Black News, which is currently being struck, but you can still subscribe to the channel on YouTube and Facebook. And then we got the Revolutionary Agenda. And Lady Chase will be doing a Revolutionary Agenda again sometime this week.
Probably tomorrow after the Ethnic show.
And Kurt shared it on his Facebook, so that's what's up.
Yeah.
What else was I gonna say? And join us for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced before the Frontline Black News at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations of Black empowerment. Nkrumah and Lady Chase signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant for the City. Peace.